Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly K. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we're going to be watching day 3 of this Laurie Shaver trial. If you don't know anything about the case, please check out the description box. You can just expand that and there's a whole case background right up there for you. You can also check out episode 1 or day 1, which was supposed to just be trial prep, but then we went right into opening statements as well because that happened so fast. And so day 1 we read through the probable cause affidavit, and we also watched a little video to prepare us for this trial. So welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. Welcome to all my members, patrons, subscribers, any locals in chat, and of course any family and friends of the victim in this case, Michael Shaver, who was murdered between November 7th and 10th of 2015. Man, it's been a long time to get to this trial, right? My goodness. So also because everyone only realized he was missing, hadn't been seen since 2015 and 2018. And then his wife was arrested in 2020, September. And she paid her bail amount, which was $50,000, and she's been out ever since, waiting for this trial. And here we are, okay? So, welcome everyone. Penny Lot says, good morning, Grizzlies. Good morning, Penny Lot. Thank you for being a member for 14 months. I hope that you guys have checked out day 1 and 2. If you haven't, go check it out. And so, are we ready for another speedy day? Let me just fetch it and make sure the audio is boosted and all of that we do. So, it should be here. Okay. So, here we go. Rob says, justice for Michael Shaver. Yes, I really hope there will be. We shall see what other witnesses there will be today. If you missed the end of yesterday's day 2, then what they said was for scheduling, the state actually plans to rest probably on Thursday afternoon. If you're watching live with me, today's Wednesday. And so on Thursday afternoon, and then the defense will present their case. The defense says they have about 5 witnesses, and then they'll rest their case. So I would assume that early next week we'll be on verdict watch, right? So, okay, now, let me start playing this. Here we go. Sound is boosted for you. I hope the sound from the court feed is good today. And I will link the original live stream. This is from Law and Crime Network in the description box in case you don't like commentary, okay? Some people don't like the breaks and the commentary and everything. So if that's not for you, then that's okay. They go watch it on Law and Crime. Here, I'm starting late on purpose so that we can actually defluff, which means we're going to skip over all the coffee breaks, the lunch breaks, and all that kind of stuff, right? Hello to Grizzly Cat. Nice to see you here. Okay, and here we go.
CF 2361, State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver. With the parties present, please identify themselves for the record.
Shaver from the state of Florida. Rich Buckman from the state.
Jeffrey Woods on behalf of Laurie Shaver. See you to the right.
Ms. Shaver, please state your name and raise your right hand. I'll swear you in.
Laurie from our previously known as Laurie Shaver.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right. Thank you. Are there any preliminary matters, or are we ready for the jurors?
The only preliminary matter from the state is I do have a courtesy copy for the court regarding the motion about the witness, Johnson. I'm just going to provide you with a file this morning. We don't need to address the merits of this until the defenses start presenting their case.
Yes, sir.
But I told the court and Ms. Williams yesterday that I'd be filing that this morning. Filed it this morning. If you and Mr. Williams courtesy copies.
Yeah. Judge, I've taken up at this time. The state is seeking to exclude Ms. Johnson as the minor's guardian in this case. Judge Singletary had signed an order appointing Ms. Shaver as counsel on behalf of the minor child. Ms. Johnson on behalf of the minor child. She's aware, the state was aware that the child had a guardian appointed. And the concept was, and the understanding is, that somebody's representing the child and somebody would need to appear at the time that she testifies to vouch that her testimony is free and voluntary. We had filed in addition to that, a motion to appoint a psychological, sociological expert for analysis of the minor child to request payment by the state. We did that requesting that there be evidence to be offered in the court that nobody's tampered with the child, that the child's testimony is free and voluntary. The state objected to that. The state objected to Ms. Johnson even being appointed. Judge Singletary saw fit that Ms. Johnson be appointed in the cause. So the state has all along known that Ms. Johnson is a representative of the child, was likely to be called on behalf of the child, and there's no prejudice that the state has inured to the representation that Ms. Johnson has not formally been listed as a defense witness on the defense witness list. They were on notice the whole time that Ms. Johnson's involved in the case and representing the child. As I advised the state yesterday at the court, that the competency of any minor is always an issue, and somebody has to vouch that the child or the minor's testimony is free and voluntary. That's why we sought the additional appointment of a psychological expert so there'd be all alleviation of any doubt that the testimony is free and voluntary. And I stated to the court as well that Ms. Johnson's testimony would be called for a limited purpose, and that is to advise the court that she's gone over the rights with the minor child. She's spoken with the child, that the child appears to desire to testify free and voluntary, that there's been no coercion, no tampering with the child, and all testimony and interviews have occurred in her presence. So her presence is very limited in this case, all of which the state has been aware from the very beginning.
And would Ms. Johnson be available for proffer?
She'll be available probably tomorrow. Judge, we told her that we believe that the state's going to rest and she'll be available tomorrow.
All right, that's what the state was suggesting in their motion, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what time? Could we have her proffer at 8:30 tomorrow morning?
Sure.
Mr. Wiggs?
That's fine.
All right. We'll continue to court will reserve ruling, and Ms. Johnson will be requested to be here at 8:30 tomorrow morning, where a proffer will be conducted.
Oh my. So, yep, they're going ahead with her 16-year-old daughter testifying. And they're saying it's not coerced. Like, oh dear. Carol Hearn says, no coercion, my foot, right? Oh my goodness. So tomorrow, 8:30, a proffer, I don't know. Will they stream that? I wonder. Interesting. Okay.
Presume the greater motion or the greater purpose of the state, Judge, is the state, Ms. Johnson met with the state, relaying the information that the child had relayed to her, and seeking to promote the interest of the child, that the state investigate the case and speak with the child. The state was unwilling to investigate or to speak with the minor child at any time. So I believe that's what the shutdown attempt is, but the judge has previously approved the order. The state's had full knowledge that she's involved in the case.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, just because Mr. Wiggs has insinuated this on multiple occasions about the state's refusal to talk to her. We deposed her. We subpoenaed her. By way of subpoenaing her, we gave her immunity for her statements, knowing what Mr. Wiggs said she was going to say. So these references that the state refused to talk to this child is patently false. It's on the record that there is a deposition of her where I questioned the witness about what happened in an official setting once the witness, and that happened after the witness was listed by Mr. Wiggs. So saying that the state never talked to her, refused to look into this, refused to do it, is just false, and there's record activity that shows that that is not true.
What they did, Judge, is late in the game they spoke to her, way after we originally proffered to the state what she would say. They just took a defensive position with the minor. They never took the information that she relayed to them and went with it. The information that we had relayed to the jury in our opening about Mr. Townsend's involvement. They never did a thing with it. So the only thing they did is they took a defensive deposition late in the game.
The court will reserve ruling, and the matter will be addressed tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other matters?
One other matter, Judge. Ms. Felmer brought to my attention, looking at social media, some of the state's witnesses have been on social media, monitoring social media, and those witnesses were Kendall Davidowski, Kendall Windsor, I think her name is now, and Rebecca Filmer. We have screenshots of their communications and that they were looking at it and commenting on it on social media yesterday, long after the rule of sequestration has been voted. If I need to approach the court, show the court the screenshot.
Have you shown the state? Have you shown the state?
No, we haven't.
Please show the state if you would.
Oh dear, they just dropped the phone. Nicole is saying, where's the proof? Hope 8 Fear says, her no damn phone. Yeah, Janet says, watching Grizzly True Crime. Kendall was here in our chat yesterday. So, and they mentioned, Rebecca? I don't know. We shall see now what they say.
Well, first of all, Kendall Windsor's not testifying.
All right, so that's a non-issue. What about Rebecca Filmer?
I don't see anything where she's made any sort of comments about anything.
All right, take your time.
This is supposed to be 4 hours ago from yesterday, which is like daylight broadcast, and there's 3 of
This
them.
screenshot from court TV is yesterday.
So no, they just said that Kendall is not supposed to testify. Well, she's not going to testify, so there's no problem there. Oh my word, like when does Laurie have time to get all these receipts? You know what I mean? She's like, oh, okay, who is she paying to watch the chat? You know what I mean? You look if any of these people are there. Like, my goodness, you want a mistrial, you have another trial, right?
We can address it when Ms. Filmer testifies.
All right. Then are there any court will reserve?
Okay, so yeah, some watching Grizzly True Crime, and they just mentioned Court TV, so they'll address that later with chatters in the chat rooms on the online coverage, of course.
Are there any other issues?
That's it, Judge.
All right, we'll call the jurors in. Thank you. Please call the jurors.
Yes, Melissa Loves True Crime says, sending love to Kendall, though. Absolutely. And Kendall, I hope if you're watching, I hope you feel safe here with us. You're welcome to chat here with us. They just said, they just confirmed. Laurie's making some issues there. Yeah, Kendall was chatting there. She was. I believe that Laurie's husband, Travis, is it his mom that's Kendall? I think that's what I gathered yesterday. I'll double check. But I hope, Kendall, that you're okay, that if you're watching, you feel safe here with us.
Good morning. Please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. And a question for all of the jurors. Have you spoken to anyone about the case? Okay. Have you spoken to each other about the case? Okay. Everyone has indicated no to those questions. And have you interacted with any of the attorneys? Okay. Everyone has indicated no. Have you viewed any media concerning the case? Okay. Everyone has indicated no. Have you conducted any research regarding the case? Everyone has indicated no. Thank you very much. Thank you again for your time, attention, and patience today. State, you may proceed.
state calls Robert Seha.
Judge, can we approach, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go forward.
But the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. I am Robert Seha. I am the owner and operator of the equestrian facility on the premises of the location that you guys are all talking about in this case behind.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
We just asked you a little bit of questions. We got you here. When you're talking about you operate that facility, was that a piece of property which was a neighbor to the Shaver residence?
Correct.
And through that, did you meet Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And do you see her in the courtroom today? Can you identify her by something that she's wearing?
Yes. Right over here in the black blazer.
Okay. Which seat is she in?
In the middle.
Okay. Now, did you ever know Michael Shaver?
No.
Had you ever met Travis Filmer?
I have.
Now, when did your business move into that property?
2016, operations started to begin.
Okay. And do you remember what month?
The summer months. Construction phases happened a couple months in the summer months, and then started getting heavily right between the summer to the...
Now, at some point, did you purchase a firearm from Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And what was the circumstances that happened?
Circumstances where I got a text, would you be interested in a firearm or someone that you know of?
And who was that text from?
Laurie Shaver.
Okay. And did you express potential interest?
Yes.
And can you describe the firearm that she was selling?
Yes, it's a pink 38 special with black handle and a little bit of chrome or gray.
Did you end up purchasing this one?
Yes.
Now, at some point, law enforcement had come on to the property for a couple of days executing a search warrant. Were you aware, or did you ever see that activity?
Yes.
Do you remember if when the purchase of that weapon was in relation to that search?
Approximately 3 months, 2 to 3 months beforehand.
Okay. And did you end up purchasing that weapon?
Yes.
Showing you it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit R for identification. Going to go ahead and just ask.
I wish they asked him to spell out his surname there. I didn't hear that. That was Robert like Seha or something. I don't know how to spell it. So it's just Robert, equestrian facility owner on that property. Okay. And so Peniel says, Kendall, Travis's mom, told us yesterday she is estranged from Travis because of Laurie. Wow, that's... And Laurie is just like, yeah, she was in chat. This is the problem. Like, it's not a problem because she's not testifying. Like, my goodness. Wow.
Here. Let's go ahead and open it up with the seat out there. Without taking that out or anything like that, do you recognize that firearm?
Yes, I do.
Is that the firearm that you purchased from Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And the color and other features of it are distinctive to you?
The colors match and very distinctive.
And after that purchase occurred, at some point did law enforcement come to make contact with you and ask about this firearm?
Correct.
And at that time, did you turn this firearm over to law enforcement?
I did.
This time the state moved State's Exhibit R into evidence. It states 26.
Judge, again, we renew our objection. It's not relevant. It's not probative to any material fact in this case. This gun has not been linked to this crime in any form or any manner.
All right, the objection is overruled. States R will be entered into evidence as states number 26.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Yes. Morning, Mr. Seahas. How are you?
Seha.
Pardon me?
Seha.
Seahas, okay. Excuse me.
Nice, nice. Correct the pronunciation. Seha. So Robert Seha. Not sure how to spell that. Trying to just look at the PCA if it's anywhere there. So anyway, this is
When you purchased this gun, no statements were made by Ms. Shaver indicating it had been used in any crime or any ill-motive purpose, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if Ms. Shaver had ever sold any other items from her residence?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Now, did there come a time when you contacted Ms. Shaver advising her that you'd seen somebody trespassing on her property?
Correct.
Okay, tell us about that.
Okay. So, as stated,
Relevance.
we have the...
Sidebar, please. Hold on, sir.
at least the white noise is more like rain, you know. Esme's like, is Laurie watching Grizzly True Crime? It does seem like she is.
So, sir, you had seen somebody trespassing upon the property, correct?
Correct. I wouldn't possibly say just trespass until we're from the horse. I'll get it in perspective. We are 10 acres away. On the other side, I see a human silhouette. I don't know at that time if anyone was supposed to be there or not, but from the current situation of, I believe that Laurie was off the property, no one should be there. At that point, I would assume it would be on the terms of trespassing, but not 100%.
So you knew Laurie was off the property at that time or away from the residence?
Correct.
One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a degree in analyzing silhouettes? How do you know what was human, huh? I foresee those questions. Do you also? Do you have an IT degree?
No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. State?
Just say when did that happen?
I cannot recall.
Was it 2019, 2020, 2021?
It would be in the realm of 2018.
Okay. And so sometime in 2018, but you don't know when.
Springtime, possibly around 2018, if I'm recollecting around there.
And you didn't see this silhouette carrying anything or doing anything?
No, as 10 acres is, depending on where you're at, about 660 feet to 1,000 feet away. It's a little bit harder to see.
And you actually don't even know who this person is?
No clue, nothing.
And you are just assuming that this person was not supposed to be there?
Correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs? May the witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Your next witness, please.
State calls Joseph Bray.
So if you didn't hear yesterday, at the end of the day 2 stream, the state said that they have about 15 or so more witnesses. So totaling around 32 or 33. And today we've already seen number 19. So this will be witness number 20 in the trial coming up now.
Good morning, sir. Please come up to the witness stand. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Joseph Leigh Bray, JOSEPHLEEBRAY.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Joseph Bray.
Where do you work?
I own JB Guns.
What is JD Guns?
It's a retail sporting goods firearm business.
Where is that located?
It's in Bushnell, Florida.
And have you ever had an occasion to meet Laurie Shaver?
I did. I met her at an audio shop in Lake County.
And when you were there, did you overhear Ms. Shaver discussing with any other individuals potential sale of firearms?
Yes, the owner of the audio shop, she was talking to him about possibly trading guns for maybe audio work.
And as an individual that owns a gun shop, was that of interest to you?
It was. I sat back and waited for her to quit talking to the owner, and once she walked away from the owner, I went up to him and said, if you're not interested in any of this, I would be interested in possibly asking her about purchasing the firearms.
And did you ultimately, are you aware whether or not she did in fact sell any of those firearms to the audio shop?
I believe she did trade one firearm to the audio shop owner.
Did you end up purchasing any firearms from her?
I did, yes, sir.
And how many firearms and what was the price that you paid?
I purchased 9 in total from her, and I believe we agreed on $1,000.
And what kind of firearms did you purchase?
There was a little bit of everything. There was a AR-15, there was a few Colt revolvers, older revolvers, Maverick 88 shotgun, an old 410 bolt action shotgun, an old FN 1900, and there was a Marlin Model 60 and I believe a Winchester 94.
And at some point, did you reach out and tell law enforcement about these firearms that you had purchased?
I did, yes, sir. After I saw the news coverage about the missing person, I recognized the house and Miss Shaver, and I reached out to a friend that worked at Sumter County.
And ultimately,
Damn, she sold all his guns for $1,000. Surely it's worth more than that, right? She was just Laurie Shaver was trying to sell up all of Michael Shaver's stuff. She was offering, I think she actually offered this guy, like, don't you also want to buy the truck? You want to buy the house? You can buy the house, $150,000, how about that? So if you didn't hear that before, it's on the probable cause affidavit that we discussed on day 1. So if you want to just go over that, it is helpful just to have some of those facts that sometimes, I don't know, we haven't heard all of the things there yet, but there's more witnesses to come, of course. So, wow. Just probably selling off the murder weapon. Yes.
did you relay this information to the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
I did, yes, sir.
Nothing further at this time.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, sir. Police report.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bray, was there a male with Miss Shaver?
There was, yes, sir.
Yeah, tall man,
Yes.
dark hair,
I don't remember his hair color. I just remember a taller, in-shape man with her.
kind of thin. Mm-hmm. Okay. How high? Do you remember?
I do not. I just remember he was quite a bit taller than she was.
Yeah, taller than me.
What's that, sir?
Taller than me.
I would say so.
Was he introduced to you at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, do you happen to know whether or not any of these guns were tested by law enforcement?
As far as I'm aware, they were not.
Okay. Were any of these guns returned to you
What do you mean returned to me?
after law enforcement had done whatever they had to do with them? Did anybody tell you that we don't need these?
I had already sold the guns long before law enforcement
Okay.
found out about them.
So you had sold them,
Yes, sir.
okay, when law enforcement spoke to you. But you recall this male with Miss Shaver, correct?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, State.
Mr. Bray, when did you purchase these guns from Ms. Shaver?
Like date-wise, I believe it was December 5th to like the 8th, somewhere right in there, because I logged them in my logbook on the 8th of December.
Which year?
15?
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. All right, sir. You are released from further testimony. Have a good day. Thank you for being here today.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The state calls Travis Filmer.
Ooh, I'm just like, wait, Travis Filmer, wait. And then I'm like, oh my word, that's her current husband. Travis Filmer. That's why her YouTube channel is called Laurie Filmer from that video that we watched the other day. I can't help but laugh at it. Okay, I can't help. It was her and her defense attorney pleading with the public, for financial support and that she's innocent. And she is innocent till proven guilty. I will always say that she is. I know that. There's a lot of circumstantial evidence in this case, which is why today's thumbnail is like, is circumstantial evidence enough? Is it? Do you think it's enough? Are they proving the case? I mean, I hope so, but Travis is going to take the stand. Susie's like, oh, oh, shoot. Is that what you tried to? Oh, shoot. It's her husband. I wish I could repeat that. Oh, shoot, everyone. It's her husband, Travis Filmer. Here we go. Are you ready? I know I'm stalling, but I'm just like, it's her husband. I can't believe it. Here we go. Okay. Let me say this. I wonder if the defense... What's the defense? What's their strategy going to be with this?
All right, good morning. Please come up to the witness stand.
You know what else? I don't think it's her legal husband, right? Right? Because she was still technically married to Michael Shaver when he was missing, which he was actually buried in the backyard. And so on the PCA, I noticed that they say married Travis. But what does that mean? Like married? Are they legally married? Because wouldn't he normally not have to testify against her? I don't know. But like, okay, I'm nervous. Let's see what is going to happen now.
Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to go. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Yes, my name is Travis Filmer, Travisfilmer.
All right, please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please.
Oh, damn. Okay, I wonder how he feels about all this. Although, as we said, Kendall, his mother, has been in our chat here saying that the way it sounds is as if Laurie's isolated him from his whole family too. That's what it sounded like, basing that on what was said in the chat. So take it with a grain of salt, but still, it's like, what? It does seem to be her MO, right? My goodness. Denny Dawn said, why is the state calling her current husband? Was it going to be called by both sides? I don't know. And somebody said, Heidi, it would have to be your legal husband to take his last name. And she didn't officially. It's on her YouTube channel. Remember, she just said her surname, I think she's Johnson. Right? Now, that's true as well. Alexandra says if hubby's dead, she's legally married to Travis. Oh my goodness. This is hectic. Okay.
Please proceed.
Morning. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, my name is Travis. I'm Laurie's husband.
And are you a convicted felon?
Correct.
How many times have you been convicted of a felony?
I have 2 charges against me. 2 convictions.
Would it help refresh your recollection of that if I showed you your judgment, sir?
Sure.
Do you remember this case?
Yes. Yes.
One felony there?
Yep.
Like, I have so many questions. Don't you also feel like that? Like, oh my word, like, how does it feel to be married to a lady who buried her husband on her property, allegedly? And then to have your initials in the concrete right there where he was buried. Oh my goodness, I have so many questions. Okay, so Laurie's husband, Travis Filmer, is here. And what did I want to say? I don't know, man. I was going to say something. Now I lost my train of thought. Sorry about that.
In this case, 2 felonies.
Oh, so when I was 18, that was 2?
So you have a total of 3.
Okay. Yeah.
You agree with that?
I do.
Now, you said you're Laurie Shaver's husband.
Correct.
Can you identify her and point her out in court today, please?
Laurie's right there.
And which seat is she sitting in?
The second.
And how did you meet Ms. Shaver?
I met Miss Filmer at through my brother. He knew her from the gym, and he introduced us at her residence at a get-together that he had put together with his now current wife.
And when was that get-together?
Late January 2016, I believe.
And why did your brother put together a gathering at her house?
And he said it was something for work, a get-together for work.
Were you aware of any time that either your brother or his now wife was living at the Shaver residence?
At that time, no.
When did they live there?
I think his wife was there. She was there sometime before that, I guess.
Okay, so she was living there before that time frame in 2016.
Correct.
And when did you and Ms. Shaver start dating?
Late May of 2016.
So between January and May, what was your relationship at that time?
We didn't have one.
Did you communicate, text, phone, anything like that?
Well, we had a few conversations here and there, but we didn't. I was in a relationship. She made it very clear to me the first night that we met that she was in a relationship. So we didn't communicate.
And at the time that you started dating, had she ever told you what her marital status was?
No, sir.
Had she ever told you that she was single, but she had been previously divorced?
She told me that she was in a relationship with a gentleman, but at that time never got into any marital status.
Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
I do.
Do you remember saying anything different about what her representations of her marital status was at that time?
At the time that we first met?
I'm talking about when you started dating her. Did she ever talk about her marital status?
No.
Okay. Do you remember giving that deposition?
I remember having a deposition, correct.
I'm going to go ahead and refer to page 4, line 25, Mr. Woods, showing you a copy of that deposition. Go ahead and read to yourself line 24 and 25.
Yeah, that didn't happen at that time.
Had she ever told you that she was divorced?
Yes, sir.
All right. What was her ex-husband's name then?
Michael.
And what did she tell you about the whereabouts of her ex-husband at that time?
She just told me that they were divorced and that he wanted nothing to do with the family, did not know where he was, and he was not around.
And had she expressed to you that he left and wasn't having contact with the children?
Correct.
And how long did you date until you moved into her home?
A few months.
Do you remember about when you actually moved in, what month it would have been?
Probably July, late July.
And who all was living at that home at that time?
Laurie, her two kids, and Becca.
And Rebecca is?
Rebecca. Yeah.
That would be your brother's girlfriend at the time?
Correct.
Now, and they're now married?
Correct.
How long did Rebecca stay living in that home?
I don't know.
Did she end up moving out around December 31st, 2016?
I have no idea.
Okay. And in December 31st, 2015, did you have some sort of commitment ceremony with Laurie Shaver?
I'm sorry, you just said December 31st, 2015.
Thank you for correcting me. December 31st, 2016.
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you say commitment ceremony, what is that?
Just a commitment to each other under God.
And had you had any discussions about why you wouldn't just get legally married at that point?
Yes, sir.
And why did she tell you that she didn't want to get legally married?
Laurie, when we were talking about marriage, in conversation, told me that she did not want to sign.
All right, sidebar, please.
Okay.
Extreme trauma and abuse of her previous marriage.
So that's okay. So they had a commitment ceremony on December 31st of 2016. Remember that Michael Shaver was murdered, they believe, between November 7th and 10th of 2015. Okay? And so Travis is saying that he only started dating Laurie in May of 2016, and then they had this commitment ceremony. Now we're going to hear, okay, why did you not get married then? Right? Obviously, we know why. I'm just saying, Let's hear. It's very interesting. This insight is so interesting. Oh my goodness. Dr. Bray says she isn't actually divorced. She actually wasn't divorced. She was pretending that her husband had just abandoned the whole family, you know, just packed up and left. And yet allegedly using his phone and his social media accounts to make it look like he was still around and just didn't want to speak to anyone. Said that he was in Georgia, but she was using like his money to buy things like lingerie and all sorts of things. Oh my word, okay. And he was actually buried in the backyard. And then in the backyard, she poured the concrete, you know, there's this concrete slab with a fire pit, and he was buried under the concrete slab. And very near to where his body was buried, she'd put Travis, this guy, her now husband's initials, and her initials with a little heart in the cement. Which is very high school, hey, for her. My goodness. It's so hectic. Sorry, I don't want to miss the first word now. Let me take the sound off for you, okay? Dr. Barry, thank you for being here. You said so sad. I hate that she's blaming her child. I know, right?
To make her property.
All right. Do you remember giving a deposition where I asked you a very...
You see, every time I skip just a few seconds, we miss a word or two, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to miss a word or two.
Trauma and abuse of her previous.
We're going to just have to put up with the white noise until he says his first word, okay? Sorry about that. We don't want to miss it. I'll turn the white noise off for you again. Marie says this dude looks snarky. Phoebe says she was making him a suspect right from the beginning. My goodness. But he smiled when he looked at her. You know?
She did not want to get legally married.
She told me that due to the extreme trauma and abuse of her previous marriage, she did not want to sign a contract with another man that she felt like gives the man to make her property.
All right. Do you remember giving a deposition where I asked you a very similar question?
Yes, sir.
And at that time you said she didn't want to get married because she had financial issues.
100%.
Okay. So not what you just said.
No.
But financial.
Together with what I just said.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and show you that deposition. Just going to go ahead and ask you to reference that section where you're talking about that.
I'd ask the state to advise them the page and line that they're referencing.
Yes, please recite the page and line number. Thank you.
It is page 8, lines 8 through 11. Mr. Fuller, you got up to review that?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you did not say anything about the violence. It was about financial issues.
I did not.
Okay. But now when you're testifying, when your wife is facing murder charges, now your testimony has changed.
She was facing murder charges when we had that deposition.
But your testimony has changed.
It has not.
Okay. Now in September of 2016, did you help pour a cement slab in the backyard of the residence where you are now living?
I did.
And who helped you with that?
Laurie.
Did your brother help you with that as well?
No, sir.
In order to do that, did you go and rent a cement mixer from Home Depot?
I did.
All right. I'm showing you, show defense. It's been previously marked with State's Exhibit AA. You recognize this receipt?
Sure.
And is that the receipt for the cement mixer that you rented to help pour this?
Yeah, it looks like one.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state removes State's AA into evidence. This State's number 27.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without
It's quite something. Someone says, wowzers, he doesn't, there we go, healing art. He doesn't mind that she lied to him because obviously her saying it's due to the extreme trauma of the abuse that she suffered with her ex-husband, which he was her current husband. He was just buried in the backyard. That's the truth. So, but wouldn't he, like, he would know that now, like to think back and go, so you didn't want to get married because you couldn't, because you were still legally married to your missing husband, right? And after they'd found his body, then they could get legally married, but Why would you stay with her? Oh my goodness.
Objection. States AA will be moved into evidence as states number 27.
And can you go ahead and just read out when that was rented?
When it was rented?
Yes.
The date says 9/12/2016.
At that commitment ceremony that you referenced in December of 2016, what was Laurie wearing?
A white dress.
And did someone escort her to where you were?
Yes, I'm trying to remember who that was.
Was it your grandfather?
Yes, sir, it was.
Was there basically some sort of official there doing the proceeding?
Correct.
For anyone looking at this would look like a wedding.
100%.
And had you represented to everyone that you were getting married at that time?
No.
Okay, so no one thought that this was a wedding?
No.
I'm going to go ahead and show you states CC for identification.
All right, let's have a sidebar, please. All right, thank you. As a housekeeping matter, states AA exhibit or item of evidence number 27 is now properly marked for identification purposes as states BB Bravo Bravo and has been entered into evidence as states number 27. All right, please proceed. Thank you.
Showing a witness what has been previously marked as states CC. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is that a photograph from this commitment ceremony?
That is.
And is this a true and accurate depiction of the ceremony on that day, December 31st, 2016?
Yes, sir.
All right, this time the state moves CC into evidence as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
Okay.
State CC will be entered into evidence as states number 28.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes, sir.
So at the time you were doing this ceremony in this fashion in front of your friends and family, you're saying that you had not represented this as a wedding?
That we told everybody it was a ceremony, correct.
Now, in 2018, law enforcement responds to your home, and eventually skeletal remains are found in your backyard. You remember that?
I do.
And at that time, did you ask Miss Shaver how that body got back?
I did not.
So, this person that you were in this committed relationship.
I'm could just pause there. You didn't ask? Oh, wow. There's human remains right there where we put the concrete before. Why is that? And it's like, no, I didn't ask her. Why not? Oh, no. You have to ask. Okay, sorry, Captain.
Relationship with that had told you that her husband had just left, just had no contact with the kids. There's a body found in the backyard, and you don't ask her a single question.
That's not exactly what happened. Laurie called me on the day that the detective showed up at the house. I was at work. I had just gotten off work, and she called me sobbing, crying, and I asked her what was wrong. She proceeded to tell me that detectives had shown up at the house and they were asking about Michael. She then told me that they had left. I told her I will be home shortly. I worked real close to where we were living, and I got home, walked in the house. As soon as I walked in the house, a detective knocked on the door. He proceeded to ask me if I knew anything about Michael. I said no, I've never met him. I couldn't even tell you what he looks like if you showed me a picture. which detectives did show me a picture. I was like, okay. They just told me, we'll be in touch, and that was that. I walked back in the house. I told Laurie, I said, it looks like something serious is going on. You need to get an attorney.
But specifically, you did not ask her anything about the fact that that body was found in the backyard.
Correct.
It's very difficult to understand that. To just be like, oh, something serious is going on, you better get an attorney. Instead of, why the hell are there human remains in the backyard? It would take months. Maybe that's why. He didn't know it was Michael, but they showed a picture of Michael. But it took months to actually identify the remains. So, ooh, but still, even now. Wow.
Do you remember ever saying that at one point you did ask her about it and she said she had no idea about it?
No, sir.
No. After the body was discovered, did you speak with law enforcement?
I had multiple conversations with law enforcement.
Did you ever make the statement, it is not that he is, the statement relaying from Ms. Shaver, that it is not that he is missing, it is that he is no longer walking the face of this earth? Have you ever made that statement to law enforcement?
Thank you for bringing that up, because there's a point of clarification. I understand
Sir,
what
please don't argue. Please answer the question.
Yes, sir. I did not make that statement.
Okay. You never made that statement to law?
Not exactly as you're saying it, no.
Did you ever make that statement to Robert Proper?
Not as you're saying it, no.
And who is Robert Proper?
He's somebody that I have done work for.
Is he a friend of yours?
No, sir.
Have you known him for a long time?
I have known of him for a long time.
You have no issues with him, though?
I do not.
You are now officially married to Ms. Shaver, correct? Correct. When did that occur?
2020.
Do you have any children with her?
I do.
How many?
2.
What are their names?
Erilyn and Samuel.
Has your relationship with your brother and your family changed in any way since you started a relationship with Ms. Shaver?
Not since I started a relationship with her, since this investigation started.
Has there ever been a time where Ms. Shaver used your phone to text your brother where she was acting as if she was you?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you ever told anyone that she did that?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, may it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Travis, let's take up with one of the last issues that the state was asking you about some statement. The state was implying that you had made some statement possibly that Laurie made about, well, he's not walking this earth, something of that nature. Could you tell us the circumstances of any questioning by law enforcement?
Law enforcement wanted to have an interview with me, and I did not want to speak with them. One of the detectives had told me that if I do not speak with them, I would feel the full force of the United States government. I ended up having a conversation with that detective, and I told him that I was working for Mr. Proper, and that him and I were sitting on the back of my truck at the time, and he asked me what did I think was going on. And I proceeded to tell him that based on law enforcement's response, I didn't think that this was a welfare check. I didn't think that he was walking around anymore.
I see. Now, tell me about, did law enforcement come out to the residence and say they were conducting a welfare check?
I believe so.
Okay, did you confront or speak with law enforcement in the backyard about their presence and why they were there?
No, the only time I spoke with law enforcement at the property was the day that they were doing their investigation.
Okay. Did law enforcement question you in the yard whether or not you saw anything unusual or anything of that nature?
Oh, during the interview, law enforcement asked me if I had ever seen anything unusual, and I pointed a place out in the very back of the yard and said if I had to point something out, I would say this is, and it was a large mound. It was a large mound of dirt. So I pointed that out. The officer had the property pulled up on his phone, Google Earth, and he proceeded to point me towards the fireplace and asked me if there was anything unusual about the fireplace. I said no. I said the only thing that I've ever seen unusual is this very large amount of dirt in the back of the property. He then directed me back to the fireplace, and he did that a few times. And I just told him, I said, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I see. Okay. So there was a period of time in which this patio was poured, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
There was a period of time, as the state's referenced, about a mixer being rented, correct? Okay. You and Laurie pouring the patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the state has suggested...
Sorry to pause it there, Stefan. You're thinking what I'm thinking. Was there anything unusual about the fireplace or the fire pit? And, Travis is like, no. Yes, the initials. That little heart and the initials in the concrete. Oh, dear.
That this date of death was, I believe, around 9/12/16.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right. Sidebar, please. There's an objection.
Okay. Yeah, this is well. Miss B. Haven says, so the sunken, discolored part of the fire pit wasn't a clue? Oh, man. Go forward a little more. Okay. Yes, Eileen said the initials and heart makes it even more gruesome.
Please disregard that date. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Sorry, I don't want to miss a thing. I'll put the sound back on when it's not just white noise. Okay, here we go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, a specific date was stated on the record. Please disregard that date. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. So law enforcement directs you to this patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
You helped lay the patio, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything unusual as you laid the patio?
No, when Laurie and I first met, the patio / fireplace that is in question right now, the dirt was already graded out. The form of the fireplace was already there. So there was concrete bags in one of the sheds that was at the property when I met Laurie.
How long had they sat on the property, to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Were they there several months or what?
After Laurie and I met?
Yeah.
Oh, it was months.
Did there appear to be any hurry to lay a patio?
No, sir. In fact, the only reason why we decided to lay the patio was Isabel, Laurie's oldest daughter, her birthday's in September. So we were going to have a large get-together, a birthday party, and the area around the fire pit was all mud. So...
No! Oh, my word. Don't tell me that they had the eldest daughter's birthday party at that fire pit. Oh, no. And is that the one that's going to testify? It sounds like it. Oh, no. Marie said, gee, he's watching what he says. He has to go home with her tonight. Yeah, we don't want him to go missing, too. Okay. Oh, man.
we decided, well, the concrete's there in the shed. We're going to go ahead and lay that so people don't have to stand in mud during the celebration.
Okay. And the mixer that you rented, did you use a credit card or cash?
I don't remember. It could have been either or.
There wasn't any effort to try to conceal your whereabouts, disguise your presence in there, correct?
No.
Anybody substitute their presence for you?
No, sir.
Did you ask anybody other than taking care of this personally?
No, sir.
Okay.
Stefan Snark is on point today. You say Wiggs has no degree in architecture. This is not a patio. You guys saw it yesterday, right? If you didn't, go check it out yesterday. Oh my goodness. Actually, I'll find a picture now.
Did you see evidence of any crime within the residence the whole time you were there?
Never.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Look at that
That's all I have.
patio.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. Redirect?
No, sir.
And may the witness be excused from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day. Okay, your next witness.
Robert Prober.
Yes, Annie T says pure evil sitting there around the fire pit knowing he's buried while she celebrates her daughter's birthday. And even worse, that she somehow is now, which the defense attorney says, no, it's not cursed, but the daughter, one of her daughters, or the daughter is going to testify and say that it's her, that she's allegedly going to say it's her that pulled the trigger. She's the one who shot her dad to protect her mom. Like, what? This is just... I hope eventually she will realize, yeah, her mom doesn't... It doesn't seem like her mom has her best interest at heart, right? To think of that birthday celebration there. Whew, that's scary. She didn't even look at her own husband when he's walking out. She's always looking over her shoulder. She's always looking at everyone. Not today.
Good morning, sir. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Robert Proper. Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T, Proper, P-R-O-P-E-R.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Robert Bob Proper, live in Groveland. I'm not sure what all you need.
Do you know Travis Felony?
I do.
And how do you know him?
Through my church, Real Life Christian Church.
And how long have you known Mr. Filmer?
Since approximately 2013, 2014, something like that.
And what is your relationship with him?
Friend. I believe in mentoring and try to work with young men, and he's somebody that I met, and we became friends.
And through that, have you ever met Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
Has there ever been a time frame where you would socialize with Travis Filmer and Laurie Shaver?
Well, we did have some small group sessions together with other couples. We did financial counseling and some marital type relationship counseling.
And do you have any personal knowledge about when their relationship started or when they moved in together or anything like that?
Not specifically, no.
And had she ever made any representations about what had happened with her prior husband?
That she was divorced and he was gone.
Now, at some point, an investigation starts and law enforcement is on the Shaver, at the Shaver property, and the remains of Michael Shaver are found. Did you have any conversations with Travis Filmer about what was going on at that time?
Not specifically about those actions. My interaction with him was a little bit different than that.
At any point did he tell you any statements about what Laurie said about her husband?
Objection.
Sidebar, please.
So let's go a little bit forward.
Judge, what about... it's okay. All right. Ezra, please.
Okay. I'll put the sign back on when the noise is over. Joanna says, a character witness for Travis. Yes. I giggle because he's like me. You know, look at like he's sitting here, right? But I always wonder, isn't it like uncomfortable when the camera's on you and the whole courtroom is looking at you, and then they have these sidebars? I'd also be like, like it's just like he's like, okay, man. You know, to just sit still and just be like staring straight ahead must be so awkward. Oh my goodness.
Did Mr. Filmer make a statement that he said represented from Laurie Shaver?
Yes. Yes.
What was that?
We were discussing Mr. Shaver's disappearance, and he made the statement basically that it wasn't a matter of he was missing, he was no longer walking the earth.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Yeah, and please support. And was that Mr. Filmer's opinion?
He's the one that told me.
Yeah. He made some statement to you that, well, maybe he's not walking this earth, correct?
He told me that it wasn't a matter of missing, that it was a matter of he wasn't walking the earth.
That was what he speculated.
That was his statement to me.
What he speculated, correct?
His statement to me.
That's your argument.
It was his statement.
Overruled. Please continue.
I'm sorry?
That's what you speculated his thought process was, correct?
No, sir.
Did you get any statement in writing from this man?
I had no need to.
Did you have a counseling session with him?
I'm not a counselor. I'm a friend.
Do you do any counseling?
Not professionally.
Okay, do you do any premarital counseling?
Not professionally.
Okay, well, I mean, you don't hold a degree.
Do you have a degree in counseling?
Correct.
Do you want to officially hold yourself out and do any kind of counseling?
I routinely meet with young men and older men. I'm doing that tonight.
Okay, so you do some counseling and some unofficiated counseling without a degree?
I would call it mentoring.
Mentoring, okay, that's what you call it. Well, whatever Travis said to you is not documented, correct?
Just just my word.
Okay, just your
It's in the probable cause affidavit, so it's documented now.
word, and your word may be different than Mr. Filmer's, correct?
All I'm doing is repeating what he told me.
Okay. And you recognize that reasonable minds may differ as to what was said or what may be interpreted, correct?
I don't know what you mean by that, but
Okay.
I can...
One person may watch TV.
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
No, not. He says he doesn't know what
All right, overruled. Please proceed.
somebody may watch.
Wow. Oh, it's a spicy day. Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative. No, I'm not. Well, there you go. You literally are being argumentative. Anyway, that was overruled. They're continuing on.
TV and see something on TV and interpret it a little different than the person seated next to him, correct?
Certainly that can happen.
Right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Yes, sir.
And may the witness be released from the subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Your next witness.
State calls Alston Filmer.
Austin Filmer. Is that going to be Travis's twin brother, who is now estranged from, allegedly because of Laurie? Travis, Laurie's husband now, is allegedly estranged from his entire family because Laurie, you know, she's got him to herself.
Yes, sir. Come on up for a sidebar. Thank you.
Let's go forward a little bit. Okay.
All right, at this point, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we'll take a comfort break for about 5-10 minutes. And thank you again for your time and attention. Please take the jurors out. Thank you.
Let's see what happens now. Angie, you say just a friend. I'm trying to help become a better person, but he's not heeding my advice. He chose Laurie. Are you a friend of Travis?
All right, please be seated. All right, sir, I'm going to make a preliminary inquiry. I'll swear you in. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Austin James Filmer, Austin Jamesfilmer.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. And are you married?
Yes, sir.
Who is your wife?
Rebecca Urbanowski.
Okay. And so Rebecca Urbanowski, not Filmer.
Correct. She didn't take my last name.
All right, sir. And have you at any time seen your wife, Rebecca Urbanowski, conducting any research regarding this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Did she?
Twin brothers. So like they look like identical twin brothers, right? Oh my word. It's like, is Travis back? No, that's his brother Austin. Okay.
Did you see your wife viewing any media concerning this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you done any research concerning this case? Have you viewed any media concerning this case?
No, sir.
Has your wife Rebecca spoken to you about conducting any research in the case?
No, sir.
Has she spoken to you about making any comments on social media about the case?
No, sir.
All right. And the state wish to inquire? Okay, Mr. Wiggs.
Do you know if your wife's been looking at any social media?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Is that to the satisfaction of the parties?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Then let's take a 5-minute comfort break while the jury's out. And Mr. Filmer, you're welcome to leave the witness stand if you wish. And
Okay.
We'll call you back.
Okay.
As soon as the break's over, we'll call you.
All right. We're in recess.
All right, everyone. See you in 10 minutes. No, I'm just kidding. We won't teleport now.
There. Okay. Understood.
I'm guessing when Laurie goes home at night, she checks all the feeds, you know? Especially since she learned that she had a hot mic situation going on. She had to go and listen. What are they hearing? What can they hear us say? Yeah, we heard things. It's definitely not a hot mic situation today. We can't hear it now. Now we're gonna have to resort to lip reading. Okay.
Please be seated.
Yes.
I've seated all the members of
Stefan says Wiggy found the mute button. Yesterday he's like, wait, what? Like I have to do what now?
the jury have returned. Thank you again for your time and attention today. Mr. Filmer, please state your full legal name.
My name is Austin James Filmer.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name's Austin Filmer.
Do you know Travis Filmer?
I do.
How do you know him?
He's my brother.
And are you older or younger?
We're twins.
So are you older or younger?
I'm 4 minutes older.
All right. Do you know Laurie Shaver?
I do.
And how do you know her?
She's married to my brother.
You see her in the courtroom, and can you point her out?
I do.
Right.
She's sitting right there. Blonde hair, black jacket, polka dotted blouse.
Now, when did you first meet the defendant?
It was actually at my place of employment, December 2015, I believe.
And where do you work?
I work at a fitness center in Claremont.
At the time, what was that fitness center called?
It was Gold's Gym at the time.
And has it changed ownership?
Not ownership, but names.
Okay, what is its current name?
Fitness CF.
Now, how did you meet her through that? Well, let me ask you this. Are you married?
I am, yes.
And what's your wife's name?
Rebecca Urbanowski.
Did she also work at that same facility at that time frame?
Yes, sir, she did.
And what circumstances did you meet Laurie Shaver?
My position at the time was to do an initial consultation for anyone joining the gym. So she was scheduled to do the first consultation with me, and I conducted the evaluation. Yeah.
And approximately when was this?
December 2015.
And through that meeting, did your now wife end up becoming involved with Ms. Shaver?
Yes.
And under what capacity was that?
So again, my job was to do a fitness evaluation and then place the potential client with a personal trainer. And my wife was a personal trainer at the time.
And did they start basically working together as a client-trainer relationship?
Yes, sir.
Did they end up becoming friends?
Yes.
And at a certain point, did Rebecca move into Laurie's home?
Yes.
When was that?
Not long after. A month or two, maybe? Yeah, not long after.
So sometime early in 2016?
Yes, sir, correct.
Now, at any point did you live at that residence?
Not per address, but I was there a lot, and I spent a lot of time there.
Okay. And that was because your girlfriend at the time was living there?
Yep, correct.
And how long was Rebecca living at the Shaver residence?
At least 6 months, at least.
At some point, was there something that you believe to be a wedding in December of 2016?
Yes, sir, correct.
Did Rebecca stay living at the home until that time?
Yes.
Now, how did Travis and Laurie end up getting together?
Through my wife and I. Well, she wasn't my wife at the time, but through my girlfriend and I at the time. My brother and I spent time together. We were together. They were friends and roommates. So we had an outing or two where they were introduced.
And did there come to be a period of time where your brother and Ms. Shaver started dating?
Yes, sir.
And when did that start?
Let's see. Becca was there February, so I have to say maybe April, maybe.
And now we're talking 2016?
Yes, sir.
And during the time frame that your now wife was living over there, was there ever a time that you were over helping pouring a cement slab in and around the fire pit?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about how that came to be.
Sure. My brother contacted me, asking me to help him pour concrete around an existing fire pit, I should say. He stated that Laurie wanted concrete poured around the fire pit itself. And I told him, sure, I'd help him out.
But didn't Travis say, nope, no one helped? It was just him and Laurie. Oh, my goodness.
You ever poured a cement slab?
No, sir.
Had your brother ever poured?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you guys have difficulties in pouring them?
Yes, sir, we did.
Now, after the body was found underneath that slab, did you ever have any conversations with Laurie or your brother about that?
Not to a large extent.
Okay. I'm just asking if you had the conversations. Now, up until that point, had Laurie ever said anything about the whereabouts of her previous husband?
Not to me directly.
Okay. Were you ever present when Travis was talking to detectives about things Laurie had said about the body underneath that slab?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what did you hear him say to the detectives about her husband and the body being under that slab?
Objection. Hearsay.
Sidebar, please.
Oh dear. So Anna saying, Travis lied, not surprised. Oh dear. It seems like, I mean, he's just like, nope. It was just him and Laurie. Now Austin is saying that Laurie's the one who, it was her idea, right? Also, yeah, Michael Green was saying how deep was the body below the concrete slab. It was 3 feet deep is what they said in that probable cause affidavit that we read.
Brother had with another.
About that.
So the conversation from the detectives was a conversation that my brother had with another gentleman, and they asked him details of Michael's whereabouts, if he's known anything about their whereabouts. And his reply was something along the lines of, he's no longer walking the earth.
Now, since Laurie became involved with your brother, has your relationship with him changed?
Extremely.
And how so?
For the negative.
And do you have as much contact with him?
Not nearly as much as we used to.
Are you able to visit him as much?
No, I cannot go over there.
And has there ever been a time that you received text messages from your brother that you thought were unusual?
Yes, sir.
And why do they seem unusual to you?
I know the language that my brother and I use when we're speaking to each other. We say things like bro and dude. I have received texts where that language was completely changed. It was more of a direct language than anything. Yeah.
And
Oh my. So the speculation there would be the, damn, so sometimes Laurie even took her own new husband's phone and pretended to be him? What the hell? Yeah, Eileen says Travis perjured himself. So are they going to cuff him or what? He could do jail time if it turns out, like, which story is true now. You know what I mean? But I don't think Austin has any reason to lie. I think Travis might have a reason to lie because he has to go home to Laurie. You know, still with her. Isolated.
Have you ever asked him about those messages and whether or not he sent them?
Yes, sir.
And what did he tell you about that?
He told me it was not him and that I was blocked on his phone.
Has he ever made any statements about Laurie making those texts to you?
He has told me that she blocked me on his phone, yes.
But as far as the text messages that
yes,
you
said
were unusual.
Objection.
All right. Sidebar, please.
So Laurie went ahead and blocked Travis's twin brother on his phone. Sure.
Yeah, or text.
A text, yes.
Okay, so you get a text on one day. Your brother denies he sent it, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. You never witnessed the homicide in this case, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You were not present to testify, hear about any event of violence that may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All you're saying is you got an email on one day.
Do you have is he going to ask that? Probably. Do you have an IT agree? You got an email, huh? You're saying that the text didn't sound like your brother got that IT degree because did you see a homicide?
and your brother tells you Laurie said it, correct?
Per the questions that were asked, yes.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Yes, sir.
May the witness be excused from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for appearing today, sir. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day. All right, your next witness.
The state calls Wilma Nicholas.
Let's watch her as he leaves.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable and let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Wilma Nicholas. It's N-W-I-L-M-A-N-I-C-H-O-L-A-S.
And please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please proceed.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Wilma Nicholas.
And did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was my neighbor.
And when you say he was your neighbor, where were you living?
Sandy Pines Road in Claremont.
And is this ultimately, when you're referring to being a neighbor to the residence where his body was eventually found?
Yes.
As the neighbor, did you also know Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
You see her in the courtroom, and can you identify her by something that she's wearing?
She's sitting over at the defendant table wearing a black blazer.
Okay. Now, how long did you live next door to the Shavers?
The entire time that they lived there.
So you were there first?
Yes.
When did they first move in?
In 2014.
And what kind of neighborhood is that?
It's rural, country, farm.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and show photograph number 1 from State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize this property?
Yes.
Okay, and what property is this?
That's the Shaver property.
Can you just step down and point without touching on the screen where your property is in relation to that?
Sure. This is my house. This was a tack room, carport, garage, and a barn.
And what kind of, is there any sort of fence or anything like that between the two properties?
It's a cattle fence that's just wire.
Okay, so it's nothing that would prevent you from seeing anything?
No.
All right, go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Now, would you ever socialize with them?
Yes, in the beginning we did.
And was there a period of time in 2014 that Michael Shaver moved out of them?
Several periods of time.
And did he return? When did he return to live back in the home?
Well, he was gone periodically whenever there would be a dispute. She would have him leave, and then she would bring him back. So it was multiple times.
All right. When was the last time that he returned to the home before he went missing?
It was 2015 in the summer.
All right. Now, did you see, as a neighbor or at any of the times that you socialized, Michael interacting with his children?
Yes, sometimes, yeah.
When you would see it, how was he with his kids?
Very loving, patient, calm.
Did you ever see him do anything for the kids in the backyard?
Yes.
What types of things did you see?
Well, he built a barn. He built a chicken coop, I think a bunny hutch. He was working on a duck pond.
So let me ask you about the duck pond. When, first of all, when did that?
The duck pond is important because that is what Laurie turned into this fire pit. That's why it would have been easy to put the fire pit there, because the hole was already dug. There was already a duck pond there. So she buried her husband. Well, her husband was buried there, and there was this concrete poured over. And there's a fire pit made there. Wow. So
that construction started?
It was in the summer, I believe, of 2015.
And when we were talking about putting at a duck pond, what type of work had been done on that?
He had dug an area. It wasn't very deep. He was pretty meticulous too with everything that he did there, so it was very neat and tidy.
Can I ask you to step down on that picture again and show the jury the area where that duck pond was going to be?
Okay. It's right here.
Okay. Now, eventually, was that hole filled in? Was the hole that the duck, was there a period of time where it changed from a hole of the duck pond to something else?
Yes.
And what was that?
There was a cement pad. I believe it was 2 layers, and then they had some landscape brick around there, and they had a fire pit.
Okay, thank you. Now, have you seen or spoken to Michael Shaver since November of 2015?
No, I have not.
And when did you first notice that the hole, that the area that was going to be a duck pond had been filled in and a fire pit was put in?
It would have been around in the spring of 2016, maybe early part of the year.
Now, between the time frame in November of 2015, where you last saw or spoke with Michael Shaver, and when you noticed that that fire pit started being put in, did you smell anything unusual in the proximity of your home, the neighborhood, things of that nature?
Yes.
And in this rural setting, are there time frames where there are dead animals, cattle, horses, things of that nature?
Once in a while, my neighbor behind me had cattle, and probably in 2007, 6-7, a cow died on her pasture. She didn't bury it, she just left it there. So whenever the wind blew up to my house, it was horrible, it was disgusting. So I was very familiar with that smell.
Very distinctive smell.
You don't forget it.
Now, in that time frame between November of 2015 and when the fire pit started being installed, was there a time frame that you smelled that distinctive smell again?
Yes, I did.
Now, based on your prior experiences in the neighborhood with the livestock and cattle, did that cause an immediate concern to you?
Yes, actually my son and I were on the back porch, we were talking, and I had been smelling it, but he had just come and he wrinkled his nose and said, "Do you smell that?" And I said, "Yeah."
But nothing rose to the level of you felt that you needed to call law enforcement because of the other livestock or anything?
No.
All right. Now, at some point, did that area that was being used as a fire pit have a cement slab put in?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
It was around in 2016. I believe there's 2 layers of cement that was done. The first one, I think, was in the beginning of the year, springtime. And then later on in the year, during the summer, I know it was an area that they actually launched fireworks off of during the 4th of July. So I believe it was covered by then.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, ma'am, please support.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, you testified that you had smelled a dead cow in the area, correct?
Many years ago, yes.
Okay. And the Shavers also had pigs, correct?
Not at that time.
Well, tell me what time it was.
Pigs came in probably later in 2016, I think.
Okay.
I think there was one potbelly pig that was in and out of the house, and I'm not sure exactly when that arrived.
Okay. Now, you never had dinner with the Shavers, did you?
Yes. Not dinner. Yeah, we did.
You sat down?
Yes.
How frequently would you go over there?
I didn't go to their house to have dinner. We had invited them over to our place it was an Easter barbecue cookout, and I'd made Easter baskets for the 2 kids and my grandson, and they went and hunted eggs that day.
You never had dinner at the Shaver residence, did you?
Not inside the house, no.
And in fact, looking at this photo, this is your house. correct?
Correct.
And there's not a clear line of sight between your house and this fire pit, is there?
Yes, there is.
There's a clear line of sight? The
Yes.
jury can look at that and see a clear line of sight?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you don't go to the Shaver residence, correct?
Yeah, I'd been to it several
Did you
times.
sit down with Miss Shaver on occasion, have tea, sit there and talk to her?
Not having tea, but I do recall I did go one time and sat and had quite a lengthy conversation with her.
Was that complaining about the pigs?
No.
You ever complained to Miss Shaver about any of the animals?
No, not to her, no.
Did they ever kill a pig over there?
I don't know. They had animals that died frequently over there.
Okay, so they had animals on the property.
Mm-hmm.
They had some pigs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a neighbor behind y'all with horses, correct?
They came in 2016 and started a horse farm back there.
Okay, so we had horses in the area, a lady with a cow that died. We had the Shavers next door with some pigs, correct?
There were not pigs there at the time.
Okay, okay. So, do you know the date of death of Michael Shaver?
The way he's like, okay. Did you hear that? Oh my word. I don't know how does he expect people to respond to that? Just like, okay, I'm just going to laugh off everything you say. He's trying to obviously prove that the smell could have been anything from anywhere. I get that. But like, oh man, the way he's doing it.
No.
Okay, so when you say at the time, you don't know when Michael Shaver died, do you?
I do know there was a period of time in 2015 and there weren't pigs there at that time.
They have any rabbits or other animals?
They did have rabbits, and I believe that came a little later.
Okay. And you said this was, when did you detect, or when was the patio put in?
I believe some cement was poured sometime around in the spring of 2016. I did not see it being poured.
So you never saw it pour. We see there's not really a clear line of sight from your house, correct?
Yes, there is.
Okay. One moment.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Redirect?
Nicholas,
Yes.
can you explain to the jury why you're saying you have a clear line of sight over it?
Well, in the back, on the back side of my house, I had a really large deck porch, and from there I could see directly over. Also, as I mentioned, it was a carport, which was completely open all the way through.
I'll go ahead and show photograph number 4 from State's exhibit number 15. Can you just kind of show the jury the areas that you're talking about? Yes, go ahead and set that.
Okay, this you can even see right here. It's open. You can see the front end of a car. That was open. This was probably 10 feet wide, and I was always over in this area because I did have horses. I did have a barn that used to be right here. That was an open barn. It was a pole barn that didn't have walls. It was just a roof, basically. And so when I would come over and feed the horses here, I could see everything that happened along here.
And I'll go back to photograph number 1 from State's exhibit 1. Does this photo, the area over on the left side, show your total property area, or is it?
Yeah, just half of it.
Okay. So can you just demonstrate?
I took a screenshot quickly here so we can still listen. But this is Michael Shaver and Laurie's house. So I think that the neighbor lives around here, right? Based on what she's describing. I don't know because we can't see. But there's that equestrian property as well. We had a witness talking about that. So somewhere around there. Let's see. It might even be, wait, I'm going to take one more screenshot. If you ever see the screen go dark like that, you know what I'm doing. taking a screenshot for you. Hold on. I'm going to show you another one quickly now. So let's listen to it so we can visualize, of course, right? Could also be this one, right? It could be here. Here's the house. So I think it could be, let me just see, wait. The fire pit, we looked at this yesterday as well, especially on Google Earth. Would have been, ooh, got to bring it to me, wait. Pointed it somewhere on this, in this square here. Right? Okay. So I don't know why they can't show us that, but obviously maybe it's because of the court layout and they don't want to show us the jury. So that's good. Let's listen.
To the jury, the rest of where your property would be on there.
Well, this is my property starting down here all the way, and then it was a whole 5 acres, and then it was further on over that way. The whole thing was only enclosed by cow fence.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. May the witness be excused from her subpoena?
No, she's subject to recall and rebuttal.
All right. And thank you for testifying here today. Please remain.
Recall and rebuttal. It could also be this property. But I think if it's line of sight to the fireplace, I mean, it could be this property as well, right? Okay, yeah, Janet says that is disturbing, digging your own grave. That is so sad, right? Oh my goodness.
At the courthouse. Would you like the witness to remain at the courthouse? Or?
No, we'll tell her when she needs to come back.
All right, please be available for recall. Thank you. Have a good day. Your next witness.
Excuse me, Megan Cleet.
Bye, Wilma. I like Wilma. She's a nice lady.
Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed. Okay.
Witness number
Please state
25.
and spell your full legal name for the record.
Megan Cleet. First is Megan. Last is Cleek.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury again?
My name is Megan Cleet.
Where do you work now?
I currently reside in California. I'm working for the University of Maryland Global Campus.
What do you do for them?
I'm a student advisor.
Where did you work before that?
Before that, I worked with the Maryland State Police as a member of the Firearms section of their crime laboratory.
What did you do for their crime lab?
The position of a firearms examiner within a crime laboratory is responsible for the receipt, evaluation, examination of evidence specific to firearms examination, drawing conclusions based on those examinations, documenting via report, and testifying in court as necessary.
How long did you do that job for, Maryland?
I was with the state of Maryland for about 1.5 years.
Prior to that, where'd you work?
Prior to that, with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in a very similar capacity.
Can you describe for the jury your training and experience that allows you to do the job you did both for Florida Department of Law Enforcement and for Maryland State Police?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Michigan State University. I'm also a graduate of the National Firearms Examiner Academy, which is hosted by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. I also participated in formalized training programs with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office and the Virginia Department of Forensic Science.
Scylla, happy birthday. You said, hello, G. Mods and Grizzly just got here. Today is my birthday, spending it with my favorite group of people. Thank you so much for being here.
How long have you been in the field of firearms analysis?
Approximately 15 years.
Did you also go through continuing education requirements while you were at the Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Can you estimate about how many examinations you have done on firearms?
Thousands of examinations on firearms.
Have you been asked, in many of those examinations, probably most, to examine a firearm and determine whether or not a fired projectile or a spent shell casing is connected to that firearm or is fired from a firearm?
Yes, that is correct.
For those jurors who are not familiar with firearms at all, can you first kind of explain to the jury what is involved in that type of an analysis?
The purpose of firearms identification is the examination of fired ammunition components, most often bullets and cartridge cases, for the purpose of determining whether or not they were fired in or from a specific firearm. That's made possible by the design of the firearm and the manufacturing process, and the marks that are left on bullets and cartridge cases as a result of the firing process.
What does the term class characteristics mean in firearms analysis?
Class characteristics are the features of a firearm that are determined prior to its manufacturing process. Those features have the potential to be transferred to the fired cartridge cases and bullets that are fired in or from that firearm.
So those come from the manufacturer, correct?
Correct.
So a variety of the same type of gun, same caliber would have those same class characteristics?
Yes, that is correct.
What's meant by the term individual characteristic?
Individual characteristics are the features of a firearm that are not determined prior to the manufacture. They're incidental to the manufacturing process or the result of use, abuse, and wear of that firearm. Those characteristics also have the potential to be transferred to a fired bullet or cartridge case during the firing process.
Again, for those jurors who are not familiar with firearms, can you explain to the jury how a firearm works, and specifically addressing the difference between a revolver and semi-automatic as well?
There are multiple steps in the process of a firearm being fired. One would be to load the cartridges, the unfired ammunition components, into the firearm. The second would be to cock the firearm. That is preparing the firearm to be fired. The third is to release that cocking mechanism. This strikes the head of a cartridge case where the primer is located. That primer creates an explosion when struck. The explosion ignites the propellant or the gunpowder that is inside of that cartridge. That propellant burns very quickly and creates a large amount of gas. That gas forces the bullet out the muzzle end of the firearm. In turn, this can also, at times, cock the firearm, readying it to be fired again. The primary difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic firearm in this case is that the ammunition components, the bullet and the cartridge case, have a different experience during the process. In both, the bullet exits the muzzle of the firearm during the firing process. In a semi-automatic firearm, a cartridge case would be extracted and ejected from the firearm during the firing process. In a revolver, that fired cartridge case would remain inside the firearm until manually removed by the user.
Are there different sizes of ammunition that fit in different firearms, also known as calibers?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Yes, a caliber can refer to either the nominal or the true measurement of a bullet. That is the measurement of the bullet that fits down the barrel of a firearm.
During the course of your career as a firearms analyst, have you been permitted to give opinion testimony in the area of firearms analysis?
Yes, I have given opinion testimony in local, state, and federal courts.
About how many times?
Approximately 50.
This time, Your Honor, I would request that this witness be permitted to provide opinion testimony in the area of firearms analysis.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, the request is granted.
Were you provided some evidence in this case of State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver, Lake County Sheriff's Office case 180025431?
Yes, I was.
Specifically, were you provided a firearm?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided a fired projectile?
Yes.
And so we're using the same terminology, and my terminology is actually correct. Is a bullet also known as a projectile?
That is correct.
Is a cartridge also known as a live round?
That is correct.
Showing us been introduced as State's Exhibit 26. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
Both the container and the item are marked with a unique laboratory number, an item number, and my initials.
Is that firearm currently unloaded?
It is.
Is there actually a protective device inserted in the barrel of it to make sure it can't be used?
There is a zip tie through the cylinder that prevents it from being locked into the firearm, yes.
Can you describe for the jury, and if you could show it to the jury as you're describing it, describe the firearm?
This is one .38 special caliber Cobra Enterprises model Shadow 5-shot revolver.
Did you examine that firearm?
Yes, I did.
Is that firearm considered a single or double action firearm?
This is a double action only firearm.
Can you explain to the jury what that means?
Pulling the trigger of this firearm causes both the cocking and releasing of the hammer, which is responsible for striking the primer of a cartridge that's in the cylinder.
How is that different than a single action firearm?
In a single action firearm, the cocking of the firearm, the process that prepares it to be fired, is a separate process from pulling the trigger. It's resultant of either manually pulling a slide to the rear or from the shot before causing the firearm to be cocked.
Does it require more effort to fire a double action firearm?
It does require a longer or more aggressive trigger pull, as it requires both the cocking of the hammer and the releasing of the firing mechanism.
And what's meant by the term trigger pull?
Trigger pull would be the weight that is required to pull the trigger fully to the rear, cocking and releasing the firing mechanism.
When you examined this firearm, did you perform any kind of a trigger pull analysis?
I did not.
At the time, did Florida Department of Law Enforcement do that type of testing?
It would not have been required on this particular examination.
Okay. What did you do with that firearm to begin your examination of it?
The first step in the process of examining a firearm is to evaluate its design and its function. This is for safety purposes. So I documented the make, the model, the caliber of the firearm. I also documented how it would function.
And what were your results of that?
That's where I determined, again, that this is a Cobra Enterprises firearm. It's a model Shadow. It's a double action only function. It has a cylinder that holds 5 cartridges. And I apologize, that's it.
Did you test fire it?
I did, yes.
What's your purpose in actually firing the gun?
The purpose of firing the firearm in the laboratory is, one, to determine its function. The second is to create known test fires. These are known exemplars, bullets and cartridge cases that I know, because I processed the firearm, to have been fired in and from this specific firearm.
Did the firearm function as it should when you fired it?
Yes, it did.
I'm assuming when you fire the gun and retrieve those test fires, do you fire it into like a water canister of some sort?
Yes, it's a large tank of water.
Are you then able to take those fired projectiles and compare them to other projectiles provided to you by law enforcement?
Yes, creating known test fires allows me to compare unknown bullets and cartridge cases to, again, exemplars that I know to have been fired from a specific firearm.
Did you do that in this?
Sorry, here and there I have to get up. I just had to get some coffee. Thank you to everyone who sent coffee. It's really appreciated. Also, Christy said, did they find a bullet in the grave? Lodged in the victim's skull. Because they found skeletal remains, right? So yes, they did.
Case.
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury the process you take and what you do when you have this known test fire that you personally fired and you make an attempt to compare it to a projectile provided by law enforcement?
The first step in the examination of known test fires and the examination of evidence bullets and cartridge cases is to examine those items independently. The test fires were examined and compared to one another to determine reproducibility of the marks that are created during the firing process. Likewise, the evidence bullet is examined independently. It's examined for the presence of class characteristics, which we mentioned earlier, and then for the presence of individual characteristics. The purpose of this examination is to first determine, is it possible that a fired bullet or cartridge case was fired in an evidence firearm? If it is possible, then a microscopic comparison of individual characteristics is completed.
What kind of markings are left on a projectile after it's fired out of the gun?
The class characteristic markings that are left on a projectile as the result of firing would be the land and groove impressions. These are the helical grooves inside the barrel of a firearm that produce the spin to a bullet. Much like we throw a football with a spin, a bullet is fired with a spin. These helical grooves have a certain number, a certain direction, and a certain width. And those direction, width, and number will differ between firearms. These are the class characteristics, again, that are transferred to a bullet during the firing process. There are also individual characteristics that are transferred to a bullet during the firing process. These are called striations. They're resultant of the manufacturing process in that those helical grooves are cut by a tool into the barrel of a firearm. They're unique to that firearm in the sense that the tool wears during the firing process, and those striations also wear in the firearm as a result of its use, abuse, and wear over time.
I'm assuming when you test fired a gun and retrieve those projectiles from the water tank, they're in very good condition.
Yes, the purpose of firing into a water tank is to recover projectiles in a good condition.
Because they are in good condition, are you better able to see those individual markings left by the firearm on the projectile as it's fired?
Yes. A part of the early comparison process when looking at test fires compared to test fires for the purpose of determining whether there or not there are reproducible marks on a fired bullet is that process that was mentioned is because they are in good condition, those marks are easier to compare to one another.
Were you also provided a projectile recovered from the skull of Michael Shaver?
Yes.
Showing you what's been introduced into evidence of States Exhibit 20. Did you examine, did you recognize that item first?
I'm sorry, I don't have gloves, so I don't want to remove the item from the, oh, sorry, they're right here.
And while you're doing that, you mentioned the test fires that you fired. Are those also contained in the package with the gun?
Yes, they are.
Sorry, I'm going to just pause here. Mel says, yoo-hoo. Hello, here. Am I correct to assume this murder is being blamed on one of Laurie's daughters? The defense is claiming that the daughter came forward and said she's the one who pulled the trigger. So I want to see if that's going to be one of the defense's witnesses. That's the plan. That's what's being reported as the plan, so we shall see. Okay, let's hear the answer.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
Again, the packaging and the item are marked with a unique laboratory number, an item number, and my initials.
Did you examine that projectile recovered from the skull that you just looked at?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe to the jury what condition that projectile was in when you first looked at it?
The projectile was in very rough condition, both its shape and material that was surrounding the projectile upon its receipt.
Because of the condition of that projectile, and if you consider that projectile was located in the ground for some period of time, could that affect the markings left on that projectile by the firearm that fired it?
Yes, the condition can very much obscure the marks that are left on the projectile as the result of having been fired.
Despite the damaged condition of that projectile, were you able to determine the caliber of the projectile or caliber class of the projectile?
Yes, I was.
And what is meant by caliber or caliber class?
Caliber, again, can be the nominal or actual measurement of the diameter of a bullet. It can also be the measurement of a bullet that would fit down the barrel of a firearm. In this case, the caliber was determined to be .38 caliber class. That means it belongs to a family of calibers that are very similar, but there was not enough information in this case due to the damage of the bullet to determine an actual caliber. Therefore, it was determined that it belonged to the .38 caliber class or family of projectiles.
Which it seems like Laurie Shaver sold all of those firearms, right? Oh dear. Rob says, thanks for everything that you do, G. Excellent trial coverage and congrats for hitting 337k subs. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much and welcome to everyone that's new here. Wayne C says, she's sharp. She's very sharp. This lady, I'm sure she's testified many times. She's looking at the jury. She's explaining everything very well. So it's always great to have expert witnesses like this that really know their stuff and how to convey it, right? So, okay, let's keep going.
What calibers are included in that 38 caliber class or 38 caliber family?
This is a 38, a 380, a 357, or a 9mm.
Did you examine that damaged projectile to determine whether or not it could have been fired from the firearm we looked at earlier, that pink and black Cobra revolver?
Yes. Again, going back to the early steps of a comparison, first we determine the class characteristics of a firearm and the class characteristics of a fired ammunition component. If the class characteristics of the two agree, then I can move forward to a comparison of the individual characteristics. In this case, the class characteristics present on the fired bullet and the class characteristics of the firearm agreed, allowing me to move forward to a comparison of individual characteristics.
And what do you mean by the class characteristics of the bullet agreed with the firearm itself? What are you talking about?
The class characteristics agreement would allow this projectile to have been fired in this particular firearm. That means that the caliber is the same, the number of lands and grooves, or those helical impressions, agree, their direction of twist, and their width are in agreement.
So the number of lands and grooves, the direction of the lands and grooves, and the width of the lands and grooves of that firearm is consistent with the fired bullet you looked at?
In addition to the caliber, yes.
Okay. So all that was agreed, all that was consistent?
Correct.
You then proceeded to do the individual examinations to look at those individual characteristics?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury how that process worked?
An examination of individual characteristics is a microscopic comparison of the strike of a bullet as the resultant of the firing process. In this particular case, the individual characteristics left on the test fires, which were compared to each other first, were not well defined, and it was a very difficult process. I did move forward to the comparison of the individual characteristics between the test fires and the evidence bullet. However, the result of this comparison was an inconclusive result. I could not determine whether or not this particular bullet was fired in this specific firearm.
So when you examined the test fires that were in pristine condition with each other, it was difficult to determine by your analysis that they were fired from the same firearm, am I right?
That is correct. This particular firearm simply did not leave well-defined individual characteristics on its test fires.
And then when you went to examine the actual bullet we looked at recovered from the skull to see if it was fired from that particular firearm, you couldn't make a comparison, correct?
That is true. The comparison was completed, however, the result of the comparison was an inconclusive conclusion.
So as you sit there now, you're not able to say scientifically whether that specific bullet was fired from that specific gun?
That is correct.
However, am I correct that all of the other characteristics of the gun and the bullet are consistent? You just can't say that that specific bullet was fired from that gun because of the lack of individual characteristics?
That is true. In fact, I cannot move forward to a comparison of individual characteristics if the class characteristics did not agree. Because all of the class characteristics between the firearm and the fired bullet were in agreement, I could move forward in the examination process.
Bottom line, the projectile could have been fired from that gun based on the consistency of all those different things we talked about, but you can't say scientifically if it actually was.
That's correct.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wiggs.
Man, Mr. Buxman started off, and it was your testimony you had received a projectile from the medical examiner's office, correct?
The projectile is transferred to me from the evidence section of the laboratory.
Okay. So the projectile, let me just see if I'm summing this up correctly. The projectile that was in the body could not be linked up to the gun that you're sitting there holding, correct?
The comparison of individual characteristics was inconclusive, correct?
So that's a good summation, correct? There was no connection between that gun there and the projectile that was delivered to you, correct?
The examination resulted in the conclusion that all class characteristics were in agreement. The result of the individual comparison was inconclusive.
Okay. How many guns fit into that class?
Thousands of guns, if not tens of thousands, correct?
So there's thousands of guns that fit into that class, and not one individual characteristic linked it to this homicide, correct?
The result of the individual characteristic comparison was inconclusive. I would not say not one. That would...
Correct. And we were talking about double action, single action type firearms. Did you fire the projectile sample?
I was responsible for firing the test fires.
Okay. What's the poundage, the amount of force that's required on that gun to discharge a projectile?
The trigger pull on this firearm was not measured.
Okay. Any specific reason?
That was not part of the policy or procedure for an examination of this type.
Did law enforcement ever contact you at any time and request it?
They did not.
State Attorney's Office ever contact you and request that?
The state attorney's office would not contact me directly.
Okay. When you have a double action pistol as well, you can pull the hammer back and lock it, correct?
Not in a double action only firearm, no.
Okay. Can you pull the hammer back, lock it, and then discharge it by the trigger?
In a double action only firearm, no.
Okay. Single action.
In a single action firearm, a hammer can be pulled back and locked into position.
Okay. And then it can be released by a separate trigger pull, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So once the hammer is locked back, does it require less force on the trigger on that type of gun?
That is a question that could not be answered because the trigger pull of this double action only firearm was not measured, and I do not know the trigger pull of a single action. One could or could not be heavier than the other.
Anything prevent the child from firing that gun?
I would not be qualified to answer that question.
Okay. Well, you've been in the business how many years?
Approximately 15 years in firearms examination.
Okay. And you don't know anything about trigger pulls and capacities?
I don't know anything about a child pulling a trigger.
Okay. 1 second, guys.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
May the witness be released from her subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for testifying here today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. And your next witness.
Hey, Boss Tamara Mitchell.
Okay. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Let me know when you're ready to go. Thank you. Good morning. All right, please be seated if you would. Thank you. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Tara Mitchell, T-A-R-A, Mitchell, M-I-T-C-H-E-L-L.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. I am Tara Mitchell.
What do you do for a living?
I currently work with mental behavior at Livestream.
Prior to that, where did you work?
I was the manager at Mariner Finance.
What did Mariner Finance do?
We did personal secured loans, secured and unsecured loans.
How long did you work there?
9 years.
What were your day-to-day duties when you worked at Mariner Financial?
To solicit and collect and distribute money to those that need.
I direct your attention back to November of 2015. Were you working at Mariner Financial in that same capacity then?
At that particular time, I was an assistant manager. Senior assistant manager.
What duties did that involve, specifically as a senior assistant manager?
Basically the same.
Okay, understood. Did Mariner Financial extend a loan to Michael Shaver in November of 2015?
At that time, we had mailers that came out from the corporate office, and they were sent out to several different people in several different cities.
Can you explain to the jury kind of how that worked? Were they just kind of sent unsolicited to people's residences?
I'm not totally sure as to how corporate determined as to who they were going to send it to, but it would have something to do with their credit. And we call them LBMs, which is the loan by mail. And so they would send them out to different people.
So this is not a situation where somebody comes to your financial institution and says, hey, I need a loan. This is the financial institution reaching out to people to say, hey, I want a loan.
Absolutely, and it made it look really good because they give you a certain amount and all it required you to do was fill some information on the back.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit D as in dog, as State's Exhibit 29. There's a business record certification and notice has been provided.
Any objection? All right, sidebar, please.
Okay, let's go for it.
All right, so State's Exhibit DD will be admitted into evidence as State's number 29.
Using the process that you just described, was a loan extended to Michael Shaver via mail?
Yes, it was.
And how, in what form would that loan have been extended to him?
A check was mailed directly to an address that was attached to his social, and that's all it would require for them to do is fill the information out on the back and submit it to a bank or deposit it.
So a check is sent to Michael Shaver's residence in the mail, basically is a loan check.
Yes.
Describe the process. How would somebody accept that loan or accept the money in that check when it was mailed to a person?
They would be required to sign it on the back, put their telephone number as to how they could be reached.
I'm going to show you what's introduced to State's Exhibit 30. And do you recognize the check that I'm showing you?
Absolutely.
All right. And does the bank also maintain records of attempts to collect that money if that situation is needed?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. Does the bank, if say someone doesn't pay that loan back or misses payments, does the bank have a log to show the attempts the bank made to collect that money?
Absolutely. From the moment it is cashed, within 72 hours, we have to make contact with them.
And is that what these documents are contained in this exhibit, States 30?
Absolutely.
Do you recognize them?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are they accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm publishing the check that we just looked at. How much, and I'll give you the exhibit in case it's a little difficult for your angle. How much was the check for that was sent to Michael Shaver's residence?
$2,539.
And to what address was that check sent?
9850 Sandy Pines Road, Clearmont, Florida 34711.
When was that check mailed out to Michael Shaver's address?
It had to be mailed before 11/30/2015.
What was done with that check to signify that the loan was accepted by whoever filled out this information on the back of the check?
Because there are signatures on the back of the check and phone numbers listed with the date.
And what was the phone number listed on the back of the check?
352-431-5121.
Was there a date written on the back of the check signifying when it was accepted?
Absolutely.
What date was that?
12/11/15.
And would that information have been filled in by whoever received the check at the address?
Absolutely.
That's not information filled out by you or by the bank?
Oh, no.
Does the filling out of that information on the back of the check signify an acceptance of the loan?
Absolutely.
Did Michael Shaver have an account with Mariner Financial or anything?
Not until he cashed his check.
Okay. What were the terms of the repayment of this loan? For instance, if the loan was accepted, what would be the monthly payments to be made?
30 monthly payments of $122.89.
Were any of the monthly payments made in this case regarding this loan extended to Michael Shaver?
Absolutely not.
All right. Was there ever any personal or phone contact from Michael Shaver to the Mariner Financial Institution regarding the repayment of this loan?
Absolutely not.
What was done to try to reach Michael Shaver from Mariner Financial to get this loan paid off?
We first did solicitation talk calls to have him to come in, but we never made contact. And after 30 days being delinquent, it goes into collections, and we start collection calls on a daily basis.
What do you mean by a solicitation call was made?
When LBMs, the loans by mails, are sent out, there's really no real contact with the customer other than what is written on the back of the check. So to make it more of a personal, we solicit an extra $500 for coming into the bank and signing up to come over onto a Mariner paper, where so we're able to have better access and know a little bit more about the client.
Okay, so you reach out to the person who accepted the loan and say, hey, why don't you come on into our bank?
According to the number that they put on the back of the check.
Okay. When is that done in relation to the acceptance of the loan and you getting information that the loan has been accepted?
Within 24 to 72 hours, we're notified that a check has been cashed. So it automatically appears in our system of new loan by mails. And
that when you reach out for these solicitations to say, hey, come into our bank?
That is correct.
Was that done in this case?
Absolutely.
Was any response received by the bank from Michael Shaver?
There were no answering of the phone calls.
When the time for the first payment came due, you had already indicated that no payment was made. What did the bank do, or you do, to try to make contact with Michael Shaver?
We started reaching out with the number that was on the back. We will use free websites where we can look up to try to find if there's any other numbers that's attached to the name.
Did the bank continue to try to reach out to Michael Shaver for a lengthy period of time?
Oh, absolutely. It doesn't charge off until 180 days.
What do you mean by charge off?
We have no payments.
Okay.
So unfortunately,
the bank has to eat it.
Yes.
Okay. Let me direct your attention specifically to February 17, 2015. Did you specifically try to call the number that was listed on the back of the check?
I did.
And what happened when you did that?
A female answered the phone and stated she had just gotten that particular phone that Friday before.
Basically indicating, I don't know what you're talking about, this is a wrong number?
Absolutely.
Did you have any personal knowledge as far as who you were speaking with?
I had no idea.
Was the loan eventually turned over to collections when payments weren't made?
We keep it up to, yes, it was.
It's within the Mariner financial system, but it's turned over to a different department.
At that time, after 180, it goes to a higher level.
Did anyone by the name of Laurie Shaver ever contact Mariner Financial about this loan?
No.
If that would have happened, would there have been notes in your...
Absolutely.
Did you eventually speak with a Sergeant Tammy Dale from the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
Once you spoke with Sergeant Dale, what was ultimately done with this loan?
It eventually charged off.
Meaning the bank?
The bank, we could no longer do any more collections on it because in our local level.
Thank you, ma'am.
Riggs?
Did law enforcement take that check from you?
No, the check is given to the bank.
Okay, but I mean, did law enforcement get a copy of that check?
We do have access to it.
Well, I didn't ask if they have access to it. Did they come by and request a copy of the check?
I cannot determine at this particular time if they requested it at that time or not.
Okay. You don't know that fact, right? And do you have any video of who entered the bank, who set the account up, or anything like that?
Because it's a loan by mail, they never enter our office.
Okay. So nobody came down to the bank to your personal knowledge, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay. Do you know if law enforcement ever took a copy of the check to do any kind of handwriting analysis?
That's beyond my knowledge.
Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, she can be excused.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day. Thank you.
I like absolutely. Here I put a banner on the right hand side for those of you who are new to the case or new to watching the trial. We're on day 3, of course, and we have an intentional delayed start so that we can skip over the lunch break and coffee breaks and things like that, or if there's a witness that's late or something happens, whatever, we could just skip over that, right? So we always start like about 2.5 hours later. So I've got this banner up in case you just want the basics of the case. You can also expand the description box and there's a whole write-up there for you. And if you've never heard of the case, I would recommend checking out day 1 because we went over the probable cause affidavit and that gives us a great overview as well. I also posted that probable cause affidavit today on X if you want to go check it out there on social media. So yeah, let's see how many witnesses they've had now. 26. And they're going to have about 33, the state. So they're really moving quickly in this trial.
Sir, before the next witness, can we just take a brief break to get the exhibits ready?
Yes, sir. So we'll take a 5-minute comfort break at this point. Please take the jury out.
See, this will be a good example now. We'll take a 5-minute comfort break and then we'll just skip over that and get to the next part. Tara says lurking while cleaning this house. It's like a hoarder's hellhole. Oh man. Are you exaggerating or not? I exaggerate like that when I'm like, oh my word, we've got to clean this place. But good luck with that. Thank you so much for being here with us. Whatever it is you're doing, whether you're driving, you're at the dentist, you're cleaning your house, you're watching on the TV or whatever it is that you're doing. Thank you so much for being here.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We're getting a real close-up of that clock. Okay, let's go forward. Go forward. It's always nice to skip over lunch. That's the best. Just like, go. Okay. So here, and we're back. Wait. There. Okay.
please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. Thank you again for your time and attention today. You may proceed.
State calls Vanessa Townsend.
Sure, I was just thinking, wait. From that probable cause affidavit we read, who's Vanessa Townsend again? So Vanessa Townsend was married to a man called Jeremy. And Laurie had an affair with Jeremy. And then Laurie sent Vanessa flowers, telling her roses are red, violets are blue. Wait, how did it go? I'm trying to find here. It was like, roses are red, violets are blue. Your husband's a whore and my wife is too, something like that. And she did that because she was trying to encourage her to leave her husband. Whoa. And it seems like she used Michael's bank accounts for that. Damn. Okay. And so they actually got back together. Vanessa and Jeremy got back together. So yeah, Laurie lost that battle. But oh my goodness, what are we going to hear now? And this is also the guy, Jeremy, okay, that said that, wow, Laurie took the relationship a lot more seriously than he wanted it to be. He thought it was just like a sexual thing. She had his initials or something tattooed down there. And he was like, what the hell?
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. And let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Ooh, I think this is going to be so spicy.
Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Vanessa Townsend, VANESSATOWNSEND.
Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I am Vanessa Townsend.
And do you know Jeremy Townsend?
I do.
How do you know?
He's my husband.
When did you get married?
April 12th, 2008.
And do you have children together?
We do.
How many?
One.
How old is your child?
14.
And in 2016, where were you working?
Pine Ridge Elementary.
And what was your position there?
A teacher.
Did you work there the whole school year, 2015 to 2016?
Correct.
And in 2016, while you were at work, did you receive an unexpected delivery?
I did.
And what was that delivery?
Sidebar, please.
Already an objection? What was the delivery? Flowers with a little poem inside saying, hope you'll check my Facebook messages. And she checked her Facebook messages and there was a message from Michael Shaver, who according to the timeline was no longer alive. Yes, this is where it's like, oh, things get crazy. This is where you could see Laurie is quite something, okay? I see a lot of you like, she's much prettier, Vanessa. Yes, I think so too. Then Laurie will be like, what? Yes? Okay, so let's hear now. Little sidebar.
That's what's been previously been marked as states.
There you go.
Please proceed.
Ms. Townsend, did you receive an unexpected delivery?
I did.
And what was that delivery?
Flowers.
And did those flowers come with a card?
They did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Showing what offense has been previously been marked as State's Exhibit T.
Judge, I file a motion with respect to this. If we approach, we'll
Please approach.
Okay, wait, let me put this on for you while they're doing sidebar. I just want to find this quickly. Damn it. I can't concentrate when I'm like, wait, I want to find this thing because there was the flowers that were delivered with a little poem inside and then a message as well from Mike Shaver's account, right? That from as if it was from him and saying your special delivery is to arrive today. Hope to finally hear back from you. Flower arrangement emoji was sent as well. Oh my goodness.
I'm going to go ahead.
Okay.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification as it states Exhibit T. I'm going to go ahead and just ask that you cut along the top here and just take a look at the card that is inside.
Oh, shame. She has to look at the card again.
Without showing it to the jury, so you just go ahead and look at the card.
Sorry.
That's okay.
In the envelope?
Yep, you can hold that.
Oh. Sorry.
Sure. And go ahead and open it up.
Such a tiny, tiny card.
Received with the flowers.
It is?
And is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you received that?
It is.
And after receiving that, did you eventually turn this over to law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, this time the state removed State's Exhibit T into evidence as State's number 30.
Same objection.
All right, objections overruled. States T will be entered into evidence as states number 30.
Now, did that, the card that came with those flowers, did that include a message?
It did.
And can you go ahead and read that message to the jury, please?
Sorry.
That's okay. Ms. Townsend, is this a difficult day for you?
It is. It says, roses are red, violets are blue, my wife is a whore, your husband is too. Sorry about this. Check your Facebook message, we need to talk. Mike.
Now, up until this point, had you ever had any interactions with this particular Mike or a Michael Shaver?
No.
Up until this point, had you noticed any messages from a Facebook profile identified as Michael Shaver prior to receiving those flowers?
No.
Up until this point, did you have any knowledge or that your husband was potentially having an affair?
No.
When did you receive that card and those flowers?
In April 11th, 2016.
In the time frame leading up to you receiving those flowers, was there ever any time that your husband was sleeping anywhere other than the home, which would have given you concerns that he was having some sort of extramarital affair?
Sleeping elsewhere?
Yes.
No.
So you always came home at night, he was always around?
Yes.
Now, after you received that card, did you in fact did you have a Facebook profile at that point?
I did.
And after receiving that card and that message, did you go onto your Facebook profile and realize that there had been either a friend request or some sort of messages from Michael Shaver's Facebook account?
I did.
And once you saw that request had come in and those messages had come in, what did you do specifically as it relates to Facebook?
I contacted the person back.
Did you accept this friend request to be able to look at these messages?
I did.
And did you go through the messages that had been sent to you up until the point that you had received those flowers?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and show defense State's Exhibit EE.
They got back together. Well, they were always married. Jeremy had an affair with Laurie, but then realizing, I'm just going to speculate, I'm going to say it in my own words, realizing how crazy Laurie is, Jeremy was like, oh, hell no, I'm going to be with my wife. So he broke up with Laurie. That's not what she wanted. She'd already tattooed his initials down there.
Thank you. Just need one. Thank you.
All right, sidebar?
Yes, sir.
Come on up.
States EE. Phone drive. You recognize that thumb drive?
I do.
And what does that thumb drive contain?
The messages from the Facebook account.
And did that contain all the messages that you received from Michael Shaver's Facebook account, including any still screenshots of text messages, these Facebook messages we're referring to here, along with photographs that may have been sent to you?
Yes, to my knowledge.
And how do you recognize that is what is contained on that thumb drive?
I dated and initialed it.
And you reviewed that information before doing so?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time the state moves states EE into evidence, as I believe number 31.
Okay, so just for a little bit of context, because I see lots of people are asking as well, we read through this PCA the other day, but they say Jeremy Townsend, who is this lady Vanessa's husband, was interviewed and stated that he began dating Laurie Shaver in approximately September of 2015, after she told him that she had left her husband. Well, the murder took place in November of 2015. So, okay, wow. So maybe, I don't know if you got the date quite right. I don't know, but it's approximately September. The first time that Jeremy came to Laurie's home in approximately December, he noticed what he thought was bloodstains on the thigh of her jeans. He asked her if that was blood on her jeans. Laurie changed the jeans and never wore them again. Jeremy remarked that prior to that, Laurie wore those jeans 3 times per week, but he never saw them again. Wow. And so in the beginning of February 2016, for several months, Jeremy Townsend's wife, Vanessa, the lady on the stand, received Facebook messages from Michael Shaver's account and then text messages from someone claiming to be Michael. The Facebook messages went unread until April, when she received a flower delivery at work with a message, "Roses are red, violets are blue. My wife is a whore. Your husband is too. Sorry about this. Check your Facebook message. We need to talk, Mike." So that's where we're at. Okay. Oh my goodness. And so they said Vanessa confronted Jeremy with the evidence of the affair, which he admitted. And in April 2016, Jeremy broke off the affair with Laurie and repaired his relationship with his wife. Jeremy also described a tattoo that Laurie got of his nickname, J, in a heart over her vagina, which caused him to think that Laurie felt more serious about the relationship than he did, which he always considered purely sexual. Her and her little hearts and initials and things. It's just so weird. So does she still have that tattoo? And how does Travis feel about it now? Wow, okay.
Yes, sir. Objections overruled. States EE will be admitted into evidence of states number 31.
Now I want to start
Is she looking? She's not quite looking at Laurie, huh? Shame. The anger and the pain still, right? That you can just see on her face. I feel for her, terrible. Mel Stiller said, "I bet you anything that Laurie's enjoying watching this poor woman's sorrow." She's probably smirking, the way that we've seen Laurie behave in the courtroom. She's probably smirking and gossiping, even though we don't have it now because the hot mic is no longer an issue. Because somebody told them that we can all hear it, okay? And now we can't hear what Laurie is saying to her defense attorney. Okay, welcome, Dare Stumble. Welcome to membership. Welcome to all the new members.
with the actual Facebook messages you received from Michael Shaver's account, showing defense states FF.
Yes, sir.
That's all I am.
Yes, sir. All right, the objection is overruled.
Showing you it's been previously marked as states FF. Go ahead and look at those documents. What are those documents?
The messages I received through Facebook account.
And are those the Facebook messages that we just started talking about and that you received after, that you went back and looked at after the flowers, and any future Facebook messages from that same account?
Correct.
And those are actually also contained on the thumb drive that we just talked about. This is just a printed out version of that.
Correct.
Your Honor, this time the state moves states FF into evidence as states exhibit number 32.
Over to
Mel Stiller says, here's my diagnosis. This Laurie creature is seriously sadistic, right? She does seem very sadistic. I mean, especially if you just think of the fire pit, like the fire pit, the concrete, the little initials with a heart, and then having a daughter's birthday party there. Oh my goodness, while her husband was buried right there. Wow.
defense objection states FF will be admitted into evidence as states number 32.
Now I'm going to go ahead and start publishing some of these. Now, on page, looking at the blue numbers on top, page 2447, is that where the first message that you would have received from the Michael Shaver Facebook account?
That's correct.
And first of all, what was the date of that message?
February 25th, 2016.
And what was the content of that message?
Hello, Vanessa. I know you don't know me, but I keep sending you a friend request because I really need to talk with you about something important. I am not a creep, I promise. I'm looking to confirm some information concerning my wife.
Oh, and the wife was writing it, probably, because Michael was no longer, as she said, walking on the... He's not missing, he's just no longer walking on this earth. Wow. Everyone's saying happy birthday, Dawn. Dawn, I didn't see your original message, but happy birthday to you. Thank you so much for spending some time with us on your very special day. I really appreciate that. I can't believe that you guys are here with us, and I'm glad that you like to be here as well, watching trials with us. Okay, let's hear more.
Now, moving on into page 2446. Are there messages, and 2447, we'll start on page 2447. Did you receive any sort of follow-up message there on April 5th of 2016? So the message would be on the top of page 2447. The date would be on page 2446.
I don't see 2447. I'm sorry.
Oh, I apologize.
Ooh, we're going to hear some more of those Facebook messages. Patricia Byrne says, don't you think she should play more Tisha Adams? I want to. She's very beautiful. So, yes, she could. I hope she takes that as a compliment if she sees this.
Sorry.
No. Looking at the message there from April 5th, what is that statement?
So April 5th, 2016, it says, I don't think you are seeing my messages. I just sent you something. Hope you contact me when you receive.
Okay. And moving on to the preceding page, the next page. Is there a message then from April 9th, 2016?
April 9th, 2016, please contact me at 352-801-0941.
And what is the next message that you received after getting that phone number?
April 11th, 2016.
And what is that message?
I received multiple. It says, your special delivery is to arrive today. Hope to finally hear back from you.
All right. Now, the special delivery message, was that close in time to when you received the flowers?
That is.
Is that same day?
It is.
Now, you can go ahead and put that down for just a moment. After you accepted the friend request, did you start communicating with this Facebook profile identified as Michael Shaver?
I did.
And in the course of that, did you receive any sort of screenshots of text messages between your husband and Laurie Shaver?
I did.
Did you also receive photographs that show your husband with Miss Shaver?
I did.
The phone number that was associated with, that was placed in that Facebook record, did you reach out and contact that individual?
I did.
And how did you do so?
I tried to call it.
Did that person ever answer the phone?
No.
So after asking you to call, they never picked up?
Correct. They texted me back.
And were you ever able to talk on the phone with the person that had given you that phone number?
No.
And what was that phone number again?
Can I look?
Yes.
352.
I'm showing you it's been previously been marked as State's Exhibit GG for identification.
That was nice, okay, because I thought maybe it's Michael's number, but they actually redacted that. That was amazing, right from the court feed. Good job, camera person.
You recognize State's GGs.
I do.
And what is State's GG?
Text message.
And is that the text message that you reached out or received back from that phone number you just stated?
That's the one I received back.
Your Honor, at this time the state moved State's GG into evidence as, I believe, number 32?
33.
33.
Such objection, Judge.
Objection is overruled. State's GG will be admitted into evidence as State's number 33.
Now, also during the period of time that this was going on, did you obtain Laurie Shaver's phone number?
I did.
And did you reach out and send a text to that number?
I did.
And did you correspond with Ms. Shaver through that phone?
I texted, but I never received a message back.
I am showing what's previously been marked for identification as State's RRR. How did you get Laurie Shaver's phone number? Was it included in the screenshots of the text messages that you received?
I don't remember if it was text message or Facebook, but it was given to me through one of those two.
I'm showing you what's been previously been marked for identification as State's RRR. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is that a screenshot of text that you sent to Laurie Shaver's phone?
That's correct.
You're right. This time the state moved State's RRR into evidence as State's number 34.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, over defense's objection, State's RRR will be admitted into evidence as State's number 34.
During the time frame that you were corresponding with the individual utilizing the Michael Shaver Facebook account, did they encourage you to get a divorce?
Yes, they did.
Did they make any offers to you in relation to that?
I don't know what you mean offers, I'm sorry.
Did they bring up matters of a divorce attorney?
Yes, they did. They recommended one.
Now, ultimately, when you got this information, did you confront your husband about it?
I did.
And at that time, did you both decide to stay together, married, and in the relationship?
We did.
And when did that process and that period of time begin?
For the end of April, May.
And after that period of time, was there ever instances where Mr. Townsend left unknown, was out of places that you weren't aware of during that time frame?
No.
No further questions at this time.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, may the witness be released from her subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Yes.
Now let's see if she gives Laurie a look when she walks out. I don't know if she will, or if Laurie's gonna be like, I don't know. But I'm surprised that Wiggy didn't ask any questions there. No questions? Okay.
Ma'am. Your next witness.
Your Honor, probably going to be lengthy. I don't know if you want to take a look right now or you want me to bring it in. Do you want me to bring it in?
Well, by lengthy, how much time do you anticipate?
Probably 45.
45 minutes. We'll break for lunch now then. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this will be a good time to break for lunch. It's almost 11:45. Please return to the jury assembly room by 1 o'clock. Okay? All right. Thank you for your time and attention. I'll see you at 1 p.m.
Yay, now we get to do the real fun super speed teleport right over lunch break. It's always my favorite part. I'm always like, yay, we could skip right over lunch. Kathleen said, hey, Laurie, Vanessa is one classy lady, just in case you didn't notice, because we know you're watching. Yes, we know Laurie's watching. We are team Vanessa all the way. Okay.
All right, thanks everyone. We'll reconvene at 1:15. Are there any matters before we break for lunch? All right, see everyone at 1:15. Thank you. We're in recess.
But I do need Jarrod in here.
1 p.m. Yes, ma'am.
Come in here.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we get to go forward. Are we ready? If you're new here, this is what we do. It's why we start later. Look at this. And it's so nice for replay viewers as well. You know, that you don't have to like, oh man, like where do we start now again? Don't worry, we're going forward right now. Okay, wait. Oh, wow, look at that. And now we're only going to be half an hour behind the live court feed. And we're back. Did you guys have a good snack? Okay, we keep going.
All right, please be seated. I see that all of the jurors have returned from lunch. And are the parties ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please call your next witness.
State calls Detective Jarrod Strickland.
Yes, if you guys aren't seeing the chat or if you're on the replay and you just saw me like wave and everything, I was waving at Mr. Grizzly. That's what you guys named him. He likes his name though. His name is Raphael and he was just like waving at me, you know, as he walked past. So he says hi to all of you. Okay, so this is now going to be witness number 28.
Good afternoon. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Stop it. Kathleen says, hi, Rafael. I'm eating zoo biscuits. No, I love those. You don't get them here. I think you might get those zoo biscuits in Australia, but they're so nice in South Africa. Oh, my word. Have one for me, okay? And have one for Mr. Grizzly, too.
All set?
Yes, sir.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Jarrod Strickland, Jarrod
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Sure. Good afternoon. I'm Corporal Jarrod Strickland with the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Since 2006.
What is your current position or assignment?
Currently, I'm a corporal. I'm one of the supervisors within our criminal investigations unit.
And how long have you been in that position?
Since 2021.
Now, taking you back to February of 2017, what was your position then?
In February 2017, I was one of our economic crimes detectives.
And what is it, when you say economic crimes detectives, what kind of crimes would you investigate?
Different types of fraud, credit card fraud, identity theft, sometimes things that deal with computers and electronics.
And how did you become involved into the investigation into the death of Wilma?
Sure. I was asked to start getting bank records, financials from the different people that are involved, and to review those records as well as social media.
Now, let me ask you this. When
Yeah, everyone said he's a quick talker like Gisela. Yes?
Case, a homicide case in particular, is being investigated by the Lake County Sheriff's Office, is it assigned to just one detective, or is a whole team working on this issue?
Sure. Typically, it's an entire team of detectives that are working on it because we all bring different things to the table.
And was your background training experience with various forms of financial, social media records and things like that from your economic crimes background useful in the investigation?
Yes, it was.
Now, as part of the records that you looked into, did you seek out information and documents from Facebook in this case?
Yes, I did.
And in order to obtain records from Facebook, how do you go about doing that?
We have to get a search warrant.
And first of all, did you prepare warrants to get information for a Facebook profile associated with a Michael Shaver?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you has already been entered into evidence. It states exhibit number 10. Swing. Okay. It's already in evidence. Captain Strickland, there's a thumb drive in that envelope. Can you go ahead and take a look at that? And the case number 10, are those the Facebook records that you obtained through Facebook?
Yes, they are.
And when you obtain these types of records, particularly we'll start with Michael Shaver's Facebook records, are they sent to you printed out in boxes, or how are they sent to you?
They're not. So Facebook has a law enforcement records request portal where they will upload all of that information to, and then we then download it in a zip folder because it's usually quite large.
And do they assign it a special number to associate with the request that you've made?
Yes, they do.
And does that number appear in the records themselves?
Yes, it does.
And then does that number also appear on the business record certification that's included in that folder?
Yes, it does.
Now, the records that we're dealing with there are on a thumb drive. Do we have over 3,000 pages on that thumb drive?
Yes, correct.
Now, as you've gone through, after you've initialed it, you have gone through all of those records, looked at the pictures, things of that nature.
Yes, I have.
And as you went through that, are there pieces of information that identify the potential the owner of that profile?
Yes, there is.
What kind of information is included in that?
There's a phone number as well as an email that's associated with that, along with what Facebook calls the vanity name, which is a unique identifier that cannot be changed within the Facebook records.
And as you went through those particular records, does that include photos that the user may have uploaded or someone using that account may have uploaded?
Yes.
Did you see photographs of Michael Shaver throughout the Facebook profile associated with the Michael Shaver account?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with Facebook?
I am.
Did you ever have a Facebook account?
Previously, yes.
You no longer have one?
No, sir.
All right. What is the process that you go through in order to log into Facebook?
Sure. So Facebook is typically it's used on a mobile device. It can be logged into on a computer, but if it's in either case, if the password is stored on whatever that device is, you can just load right into it. There's also a way that you can use biometrics such as Face ID or your thumbprint, depending on what kind of phone you have, or if you have the device that was previously logged into it and it hasn't logged out.
Is there anything that would prevent another individual from logging into someone's Facebook account as long as they had either the password or a device that was already associated with that and currently logged in?
No.
What is an ISP?
So an ISP is a internet service provider. That is the company that you pay for internet through, whether it's Spectrum, CenturyLink, any number of the different providers that provide cable, internet, fiber services.
And what is an IP address?
An IP address stands for Internet Protocol. This is a unique identifier to a network that a device is connecting to the internet on.
Now, as part of your background and training into investigations of economic crimes, have you had experience investigating cases involving the use of IP addresses and things of that nature?
Yes, I have.
Now, as you went through the Facebook records, do they maintain IP logs for activity associated with that account?
Yes, they do.
And does that IP address give you a physical address that's associated with that IP address?
No, it does not.
Are you able, once you get that IP address, to do anything to start investigating where the physical location of that may be?
Yes, I can.
And what is that?
So once we have an IP address, we're able to use internet resources to find out who the internet service provider is. Once we have the internet service provider, depending on what kind of request they want to release records, typically it's a subpoena or sometimes a court order, we can send them a subpoena and they will give us subscriber information, which includes the service location, the names on the account, billing information if we request it, and so forth.
And the IP addresses that we are going to be referencing go back to how far back?
The IP addresses that we have go back to at least 2015.
And when did you become involved with this investigation, start looking into the issues involved with this IP address and things of that nature?
February 2018.
When you got the IP addresses associated with the Facebook account, were you able to determine which service provider was linked up with those IP addresses?
Yes, I was.
And which service provider was that?
By and large, it was CenturyLink.
And when you went to try to obtain information from CenturyLink to associate it with any physical addresses, were you able to get that information?
I was not.
Why not?
CenturyLink told us that they only keep records for one rolling calendar year.
So trying to get records of physical address associated with IP addresses in 2018 for stuff that happened in 2015, 2016 was just impossible.
That's correct.
Now, as part of your review of the Facebook profiles, did you also obtain a search warrant in order to get the information from Laurie Shaver's Facebook?
That's correct.
I'm showing the defense what has previously been called state speech H. No, that's Ms. Shaver's records, the other one was Mr. Shaver. I'm showing you what's been previously, can you go ahead and put that back in the envelope before? showing you, as was previously remarked, that states H. Do you recognize those records and the thumb drive contained within?
Yes, I do.
And what is contained on that thumb drive?
These are Laurie Shaver's Facebook records.
And how do you know that's what's on that thumb drive? Have you reviewed it in the initial thumb drive?
Yes. Yes, I have.
And is all the records that Facebook sent to you with their identifying number associated on that thumb drive?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time the state moved HH into evidence as 36.
35, I believe. Is it 35? 35.
35.
Yes, sir. Any objection?
Or motion on this on the digital data?
Yes, sir.
As we've raised before.
All right.
And the motion, the objection is overruled, and states HH will be entered into evidence as states number 35.
Now, similar question, have you gone through all the data that's contained on there?
Yes, sir.
And did that have information associating it with Laurie Shaver?
Yes, it did.
What kind of information was that?
The same information. It will have the vanity name, which is a unique identifier that is set up whenever the account is established, along with phone numbers and email addresses.
Did it include pictures of herself, her children, her home, things of that nature?
Yes, it did.
And how far back does that activity go?
I believe 2015 at least.
And that would have been the time frame that you obtained the warrant for?
Correct.
And the amount of information on that thumb drive, how is that in relation to the records from Michael Shaver?
Significantly larger.
Based on the activity that you saw, was she more frequent poster on Facebook than the Michael Shaver account?
Yes.
As part of those records that are already in evidence, does Facebook maintain all of those IP addresses associated with the activity?
Yes, they do.
And now, does that mean every single time somebody just pulls up Facebook, scrolls, looks at a picture, does something like that, that activity is going to be referenced on those IP logs?
Typically, no.
What types of things register on the IP log history that you get from these records?
Sure. Login activity is one of the big ones. Anytime anybody accesses Facebook on their device, whether it's a phone or a computer, Facebook will log that IP address. Whenever messages are sent, photos are shared, statuses are updated, Facebook will log that IP address for that activity.
If someone were to upload photos, change their profile picture, with that type of thing?
Yes.
And does the actual IP logs contain information not only that the account was accessed, but the type of activity that was done?
Yes, it does.
I'm showing you as previously marked for identification as states II and JJ. Do you recognize these two exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what are those exhibits?
These are the IP logs for each of the Facebook accounts.
And specifically, does II match up with the IP logs for Michael Shaver?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time the state moves states II into evidence and states 36.
Any objection?
Objection as to the motion that's previously been held on this and the testimony received.
Yes, your objection's overruled. States II will be admitted into evidence as states number 36.
And states JJ, is that the IP log history for Laurie Shaver?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time the state moves states JJ into evidence as states 37.
Same objection, Judge.
Yes, your objection's overruled. States JJ will be admitted into evidence as states number 37.
Now, can you first pull up Michael Shaver's IP log history and just tell the jury how many pages? Look at the number at the top.
Sure. The Michael Shaver IP logs for Facebook span 13 pages.
And the Laurie Shaver Facebook account, how long is it?
77 pages.
Now, in order to assist the jury with your testimony regarding the information that was contained in those IP logs was a summary prepared of the information contained in those folders?
Yes, it was.
And specifically, what types of IP addresses were summarized for this purpose?
We did a comparison based on IP addresses for both Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver's Facebook activity that were shared IP addresses. Those were IP addresses that hit both of the accounts.
And so the summary that we're about to talk about covers any IP address that appeared in both of those folders.
That's correct.
And as this was a trial exhibit, who actually prepared the summary?
The state attorney's office.
Did you go back through the summary in order to check to make sure that the information contained in here does reflect the information in those folders?
Yes, I did.
It seems like the chat might be experiencing a bit of a glitch. It might be frozen. So if you're watching live with me, don't freak out. Try to refresh the page and come back. I also actually have the same problem on my side. I've seen a few people say that I've asked now. Is it same? Yeah, same. So I'm sorry about that. I hope it fixes itself. YouTube is up to something.
I'm showing defense was previously marked as states KK.
Your Honor, second objection to the data log summary as to this is not a business record, it's a summary, it's not been stipulated to, and it doesn't fall within.
Come up for a sidebar, please. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So I've asked all the mods. Chat is frozen. I'm so sorry about that. Freaking cats. It was the cats. Okay, so we've got a sidebar now. I'm going to go forward through it. I hope that this fixes itself. There's Lady Brit. Your chat has just rolled in. You said it's messed up. So, hey, I hope it's fixing itself. Come on, YouTube.
AK into evidence as states number 38.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be allowed to step down.
Certainly. Please feel free to move about the courtroom.
And go ahead and bring all three of those folders.
Yes, sir.
Now, as you went through both sets of IP logs, how many different IP addresses did you find that both the Michael Shaver account and the Laurie Shaver account shared?
There were 13 shared IP addresses.
Now, if someone were to connect to their home Wi-Fi, and we had multiple people in that home using that home Wi-Fi, would they all register the same IP address?
Yes, they would.
And similarly, if I went to go visit you, you gave me your Wi-Fi password, and then I started utilizing my mobile device, would I then be utilizing your Wi-Fi?
Yes.
And then, therefore, your IP account?
That's correct.
If you were to go to Starbucks, and then you utilize their password and log into their account, would you then have a different IP address located in your phone?
Yes.
And if you utilize anything on Facebook while you were doing that at that outside area, would that IP address reflect in your records?
Yes, it would.
Now, public.
Did we break the internet? NET says, so there are some messages coming through, one or two here and there. Keep saying resources have been exhausted every time you try and chat. Somebody pressed the button at YouTube. Something is about to be updated. So let's just hope they sort it out quick.
Publishing page 72 from the Laurie Shaver records and page 13 from the Michael Shaver records. Can you basically just summarize first for the jury the information that we're looking at?
Sure. So this is the Facebook IP address log for both of the accounts. The Michael Shaver records are on the left, the Laurie Shaver records are on the right. You'll notice that it's in reverse order. So at the bottom of the page is actually the oldest activity that we got. And as you go up, it becomes more recent in history. The information that you'll see is an action, which tells you what kind of activity was done while it was logged in. You'll get the date and time. The time is in universal coordinated time, which, depending on whether or not we're in daylight savings or standard time, is either 4 or 5 hours behind our current time.
Detective Strickland, let me just hit pause there. When you talk about the universal time, then what is that?
So basically it's a time zone that for many different purposes is used so that we don't have different time zones for everything. And because we all live in different time zones, things are relevant.
So Facebook has to send records probably all through the world, and so all of their times that are going to appear from here would be universal time?
Correct.
And how do you convert universal time to Eastern Standard?
We can use either a website to convert it or just subtract or add 4 or 5 hours depending on what time zone we're in, whether it's daylight savings time.
So when we're depending on whether or not we're in daylight savings time, it would be 4 to 5 hours different from UTC.
Correct.
All right. Now, you've talked about the time. What other information are on these IP logs?
The IP address itself.
Now, the area, first of all, that is in the blue box, both on the Michael Shaver records and the Laurie Shaver records. What is the significance of those two entries in that blue box?
So those are the same shared IP address that both of the accounts conducted activity on within a certain amount of time of each other.
And can you just point those two IP addresses and read them out loud for the jury?
Sure. 71.49.14.136. 71.49.14.136.
Okay. And then what is the next line in that blue box?
The next line is the time. So January 5th, 2016 at 16:05 Universal Coordinated Time. January 5th, 2016 at 2:08 Universal Coordinated Time.
And then what is the last line that is in the blue box in each of those?
The action that was done, photo uploaded, photo uploaded.
Now, what about the red?
So they're showing it's from the same IP addresses, all these Facebook messages. Yeah, it's showing that, okay, so Michael wasn't in Georgia. Of course, later they found his body on the property, so it all adds up now. But yeah, he wasn't in Georgia. All the messages pretending to be him are coming from the same IP address. By the way, if you are watching live with me now, not the replay, yes, the whole of YouTube, okay? Chats are frozen all over YouTube. So I'm sorry about that. I don't like it. I don't like it when you guys can't chat with me. It feels weird. So we'll just bear with it, and I hope you'll be back soon because I want to see your comments, right?
Red box. Is that the same IP address that appeared in the blue box area?
It is the same IP address.
What is the time difference between when the device accessing the Michael Shaver records access compared to the device accessing the Laurie Shaver records?
203, 103.
So approximately within an hour.
Correct.
And because it's utilizing the same IP address, that indicates that those devices were in the same area.
That's correct.
Moving on to the next slide, what information is, first of all, is this from the summary?
Yes, it is.
Now, is this how the information from the previous two pages from the individual records themselves have been compiled into the summary for purposes of the jury?
Yes, it is.
So the area in the red box on here, is that the same information that's on the previous slide?
Yes, it is.
And then the blue box?
Yes, it is.
So if the jury were so inclined, they could actually take the original IP logs from those two folders and look and verify all the information that's in the summary if they chose to.
Yes, they could.
All right. Moving on to the next slide. First of all, what is the date of this activity?
The date of this activity is April 3rd, 2016.
And can you just show the jury on the summary where they get that information? All right, and for the actual chart itself, is that labeled on the chart as far as the date?
Yes, it is.
And can you show them there?
The date is right here. And then April 2016, and then the date is in that column.
Thank you. Now, this particular April 3rd date, is that utilizing the same IP address?
Yes, it is.
And is that why it's together on that same line?
Yes, it is.
And the activity on the Michael Shaver account and the device associated with that, how far apart is that from the activity on the Laurie Shaver account?
11:39, 12:07.
So that's within a half an hour.
Correct.
Moving on to May still April of 2016, specifically April 21st, was there another instance of close activity?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury to show them by using the summary?
The action on the Mike Shaver account was a login, and the activity on Laurie Shaver's account was an uploaded photo.
Okay. And what was the time differential?
17:09, 17:41, 30 minutes.
And the summary that we have, and that's been admitted into evidence, does that also have the time conversion to Eastern Standard that you, using the formula that you described to the jury?
The summary does, yes.
Okay. And can you show them where that goes?
In the parentheses.
So everywhere after the UTC time where it says EST, that would be local time.
That's correct.
Moving on, now in May 3rd of 2016, what was significant about the activity on the two accounts here?
The same IP address. Mike Shaver's account was a login. Laurie Shaver's account was a uploaded photo. The times were approximately 15 minutes apart.
Oh my word, they're gonna bust her with all this digital data, right? So someone in chat here is saying, some people's streams ended like 10 minutes after this guy's testimony. So if in the unlikely event of a stream ever ending abruptly, please just check out my channel because we'll start another one, okay? So don't worry. We will always just check the channel. I'll be back. I'll be whipping up a thumbnail and I'll be like, okay, let's go. Thank you so much, Analytical Blarney, for your sticker.
I want to focus a little bit specifically on Michael Shaver's account. Did you review Facebook messages from that account between the Michael Shaver Facebook account and Vanessa Townsend?
Yes, I did.
Moving on to those records themselves that are already in evidence, what was the first message and the date that that message was sent from the Michael Shaver account?
So the first date was February 25th, 2016, 7:43 Universal Coordinated Time.
And did you find Facebook messages preceding the delivery of any sort of flowers to Vanessa Townsend through the Facebook records?
Yes, I did.
And I'm showing it has previously been admitted into evidence in states number 32. Are those records?
Yes, they are.
And as we go through, moving on to the messages themselves, when was the message sent that said that the individual utilizing the Mike Shaver account had something for Miss Townsend?
It is the top, which is on 2 pages, April 5th, 2016.
And what about, was there a phone number shared to Vanessa Townsend utilizing this account?
Yes, there was.
And what was that content and when was that sent?
That message was sent on April 9th, 2016 at 21:26 Universal Coordinated Time. The message read, "Please contact me at 352-801-0941.
And then is there something that indicates that Vanessa Townsend should receive something that day?
Yes.
And when was that sent and what was the content of that message?
On April 11th, 2016, the message stated, "Your special delivery is to arrive today. Hope to finally hear back from you."
When you went back to the IP logs, were you able to find consistent IP shared history on February 25th from the Michael Shaver account and the Laurie Shaver account?
Yes, I was.
All right. And can you go ahead and describe to the jury the information that we have here?
Sure. These are the Facebook records that we received, the IP activity log that was put into the summary. This is Michael Shaver on this side, Laurie Shaver on this side. The purple highlight is all for the same IP addresses, and it also shows the dates and times and what activity was conducted.
And is there activity from Michael Shaver's account using that IP address on the day that these messages start being sent?
Yes, there is.
And what was the date and time?
That was February 25th, 2016 at 21:57 Eastern Time.
And then did Laurie Shaver's account utilize that same IP address on that same day?
Yes, it did.
And what was that time?
February 25th at 7:06 Eastern Time.
Now, when did Michael Shaver's Facebook account have the most activity during the time frame that you were looking?
Sure, the most activity was concentrated around this time, the end of February 2016.
And then did that extend to the time frame that messages were being sent to Vanessa Townsend?
Yes.
What was the time frame that you obtained these Facebook records and IP addresses for both the Michael Shaver and the Laurie Shaver account?
We tried to go back to 2014 until whatever the present time was that we got these records sometime in 2018.
Is it fair to say that this shared IP history extends from November 2015 to November 2017?
Yes.
And going through the time frame in April, once the flowers are received, is that when the majority of the activity appears on Michael Shaver's account?
Yes.
And going ahead and just, we're publishing page 27 and 28 of the history, of the summary, and can you summarize the types of activity that you're seeing on the Michael Shaver account and talk about how that relates to Laurie Shaver?
Sure. So according to the summary, it looks like once a day, Michael Shaver's Facebook account was accessed using the same IP address that Laurie Shaver's account was also accessing while Laurie Shaver was uploading photos.
Now, during this time frame, is this when Facebook messages are being sent to Vanessa Townsend prior to the flowers actually arriving at Vanessa Townsend's work?
Yes.
And these are the time frames that the messages were not being responded to?
Correct.
And then what is going on Laurie Shaver? Is Laurie Shaver's account utilizing the same IP address throughout that same time frame?
Yes, it is.
Moving on to pages 29 and 30 from the summary, does this activity reflect actions that happened after the flowers had been received by Vanessa Townsend?
Yes, it does.
And what type of activity is being reflected here?
So this activity, there are photos that are being uploaded, but there are also photos that are being sent.
Now, when it says photo, does that differentiate between an actual picture and then screenshots of text messages?
It does not differentiate.
I'm like, thank you. Vern Sir says, Grizzly, love your channel. This is the most organized, comprehensive trial coverage I've seen. Thank you for your hard work and wishing you much success. Thank you so much. It's so nice to have you all back in chat. There's a little bit of a Bill Gates problem earlier. Poor Bill Gates. So we are back. The chat is rolling. Thank you all for being here. Please like and share. If you're brand new here, then we are watching day 3 of the Laurie Shaver trial. Also, somebody said, Laura, I feel like it was Laura earlier. You said you can't believe, there we go. Laura Gibbs said, I still cannot get over the fact that Laurie had 2 kids out on bail, knowing full well that she would be on trial for murder. But remember that Michael Shaver was murdered between November 7th and 10th of 2015. Only reported missing in 2018. By that time, she was already with Travis. She was already with him from mid-2016 and having commitment ceremonies and then having children. Before Michael was even reported missing. Shame. So it took a long time to report him missing. And then she was only arrested in 2020, September of 2020. And then she was out on bail since then. So I think she would have already had the kids by then, right? I would assume. Sure.
And during this time frame of all this activity on the Michael Shaver Facebook account, are there large number of photos and shared, basically screen captures of text messages between Laurie Shaver and Jeremy Townsend sent to Vanessa Townsend?
Yes, there are.
Moving on to page 31 and 32 of the summary, what is the activity here?
So it's very similar. You have logins. This one says that there were 40 photos that were sent, 8 photos sent, another login, 16 photos sent, 29 photos sent, 30 photos sent.
Pages 33 and 34, this is still all the same day as the previous page?
Yes, it is.
All right, and what is the activity here?
44 photos sent,
29, 15, 31, 44, 31, 27 photos sent.
Stella says, was she with Travis when these messages were sent? I think so. Well, they'd already met. They were friends, right? So they started dating around May of 2016. So close to this time.
And moving on to page 35 and 36, are we seeing activity both on Michael Shaver Facebook and Laurie Shaver Facebook utilizing that same IP address?
Yes, we are.
Now, all of these pages that we have gone through here during this time frame, all of these IP addresses are consistent.
Yes, they are.
On both accounts.
Yes, they are.
37 and 38, what information, first of all, what date time frames are we talking about here?
April 22nd, 2016. This is the 23rd. This is the 24th.
So this is basically everything that we have here as far as once this activity heightens up is from April 16th to April 24th. That's all this activity is just over a week.
Correct.
Now, on April 24th, does Laurie Shaver's account start utilizing that same IP address that we've been talking about the whole time again?
Yes, it does.
And is there a entry at approximately 2,100 hours that is close in time to each other?
Yes, there is.
And what is the time difference between the activity on the Michael Shaver Facebook account and the Laurie Shaver Facebook account on April 24th?
So this is about 2,100 to 2,100, so within minutes for the Mike Shaver, and then Laurie Shaver's account is at 2130, 30 minutes.
So approximately with 30 minutes gap for these two profiles to be accessed from the same IP address.
Correct.
Which means we're in the same area.
Connected to the same network, yes.
That flurry of activity over that week where you kept on saying this many pictures, how much actual data are we talking about that was sent to Vanessa Townsend?
There were approximately 500 images that were sent, 40 of which were actual photos. The rest were screenshots and text messages.
I'm showing you, let me show the defense. States PPP for identification. Showing you states PPP for identification. Do you recognize those?
Judge, I'm going to check as to relevance.
All right, let's have a sidebar. Thank you.
Bit of a sidebar, okay?
Just to go ahead and make sure there wasn't a misunderstanding.
Where's he going?
All right, please proceed.
Showing you it's been previously marked for identification. It states PPP. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do. And
what are those photos?
These photos are from Laurie Shaver's Facebook account that were sent to Vanessa Townsend through Mike Shaver's account.
And just to go ahead and make sure there wasn't a misunderstanding or a potential misspeak, the source of this information was from Michael Shaver's Facebook?
Correct.
And this is the information that was sent to Vanessa Townsend?
Correct.
At this time, the state moves states PPP into evidence as states
Number 39.
39?
Yes, sir. All right, any further? Okay, objections overruled. Over defense's objection. States PPP will be entered into evidence as states number 39.
Riet Rousseau says, ding, ding, ding. Could the lady who doesn't know how to build a patio please stop at the orange jumpsuit shop to have your measurements taken?
Publishing portions of those photos. these photos that are contained here are some of the photos that are in that exhibit that we just went through?
Yes, they are.
And on the left, do you recognize that individual?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
That's Laurie Shaver.
And on the right, do you recognize those individuals?
Yes, I do.
And who are they?
Laurie Shaver and Jeremy Townsend.
All right. Photographs identified as page 1145 and 1150. Who is that?
Jeremy Townsend.
1156, 1164. Who is that?
Jeremy Townsend.
1178. Who is that?
Jeremy Townsend.
1184. Who is that?
Jeremy Townsend and Laurie Shaver.
1192.
Jeremy Townsend and Laurie Shaver.
And 1193.
Laurie Shaver.
1196.
Laurie Shaver.
Now, is that all the photos that were in that folder?
No, it's not.
That's just some of them for right now to get through this?
Correct.
All right. Now, also contained with all of that information, you had mentioned there were screenshots of text messages?
Yes.
Sorry, I got ahead of myself. We'll put that in the next time that you're going to testify. Now, the last message from Michael Shaver's Facebook account to Vanessa Townsend, when was that posted?
The last message was the end of 2016.
Was there a message on September 20th of 2016 from the Michael Shaver account to the Vanessa Townsend account?
Yes.
And what was that message?
The final message was on September 20th, and it says, "Hi Vanessa, how are you? Moving on looks good on you. Hope you and your son are doing well."
And based on your review of the Laurie Shaver Facebook records, were there pictures of the cement slab that was covering Michael Shaver's body prior to the September 20th date that message was sent?
Prior to, I believe so.
And what was the IP address associated with that?
199.116.175.8.
Now, did you also obtain bank records associated with Laurie Shaver?
Yes, I did.
Showing the fence states LL. At this time, the state move states LL into evidence with previously filed notice of intent to rely on business record certification and the appropriate business record certification attached. Just a quick approach to that.
All right, sidebar, please. Thank you.
Do you think, if you were on the jury, that the state has proven their case so far? You know, I think the more that they're starting to bring out all this digital evidence, I think the case is now starting to get a lot stronger. Because before that, it's a lot of circumstantial evidence, and of course, you know, I guess it still is, but it's getting interesting now. So if you don't know, Laurie Leigh Shaver, she's 41 years old now, and she has been charged. She was arrested on the 17th of September of 2020, and she was charged with murder in the second degree with a firearm, an accessory after the fact to a life felony. Those are the charges. So they say the offense date was, it says 11/07. I'm always confused because, you know, here in Europe, South Africa, we actually put the day, then the month in the year. But yeah, okay, the 7th of November of 2015. And she's, of course, pleaded not guilty. I can't wait to see if she's going to take the stand or not. Oh my goodness. I hope she does. I hope she takes the stand. Okay, let's try to skip forward a little bit. We don't want to miss anything.
Section states.
Motion to have this admitted as business records or business records.
All right, and yes, sir, number 40. So over defense's objection, states LL will be admitted into evidence as states number 40.
Showing states 40, you recognize those documents?
Yes, I do.
And what are those records?
These are Laurie Shaver's BB&T bank account statements.
And did Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver maintain separate bank accounts?
They did.
And we'll talk about Michael Shaver's bank account when we call you later this afternoon. But was there activity contained within those records that show payments to CenturyLink, the internet service provider that we have discussed?
Yes, there was.
And also, was there any sort of records associated with the purchase of flowers around the time that the flowers were sent to Vanessa Townsend?
Yes, there was.
And publishing portion of that exhibit, the area in red, can you go ahead and state the date of that?
The date that the transaction posted to the account was on April 8th. Says BB&T check card purchase from you flowers. Transaction date was April 7th in the amount of $42.98.
Now, is it unusual in your experience, both personal and in investigating financial crimes, that the actual purchase would come on the bank records on a date other than the purchase day?
Yes.
And the actual purchase that we are looking at here, is that consistent with the flowers that were sent to Vanessa Townsend?
Yes, it is.
The company that is reflected on there, is that a local business or is that an online company?
From You Flowers is an online company.
So whoever's purchasing flowers through that business would not be writing out a card or anything like that, but they include a message to be sent with the flowers.
Correct.
Right. And then is that From You Flowers, do they then associate with local florists who do the actual delivery?
That's correct.
And was this transaction associated with the local delivery of the flowers sent to Vanessa Townsend?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further.
Oh my goodness. Natalie says, I know everyone is innocent until proven guilty, but nowadays with all the DNA advances, the digital data, the cameras, etc., it's really quite rare that I see a case and they think they have the wrong suspect. Right? While I'm here, the orphan is asking, how old is the daughter? 16 and expected to testify.
Mr. Wiggs?
Hold on 1 second. Thank you.
Just 1 moment, Mr. Wiggs.
Okay. And just to be clear, because I did mention the fact we would be talking about Michael Shaver bank records, these BB&T records, do they indicate in there who this account belongs to?
Yes, it does.
And who does this account with the flower purchase belong to?
This is Laurie Shaver's account.
All right. Thank you, sir.
And anything further?
No, sir.
Mr. Wiggs, please proceed. Thank you.
Please,
Yes, sir.
Do you have a degree in IT? He's like, yes. Let's see.
Officer Strickland, did you is officer or deputy you prefer to go by?
Either one.
Okay. Did you just handle the digital data that you've just testified to in this case?
Did I handle it? Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
The entire team of investigators that were working this would have reviewed it at some point.
Okay. And you submit your documents and your reports in this case to Tamara Dale, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Who was the lead officer on this case?
There were several of us that could have been considered the lead detective.
Who did the primary report?
There were a few of us that did primary reports.
Tell me everybody that did who was the primary on the case?
Tell me everyone. Name the whole team. Who all was involved in this? Do they have IT degrees? Slim Life says, confused on the circumstantial part, she buried him. Well, they didn't find her DNA on the tarp, on the ratchet straps, on the queen size bedding or anywhere there. That's the problem. So she's had so many affairs, so many boyfriends that were married men, that I think, the defense would be like, well, it could have been anyone. Could have been anyone that did that. Anyone could have buried him. You know what I mean? So, I wonder.
Okay. I did.
I don't wonder if she buried him. I think she did, in my personal opinion. I just know that they said this case there's a lot of circumstantial evidence, because it's not easy to prove that she 100% did that, So luckily for her, though, there's all this digital data. Luckily for us, against the case against her, she pretended that Michael was still alive after that. That's really gonna catch her, because she was even telling people that Michael was stalking her. Meanwhile, he was buried in the backyard.
Did very lengthy several reports. Now Lieutenant Tammy Dale also did lengthy primary reports, as well as Detective Dorier also did primary lengthy reports.
Okay, anybody else?
Yes, there were several.
Okay. Who all?
Sir, I couldn't name them all without seeing all of them. I know Detective Clay Watkins did reports. I know that the initial responding deputies did reports. There were a multitude of people that did several reports.
Okay. Who handled all the digital data as to the officers involved?
So I can only attest to myself to maintain that chain of custody. Whenever I received those records, I was the one that was responsible for submitting it to evidence. Once it was put, typically back then, data was put on a CD. Once it was placed into evidence, I would have a working copy on my computer that would then be shared with the other detectives that were also working the case. But the records that as they were received in their original format, I was responsible for those, and I can't speak to everybody else.
Okay, thank you. You had mentioned early on that there were, and I think this is the way you phrased it in your documents, that you were advised that the IP addresses were rolling accounts or rolling IP addresses, correct?
No, sir. What I advised is that CenturyLink only maintains subscriber records for one rolling calendar year.
Rolling year, okay. Now, what happens after an extended period of time? What happens to the IP addresses that are on record with the company?
For CenturyLink, I don't know what they do with their records after a year.
Okay. Do you know whether they expire, they're deleted, anything that happens to them?
Sir, I do not know what happens to CenturyLink's record after a rolling calendar year.
What do you know about Facebook? What happens to their records after an extended period of time?
I don't know what their retention time frame is. However, we were able to go back at least 4 years in this case.
Okay.
Oh, man. Golden Spudlet said the daughter most likely was brainwashed to believe that she did this, so I doubt perjury would apply. Shame. And I mean, she's a minor as well. She was 7 years old at the time that her dad was murdered. And she's now 16. And according to the defense, claiming, yeah, I pulled the trigger. I mean, I feel very sorry for her.
With Facebook?
Through Facebook, yes.
Okay. Now, does Facebook, do their records go back and allow you to trace the records they have back to the physical address of the individual?
Facebook, I do not believe, collects address data.
Okay. The registered address for the IP is a registered physical address, correct?
The IP address that is provided by the internet service provider would be the subscriber information.
Okay. And it would be registered to a physical address, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, after a period of time, do you know whether or not that data is deleted, expires, or anything happens to it?
Some companies are different. Some companies, their records will expire sooner than others. Some companies keep their records for perpetuity.
Okay. Do IP addresses change at all?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So IP addresses that may be out there for a period of time can actually change?
Yes, they can.
And identify or use somebody else's address, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Which is why the date and time stamp that is on the activity is so important.
Okay. In this case, were you able to link up an IP address with a physical address and a device?
Not through CenturyLink, no.
Okay, not through CenturyLink. Were you able to link it up from Facebook to a physical address to a device?
I think I was, yes.
You think you was?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean? Tell me, what do you mean?
The same IP address that was used for Laurie Shaver's account was also used on Mike Shaver's account.
Okay.
An IP address is a unique identifier that works similar to mailing a letter through the U.S. Postal Service. So if your address was constantly changing, there's a possibility that you would not get the mail that was intended for you and vice versa. That's why the date and time stamp that's on IP address logs are so important.
We need to look through this in a second.
You could hear about halfway through the question, Mr. Wiggs, they were like, okay, yeah. And he's like, no, it's very important. So the IP addresses were the same, and it's because of this and this. And he's like, okay, then. That question, that question did not help the defense.
Plaintiff will show you State's Exhibit 35 for identification. Okay? You look at that, please. On the first page, I think there's a business record certificate, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on that business record certificate, where did that come from?
This comes from Facebook.
Facebook. Okay. Does Facebook identify with any degree of specificity what was sent or delivered to law enforcement?
They received a search warrant requesting IP address logs, messages, photos, transactional information, and other content for the Facebook unique identifier. In response to the warrant, Facebook, Meta, as they're called now, provided responsive records on March 8th, 2019, and those records were downloaded by me.
Okay. Does it identify the records?
It does by the Facebook user account number.
Okay. Does it identify the records themselves?
By the user Facebook identity.
Okay. Paragraph 4. Does it not state the records provided were an exact copy?
Yes.
Okay. But it doesn't tell you what the exact copy was there, does it?
No, it does not.
That we made and kept in by our automated systems. Doesn't tell you what was there, does it?
Sure.
Okay. And in the course of regularly conducted activity as a regular practice of method, the records were saved in a format after searching Meta's automated system in accordance with the above specified legal process. The records were made at or near the time the information was transmitted by Meta, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And then it says further, Meta no longer retains a copy of the records provided, correct? So they send you a certificate saying, we at some point in time had this data. We're sure at some point in time we sent you some accurate information. But we don't have the documents anymore to verify anything, correct? That's what you got a certificate saying, correct?
So Facebook records back in 2018, whenever we sent the search warrants.
Please allow the witness to finish answering. Okay, please conclude your...
Whenever we received the records back in 2018 in their original format, Facebook records back then were self-authenticating. What that means is that the records were contained in a...
Please allow the witness to finish the response. Thank you.
This is beyond the scope of what I asked.
Okay. Please allow the witness to finish. Please finish your response.
The records were received in a .zip folder because the files were so big that it had to be compressed to where it could be sent via internet portals. So whenever those records were received, they were in one singular folder. That folder was then put through an algorithm. It's called SHA 256, which generates an extremely long chain of letters and numbers that is unique to those records that were provided by Facebook back then. The records back then were self-authenticating. Facebook did not provide business record certifications back then because their records, according to Facebook, were self-authenticating.
Okay, but we're dealing with records today. We're here in court today dealing with the case.
This is a good pause. He's like, oh man. He's like, well, we're here today. Yes, but defense attorney, the crime happened in 2015. So these records up to 2018 being self-authenticating is valid. But he's like, no, we're here today. Okay, we're in this courtroom right now. All right. Oh my goodness, this is getting so intense. Yeah, Christy says, love this witness. This witness is so great.
Before us, not what was received and sent in a prior procedure, correct?
No, sir, those records were the records that I received in 2018.
Right, but we're here today, and now the records don't authenticate what you declare was self-authenticating on a prior date, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the approach.
All right, come up for sidebar.
Wow, everyone. Sure. Look at the defense attorney. His hands are behind his back. He's a good boy now. Oh my goodness. Normally we go forward. Okay, let me take the sound off for you so you don't have to hear that. Just the white noise. We're just going to look at their body language here quickly. We are... Dory's like, we are here today. Oh my. Yes, but the records received in 2018 were perfectly valid, right? Can you believe that this guy, he's like, we are here today now, okay? Yes, Nature Girl, he's a good boy now. So, yeah, that's right, Laurie. They're showing all your digital stuff. IP addresses. They're gonna bust you. Well, now they're just showing hair.
You spoke.
Wait.
Your testimony.
Okay, around here. Here we go. Brandy says that... Wait. Brandy says, the investigation wasn't today, Wiggy. Move along.
You'd acknowledge, though, the records we just looked at doesn't contain any representation specific of any documents, does it, sir?
Sure.
Okay. And your testimony is based as well on a vanity name, correct? And that's a method that you use to verify the documents that you proclaim that you received, correct?
Can you please repeat that?
Yeah. You were talking about on direct examination that there's ways of verification, and one was the vanity name on the account, correct?
Sure, the vanity name is one of the unique identifiers.
Okay. Do vanity names ever change?
Vanity names that are internal to Facebook cannot change.
Can anybody use another person's account?
Absolutely.
Okay. So when you say, well, we're relying on a vanity name that other people have access to, that's not a real dependable or reliable system to identify documents in the user, correct?
The way that I answered that was based on the assumption that you meant that somebody could use that account. No, the vanity name is not recycled. It cannot be issued to somebody else. That vanity name is unique to that account forever.
Yeah, but I just spoke to you and I just said other people can have access to that account, correct?
Sure, if they have access to the device that it's logged into.
Right. If anybody within the residence has access to the browser or knows the password, they have access to that information.
Access to the device or knows the password, absolutely.
And as you sit here today, you don't know which, if any, of those multiple documents that were submitted were utilized by any other individual, correct?
No, sir, I know who they were used by.
Okay. Did you witness the person signing in?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Did you witness the person sending?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Did you witness who was at the house at all hours, all times?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. And when somebody is at, as we spoke at like Starbucks and people are accessing one account, you would acknowledge other people can access that same account, correct?
Sure.
Accounts can be hacked, correct?
They can.
So out of the multitude of all the documents you've spoken to, you can't direct attention to this specific document or this specific document and say that came only from Laurie Shaver.
No, sir, I believe I can.
Okay. In light of what you just testified to, correct?
The multitude of the evidence when taken as a totality and taken as a whole, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now, did you request the Facebook records of Jeremy Townsend?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Do you know anything about Jeremy Townsend?
I've met him and spoke with him.
Okay. Did the state talk to you about Jeremy Townsend at all?
The state?
Yes.
No, sir.
Anybody in law enforcement mention his name to you?
In what capacity?
Well, I'm asking you.
Yes, sir. We were conducting a thorough investigation, and he was obviously part of that.
Okay. Did you look into his records?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you look into Jeremy Townsend's bank records?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Was any kind of audit done of Jeremy Townsend?
An audit?
Yes.
No, sir.
Now, in the records that have been thrown into evidence at this stage, is there any statement in there, in any single record, about commission of a crime?
No, sir.
Any statement within those records about any collusive effort to cover up a crime?
No, sir.
So these records allegedly deal with, purportedly, Laurie Shaver and Deborah Townsend.
Which records?
Most of the records.
Which records? Hello, Core TV. It's nice to see you. You said, have you all gotten to Vanessa's testimony? Don't want to spoil it. Yep.
Records that have been introduced here?
Deal with Michael and Laurie, yes.
Okay. And yet there's no bearing on any crime or an attempt to cover up any crime within those records, correct?
By whom?
Whoever's communicating. Did you see any evidence or communications in those documents of any effort to cover up a crime?
No.
Any mention of a crime?
No.
And had there been, surely law enforcement would have made an arrest, correct?
Yes.
Now, we spoke about, or we saw messages dealing with flowers. Okay. Do you know the motive of the individual that sent those?
Sent the flowers? Yes, I do.
Okay. Did it have anything to do with the crime?
No, sir, it did not.
Okay. And the flowers that have been referenced, they have anything to do with the crime?
Not directly.
Okay. They have anything indirectly to do with the crime?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you put that in your report? Explain that to law enforcement?
The portion of the flowers was not part of my investigation other than the finding of the records in the bank statement.
And was there some follow-up on the flowers that showed that the flowers were utilized in the commission of a crime?
Not in the commission of a crime, no, not directly.
Okay. Now, CenturyLink, is that associated in a connective link with Facebook?
That was the internet service provider that the IP addresses using Facebook were accessed from.
Now, Facebook is one system, CenturyLink's a different system where the browser's connected to, correct?
With internet connectivity, yes.
Okay. Did you obtain a business record certificate from CenturyLink?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did that business record certify the reliability of any of the records that you received from Facebook?
Objection, Your Honor. We approach.
Sidebar.
We've got some sidebar. Detective Strickland here getting hydrated for another round of this. Just like, what is this? Core TV says, hi, Mars in chat. Hello, Core TV. Okay, let's go forward a little bit.
About Facebook.
No, sir, I have not.
Wait. There.
Have you seen any personnel from Facebook here today?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. Have you spoken to anybody directly about Facebook?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. Now, when we talk about routers as well, and people having access to a router, if somebody's in the vicinity of a router, they can proceed through that router if they can hack it or have access to it, correct?
As long as they have access to the passkey.
Right. Okay. So when we talk about the records that have been moved into evidence at this stage, do you know who, if anybody, may have had access at all hours, at all times, for any and all of these documents?
No, sir.
Okay. One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
further questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Yes, sir. Those IP addresses where the information is shared between both the Michael Shaver Facebook and Laurie Shaver Facebook, does that go from November 2015 to November 2007?
Yes, it does.
And how many separate IP addresses were shared over those 2-year periods?
13.
And did that basically go that entire 2-year period? That there was continual shared IP address information with those two accounts?
That's correct.
So for an individual that was hacking into that, each and every one of those IP addresses, this would have to be a systematic 2-year period where they were trolling outside the Shaver residence or wherever that IP address would be in order to maintain that.
That's correct.
Overruled.
Well, I'm sorry, what was your answer?
That's correct.
Now, when you were talking about information regarding criminal activity in those Facebook records on cross-examination, let me ask you this hypothetical. If an individual killed another person and had access to their Facebook account, and then after the person was dead, proceeded to post on that Facebook account over a period of years to try to show activity that that person was still alive, would that be evidence of a crime?
Yes.
As it relates to potential hacking into someone's account, if someone in China is getting into Michael Shaver's Facebook account, would the IP address be the same one that is accessing the Laurie Shaver account?
No, it would not.
That would be an IP address somewhere in China.
That's correct.
The Facebook records that you obtained, on that business record certification, did that spell out the specific number that was associated with those records?
Yes.
And if you were to pull those records up on the various thumb drive, would that number be contained there as well?
Yes, it would.
When you obtained those records originally in 2018, did it contain that same identifying number?
Yes, it did.
And when you went back to Facebook because of the fact that the documentation for evidence and submission changed in the time frame that the investigation was going on, did you ask them for the same information that you received back in 2018 utilizing that number?
Yes, I did.
And did they give you that and give you the same information that you had originally?
They gave us the business record certifications, yes.
And was that tied together with the records that you already had obtained?
That's correct.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs. Okay, may the witness be excused from his subpoena?
No, he's going to be recalled.
All right, sir. So you're subject to recall. Thank you for appearing today. Have a good day.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, so he's going to be recalled. No more questions from the defense. That was a really good redirect from the state, right? They just tied that all together just so that the jury can understand. Yeah, so he couldn't have been. Michael Shaver couldn't have been, or someone else couldn't have been. It has to be someone there, using that IP address.
The state calls Tammy Dale.
All right, please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
So this is witness number 29. They did say they're going to recall this detective Jarrod Strickland, and they also didn't release Wilma, Nicholas, the neighbor, right? So this is witness number 29, and they should have 32 or 33, according to what the state said yesterday.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Tamara Rosedale, Tamara Rosedale.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself.
Just quick one. Francine Harada said Chad Daybell is in prison. He didn't kill the children, buried in his yard. Buried in the yard is a big one, right? Like this case as well. Phew, that's some very compelling evidence. The husband that she said was stalking her, that abandoned the family, the one whose account it seems like she was using, bank accounts and social media accounts, was buried in Laurie Shaver's backyard. Oh my goodness. So yeah, I think the state's case is getting stronger. Now, what do you think?
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Tamara Dale.
Where do you work?
Lake County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked there?
Been there for 21 years.
And what is your current position?
I'm a lieutenant in criminal investigations. So unfortunately, lieutenant is a lot of administrative duties now, but I supervise detectives, specifically major crimes detectives, homicide, sex crimes, child abuse.
Back in 2018,
2018, I was a sergeant in criminal investigations.
And how did you become involved into the investigation relating to the death of Michael Shaver?
So the lead detective in that case, she moved positions just within criminal investigations, and I became her supervisor, her sergeant at the time, and the case moved with her.
What kind of angle is this from the camera person now? It's like, I don't know, it feels like we're peeping here behind the TV. It's okay. Grateful for the camera in the courtroom, of course. I'm just like, what?
When did that occur?
I don't remember exactly when she moved positions, but I think it was sometime in 2018.
Now, at some point, did Detective Doria leave?
Yes, she did.
And when she left, did you kind of step up in order to take on some of the responsibilities of this investigation at that point?
Yes, I did.
Now, during the course of this investigation, were you provided with potential names from Mr. Wiggs that he thought you needed to look into and investigate?
We were, yes, sir.
And what were those names?
Jeremy Townsend and James or Jimmy Ballou.
And were those individuals interviewed?
They were.
And did law enforcement go and look into the assertions made by Mr. Wiggs about them?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the sheriff's office, and when an investigation like this is being investigated, is there just a single detective assigned, or is there a team?
There would be a team. We have a lead detective, as I mentioned, but several detectives would work on a case of this complexity and size.
And does basically everybody work together, so not everybody's doing every interview, but all the information is being consolidated?
Correct, yes, sir. The lead detective kind of organizes everything and delegates to some of the other detectives some duties.
Now, during the course of the investigation, was information about Michael Shaver's phone obtained from the service provider?
Yes, sir.
And what was the phone number of Mr. Shaver that was looked into?
Michael's phone number was 352-431-5121.
Okay. And what efforts were made in order to track down the information associated with that?
So we served a search warrant on his service provider, which was Verizon Wireless, and that was to get, of course, more information about the number itself.
I'm showing
Excuse me.
Previously marked as states MM. At this time, the state moves states MM by way of business record certification and proper notice as the state's number 41.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states MM will be admitted into evidence of states number 41.
I'm going to go ahead and present this to the witness. Can you go ahead and take a look at those records?
know we can only see the back of her head, but isn't she looking a little bit worried? Let's read that body language. The clusters right now. She's looking a little bit worried.
Are those the records associated with the phone number that you just discussed?
Yes, sir, 5121.
Now, who actually is does that include information, subscriber information about who the account is assigned to?
Yes, sir.
And who is the account assigned to?
Laurie Shaver.
And were there multiple phone numbers associated with Laurie Shaver through this account?
Yes, sir.
Focusing first on the phone records associated with the 5121 number associated with Michael Shaver, what information is contained in those records?
So it has, we call it a call detail record, and it details date and time that calls came to or from this phone, duration of those phone calls, of course who the subscriber is, like you just mentioned.
Does that include information that would include content of text messages or things like that?
No, sir.
The records that you have solely talk about actual phone calls then?
That's correct.
And when we are looking at the various phone calls, does it indicate incoming, outgoing, things of that nature?
It does.
And does it indicate call duration?
It does.
Now, throughout the records, are there numerous entries for calls that have a duration of 1 minute?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean that every call of that type of duration is necessarily answered by the person that is being called?
No, sir.
And if you were to look at the records of the person being called, if the call was not answered, would it then not register on their account?
No, it would not register on their account.
And the time frame for which you got the phone records associated with the 5121 number, what is that?
What we asked for or what we received?
What you asked for.
We asked for August 1st, 2015 through March 9th, 2018, that being the day Michael Shaver's body was found.
And I want to go ahead and direct your attention to November of 2018, and if you need to step down in order to demonstrate to the jury the information that we have here, please be my guest.
Please feel free to move about the courtroom.
Now, first of all, up here in this red box, what information is contained there?
It says detail for Laurie Shaver, which again is the person who pays for the phone. The person the phone is in and the name the phone is in. And it says 352-431-5121, so the phone number.
Now, what is the last phone call that was made from the device associated with 512, meaning the last phone call out?
That's highlighted in blue at the bottom, and that's on November 7th, 2015 at 5:48 p.m.
And what the phone number was called on November 7th of 2015?
407-560-6999.
And did you do research into what that phone number went to?
Yes, we did. It's a landline for Epcot, which is where Mike worked at the time.
Now, the phone numbers and the activity that's highlighted in yellow, what phone number is the areas highlighted in yellow associated with?
That number is 352-431-0419, which we know, at least at the time, was Laurie Shaver's cell phone number.
Okay, at the time, because they're not redacting any of the numbers now. Perry, thank you so much for your sticker. Also, I mean, to think that allegedly Laurie was using Michael Shaver's Facebook accounts and bank accounts and things like that, logging into the social media account, but yet the last outgoing call from his phone was on November 7th. That's the last day he was seen alive. And they believe he was murdered between November 7th and 10th, because on the 10th he was meant to be back at work, right? But on November 7th, 2015 at 5:48 p.m. So no other outgoing calls. I wonder who he called that day, right? But wow. I mean, that's yet another oversight from Laurie, in my opinion.
Okay, and how do you know that?
We would ask, at the time, we would ask other people, what's Laurie Shaver's cell phone number?
Did you also obtain that information from Verizon itself?
We did.
And is that the other number back in November of 2015 that was associated with the Laurie Shaver account?
Yes, on the same account as this.
And can you go ahead and summarize the activity between the two numbers, the 5121 and I believe you said 0419 number, for the month prior, the time prior leading up to the November 7th, 2015?
0419, yes. So this would be my cell phone, and these are all his incoming or outgoing calls to or from the 0419 number or Laurie's cell phone. And leading up to the month or the day that he disappeared, there were 19 attempted or completed calls to or from Mike's phone to Laurie's phone, to or from.
And you say to or from, so this is back and forth. He's calling her, she's calling back. There's at least some entries where they actually talk.
Correct.
And some of these entries that you're referring to here that appear on these records, do they have that duration time of 1 minute?
Yes, several of them do.
And so some of the activity that we might see in the 5121 number, if it is a call out to the other number but the duration is 1 minute, we might not see any activity on that other number's account.
That's correct.
Now, is there any activity on the 5121, the number associated with Michael Shaver's account, after the November 7th, 2015?
There is one incoming call after that.
I'm going to go ahead and move to that.
One incoming call after that. Gudrun Ellison, hope I said your name okay. Hi Gisela, her goose is cooked, you say. Thank you so much for your sticker. All right, so Core TV says we actually get to vote in a poll instead of making one for once. No, we take turns. We go vote on yours. You can vote here on out. That's awesome. So yeah, put in your votes there. Let's see what you guys are saying. I'm saying, do you think Laurie Shaver will testify? Today, 60% say yes and 40% say no. There's more people saying no today. I think yesterday was like 36% of people saying no. Interesting. Okay, keep voting. Keep casting your votes. Let's see how that goes.
What call was that?
So that was on February 17th, 2016 at 3:47 p.m. an incoming call.
All right. And what was the number associated there?
352-787-2277.
And did you do research into where that phone number was associated with?
We did. It belongs to a loan company called Finance.
I'm showing you what has been entered into evidence at case number 29. These are the business records from Mariner Finance.
So Core TV missed the showing of the cats. Okay, Fury was here twice, and then Willow was also here. So I'm going to, because Core TV is our friend, I'm going to go fetch them. Okay, I'm going to go fetch whichever one I can fetch, and then I'll bring them and show you. Okay, so I'm just going off the screen for a moment.
And do these records reflect a phone call to that 5121 number on February 17th of 2015?
Yes, sir. 2016.
2016.
Yes, sir.
Did you also obtain the records for that second number associated with the account?
0419, yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir, we did.
And then was that also obtained through the search warrant?
Through a separate search warrant, yes, sir.
Showing defense what's been previously remarked as State's Exhibit NN.
Sorry for the sidebar noise there.
Between November and do these records also reflect activity to or from the 5121 number belonging to Michael Shaver preceding November 7th, 2015?
Yes, sir, those are the highlighted portions.
And how long after November 2015 do the records that you obtained associated with Laurie Shaver's phone number, do they go?
These records went until April 20th, 2016.
And during that time frame between November of 2015 to April of 2016, is there any attempts to call the 5121 number associated with Michael Shaver?
Yes, sir.
Is there any calls to that phone number associated with Laurie Shaver from that 5121 number associated with Michael Shaver?
Yes, sir.
Now, during the course of the investigation, there was a phone number that was submitted through a Facebook message from Michael Shaver's account to Vanessa Townsend. Were you familiar with that phone number?
Yes, sir.
And was research and attempts to look into that phone number done through search warrant as well?
Yes, we did.
Showing the defense what has been previously been marked for identification as states 00.
Court TV says social media influencers family. Yes. Yes.
Judge, same objection as to the certificate.
All right, over. And are you moving the 00 into evidence, sir?
Yes, because of proper notice, business record certification and notice, we would move states 00 into evidence at states number 43.
All right, over defense's objection, states 00 will be admitted into evidence as states number 43.
Now, in states 43, what kind of records are reflected in that document?
These are called customer notes by Verizon. First one I came to.
And what type of activity is referenced there?
So it's kind of an ongoing narrative, I guess, typed by a customer service representative of activity on the account. Maybe they added a feature or took away a feature, things like that.
Does it also include information when an account holder does things such as changing a phone number?
Yes.
And is there record activity on that Verizon account for the 5121 number being changed at any time?
Yes.
And first of all, when was that 5121 number changed?
April 16th? No, April 6th. Thank you.
Okay.
April 6th, 2016, 5121, which is Mike's number, cell phone number was changed to 352-801-0941.
So she changed his number? Because I was wondering, I'm like, it's so sad that nobody, like, he had no other incoming calls. Oh, she changed his phone number. Oh my goodness.
And now, in order to have a phone number change that is consistent with the individual having the device itself to change the phone number.
Correct.
And the period of time that the phone number was sent to Vanessa Townsend, was that after that April 6th, 2016 entry?
That was 3 days later, I believe, on April 9th.
And how long did that phone number, that 0941 number, remain under Laurie Shaver's account?
That was for 10 days until April 16th.
Right. And what happened on April 16th?
So the number was changed again.
Okay.
On April 16th, 2016, 0941 was changed again to 352-431-8444.
And did you do any research into the phone number ending in 8444?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm showing the defense was previously marked as State's Exhibit PP. Your Honor, at this time the state would move state's PP into evidence as a certified court file. Got a court document from case number 2016 SC, I believe that's 1508.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, state's exhibit, which is marked as PP for identification purposes, will be moved into evidence as state's number 44.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And what is that document?
Sorry to just pause it there. This question has come up quite a bit. Where is it? There we go. Michelle says, did Laurie ever have a job, or did she just sit around all day being evil? I also want to know. I want to know her work history. Did she work? Huh? What did she do? I'd love to know that. Okay.
It's a Lake County court document. It's titled Notice of Current Contact Information.
And who is that notice of contact current information associated with?
Laurie Shaver.
And does it include her address?
Yes, sir.
What is that address?
9850 Sandy Pines Road, Claremont, Florida, 34711.
And is that the address where the skeletal remains of Michael Shaver were found underneath the fire pit in the backyard?
Yes, sir.
And what is the date of that document?
Dated July 6th, 2016.
And does that document also include a phone number?
Yes, sir.
And what phone number is that?
352-431-8444.
The same phone number that the number originally associated with Michael Shaver had been changed to in order to contact Vanessa Townsend, and now changed again 10 days after that.
Yes, sir, to 8444.
Quite a close-up we've got here.
During the time frame, you can go ahead, have a seat.
Shirley says, I love that technology is making it harder to commit crimes, right?
During the time frame that Mr. Wiggs provided you with information relating to names he thought you needed to investigate, did he give you any information regarding Isabel Shaver?
No, sir.
And at some point after Laurie Shaver's arrest, did you interview Isabel Shaver?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, how old was she?
It was in 2018, and she had just had a birthday, so I think she had just turned 12 a few days earlier.
And in the course of your training experience, have you had training about how to interview children?
Yes, sir.
And that's an important skill involved with, obviously, child sex investigations. Have you ever participated in those?
I have, yes, sir.
And you also interviewed at the Child Advocacy Center.
Yes, sir.
And what is the Child Advocacy Center?
So it's a place where child victims or witnesses can be interviewed in a very friendly, child-friendly setting by people whose only job it is to interview kids and talk to them, get information, useful information, truthful information, but without re-traumatizing them in any way. And the setting is completely, like I said, child-friendly. They sit on couches, they have toys they can play with, there's cartoons in the waiting room. So basically, completely the opposite as than us taking them to the sheriff's office and putting them in one of our waiting rooms.
But to clarify, when you interviewed Isabel Shaver, where did that occur?
That was at their house. And did I say I interviewed her in 2018?
When did you interview?
I interviewed her in 2020. If I got the year wrong, I'm sorry.
I might have been. But that was not done at the sheriff's office. That was done
No, that was at her house. Yes, sir.
Now, not getting into any specific things that she said at that time, did she bring up anything related to her involvement or Jeremy Townsend's involvement that required further investigation by the sheriff's office at the time she gave either of those interviews?
No, sir.
Are you aware that there have been discussions through Mr. Wiggs about Isabel Shaver's involvement in this case since the time that you would have interviewed her and the Child Advocacy interviewed her?
Yes, I am aware.
At the point that those statements came forward, were charges already pending against Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And the any other talking of witnesses would be done through the state attorney's office at that point?
Correct.
And Miss Isabel Shaver, are you aware, was deposed through the course of the pending case?
Yes, sir, I'm aware of that.
See, so the daughter who is expected to testify didn't say that back then. It changed in around 2023. Suddenly coming forward and saying, okay, yeah, I did it. I pulled the trigger. That's a red flag. That's concerning for what has her mother told her. You know, if I had to speculate, one could speculate maybe her mom said, you'll serve less time than me. I hope that's not the case, because that sounds very bad. Very scary. Also, I'm so sorry, while I was busy with the cats there, I missed one sticker. It was from Awesome Natasha. Thank you so much for the 10 Canadian dollars. You said, Grizzly to crime, do you think she will testify? I do. She reminds me of Aliyah Bulaban or someone like that thinks that they can put on quite the performance, you know, and convince everyone. But as the trial goes on and there's more and more evidence against her, I wonder if she'll change her mind later. She hasn't made up her mind yet, but in my opinion, at this point, my opinion thinks, yeah, she'll probably testify. But I wonder, like, will she? You know, it'll be very interesting if she does. Oh my goodness.
As part of your duties, are you a firearms instructor?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what kind of training do you have to do to get that type of role?
So initially, it's a 40-hour FDLE course through the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and then there's continuing courses that you take to keep that up, and you have to continue to teach each year in order also to keep that up.
Now, as part of any sort of firearms training or defensive tactics, are law enforcement officers or anyone else trained in a similar fashion, trained to basically try to make headshots in stressful situations?
No.
Why not?
Well, we're trained, if we're using deadly force, it's to eliminate a threat. And in a real-world situation, unlike at the range, you know, your threat is going to be moving, most likely. You're going to have adrenaline going, maybe other things going on. So unlike at the range, maybe you're a really good shot at the range and you can make a headshot, but you don't want to miss what you're shooting at in real life, because if you miss, two things are going to happen. First of all, you didn't eliminate your threat, and they're going to keep doing whatever they were doing. But also, we in law enforcement, we're responsible for every round that comes out of our gun. And in a real world situation, if we miss what we're shooting at and it hits someone or something behind that person, we're responsible for that. So I say all that to say a head is a small target, or like on TV, if they shoot a gun out of someone's hand, that's a small target. So we're trained to shoot what's called center mass, which is right in the middle of the largest target, which is the person's body, because that's a large target, and if you miss by a few inches, you still hit the person's body that you're aiming at. And you stop your threat, number one. And number two, you're less likely to miss, even under stress, and even while that person's moving, and maybe also you're moving, and everything else is going on.
Is anyone trained with that type of training, that would be just ingrained in second nature?
Absolutely. That's day one of firearms training in the police academy. And every time we train on the range, unless we're just playing around, we're always shooting center mass on the target.
Nothing further, Judge. We'll go ahead and move the screen out of the way.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon. I erroneously said good morning. I'm sorry.
Me?
I erroneously said it was morning. Good afternoon.
You replaced Lisa Dorier on this case, correct?
I wouldn't say I replaced her. She left, and I helped out more after she left. But
I inherited the job, correct?
I wouldn't say that either. She was a detective. I was a sergeant, but I helped more after she left.
Okay. You graduated, my understanding, from and went to work immediately with the sheriff's office, correct?
I'm sorry, you said I graduated and...
I got your certificate for law enforcement. You went to work with SO, correct?
Yes, this is my first law enforcement job, yes, sir.
Right. So you only worked with law enforcement there, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, not to belittle you in any respect. Okay. Do you have any certificates or training in digital?
No, sir. No, sir.
And so you relied on other people within your report to gather information, correct?
Within my report to gather information?
You were the case officer, correct?
I was never the case officer, no, sir.
Is your name on the incident report?
I did supplements. I don't know what you mean by...
Okay. That's your deposition. I took final incident report. It's her report and the data she submitted at the final approach.
Yes, sir.
Showing you, let's mark this, I guess, Madam Clerk.
I'm going to check on that, Judge.
All right, sidebar, please.
Wiggs is like, not to belittle ya. But you are doing that. You're literally doing that. Not belittling you, but I'm gonna. Nice. Okay, so let's go forward now.
Do you bring any records with you to your deposition?
I think I did.
Okay. What would you have brought? Do you recall?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Does that document that you hold in your hand, does it contain your name anywhere within it?
I'm looking.
Take your time.
She's like, I'm looking.
Yes, sir. Come on up.
Okay, got some sidebar to go through. Okay.
Earlier.
Wait, there. He did say that. Not that I'm belittling ya, but you are.
Officer Dale, did you sign the probable cause on this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You see your name in there?
Yes, on the probable cause affidavit.
So when I asked you earlier, is your name on any of these documents? You said you looked, correct?
Yes.
Your name's on the probable cause, correct?
Yes, it is.
You made the decision to arrest Laurie Shaver, correct?
I signed the probable cause affidavit.
Okay. Is it fair to assume you were the primary officer making that decision?
No.
Who made that decision?
I signed the probable cause affidavit.
Did somebody tell you?
No. No.
Okay. You signed that affidavit after receiving other information from other people, correct?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So it was based on your conclusions that Laurie Shaver was arrested, correct? You're the one that vouched for the arrest.
I signed the probable cause affidavit.
Okay.
Yes.
And based on that probable cause, Laurie Shaver was arrested.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, so it's your fault that my client is sitting here in this position.
As this case was going about, was it listed as a cold case file at
No,
the time?
it was not.
Okay. How long was the investigation?
Well, from March 2018 to September 2020 was when the arrest was made. So,
did you ever put it on the internet as a cold case file?
we put it on the internet. So we have a section called cold case files. Yes, and I know what you're talking about. But that's the only place we had at the time to put cases to get more information. But we did not determine it to be a cold case, because a cold case is something in our eyes where we have nothing else, no other information to go on.
So you weren't hot on the trail of Laurie Shaver or any particular individual when you put that on the internet, correct?
I don't remember exactly the time frame that happened, but I think we were waiting on more information to come in, search warrants. I don't remember exactly what date that happened. Maybe you do if you have that in front of you.
Okay. When that was put on the internet, were you holding any evidence, any inference that you could suggest guilt to Laurie Shaver?
I don't remember when that was put on.
Okay.
What we had at that time. Yeah, I don't know when it was put on the internet. It was just basically to get out to the public, to get the case out in the public's eye. to get tips if anyone had any. That was our intent.
Were you aware of any internal conflicts within the Shaver residence?
Michael and Laurie Shaver?
Correct.
Yeah, I heard of some of the witnesses described. Of course, this is third party because I never spoke to Michael or Laurie, but having both of them described some domestic violence incidents.
In the probable cause affidavit, was there a decision that you signed off on to arrest Laurie Shaver for the charge of murder?
Yes.
And that was your decision, correct?
I signed the affidavit.
Okay, when you say you signed the affidavit, was somebody telling you to sign the affidavit, write murder in there, and write accessory?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I just want to make it clear that I wasn't the only detective working on this.
Yeah,
it was a group effort. Absolutely not. No, sir. No.
Let me finish my question.
Not what I'm saying.
Somebody telling you to charge him with that?
No.
Is that your decision?
It was my decision. It was a group decision, but I signed the affidavit, yes.
It was a
Yes.
group decision, but that you were part of that?
Yes, absolutely. It's not the Declaration of Independence. We can't all sign it. So I signed it.
Recall me taking your deposition?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did at any time you believe when I was taking your deposition that I may be there trying to trick you, or did you assume that?
Oh, yes, I did.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. And thus, if you assume such, would your answers maybe possibly be guarded?
I'm sure they were. I don't recall specifically.
Now, you, along with others, made the decision to charge Laurie Shaver with the crime of second degree.
Sidebar, please.
What's happening?
Okay, you and others evidently within the department proceeded to charge and arrest Laurie Shaver, not charge, but arrest Laurie Shaver with the crime of murder in the second degree, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what the elements of murder in the second degree are?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sidebar, please.
Objection, Your Honor. Yeah, she's a grizzly. Kathleen says she's a grizzly. She sure is. The judge is like, what? Naughty defense attorney. Look at him. He's like, no, I didn't. You did. We're going to just watch this a little bit here. Tamara says, snark. Snark bar, please. Wow. Oh, getting intense. Let me turn the noise down for you a little bit. Now, what's going on in here? Yes, show us her. What's happening? A lot of activity in the courtroom. She's shaking her head a little bit. Great strategy, right? When the defense attorney decides to start pointing fingers at the judge. Not a great move. Okay, now they're just going to show her hair again. Let's go for it.
I can't quote them, but generally, yes.
Pardon me?
I can't quote the statute book, but generally, yes.
Okay. What are the elements for the crime of second-degree murder?
So unlawful taking of a human life, not premeditated, obviously.
I'm sorry?
I said obviously not premeditated.
Okay. Tell me, so there's a death, correct?
Yes.
By another individual,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Anything that surrounds the nature of the killing?
I have a statute book.
No.
Well, I can't quote it. No, I can't.
Okay. And you understand that all elements must be established?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Pardon me?
Yes.
Okay. When you went through this case, did you consider elements or issues of self-defense, whether there were any?
What do you mean, did I consider them?
Yeah. Well, there was a death.
I'm unaware of any.
Okay. You were aware that there was a death. Did it enter your mind that possibly there was an issue of self-defense involved?
But I'm unaware of any.
Okay. Did you investigate to determine whether or not self-defense was plausible in this case?
I'm unaware of any. So no one made a self-defense claim. Michael was shot in the back of the head. I don't know of any self-defense. No one made that claim.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't expect me to come in and make it, correct?
No.
No?
I would expect someone to make it if they acted in self-defense. That's how it normally occurs.
So let me ask you then, if you see certain elements but nobody's suggesting self-defense, do you just presume guilt and make the arrest?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything,
Oh, shame. That's really, it's just like, no.
therefore, to see whether or not there was any issue of self-defense?
If no one suggests self-defense, how would I know there's self-defense?
Okay.
And I didn't see any evidence of self-defense. Normally in self-defense, you don't bury the body in a backyard. I've never seen that before anyway.
That's right. That's right. Say that. Say that. Like she just keeps on answering. I love that. She's like, well, normally with self-defense, you wouldn't, bury a body in the backyard. Yeah. Pretend he's stalking you, the victim. She's like, Michael is stalking me, everyone. She's like using his social media accounts. Wow. Now she's claiming self-defense. Oh my goodness.
There was testimony, I think, that you provided about address changes, correct?
When?
Earlier on direct examination, you looked at some documents, saw a certificate of an address change?
I think it was just declaring that was her address at that time.
Okay.
I think is what that was.
Okay. Did the address change have anything to do with the homicide?
I don't know what it had to do with it. It was a court document.
Pardon me?
I don't know what it had to do with it. It was a court document declaring that was her address at that time and phone number.
Okay. Would that suggest to you a homicide?
No.
Okay. You also testified about documents of utilities in somebody's name, correct?
Cell phone bills?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would that suggest a homicide?
Just a cell phone bill by itself?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Is a cell phone bill with anything else going to suggest a homicide?
I mean, it's the contents of the record, not
Okay.
the cell phone bill.
Those records don't suggest a homicide in any form or any manner, do they?
The cell phone bill?
Yeah.
It's what they show, and not by themselves. No, of course not. It's the totality of everything.
Your investigation never uncovered any kind of financial motive as a motive for any homicide, correct?
No. No.
Did you put that fact in your report?
That we didn't uncover a financial motive?
Correct.
No.
That wasn't in there?
In my report or my PC affidavit?
In the report.
That we didn't uncover a financial motive, no. I didn't.
Now, do you think it's important for the jurors and everybody that you document all facts, including exculpatory evidence?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. That would be an exculpatory factor, correct?
Yes, but
no financial motive in this case.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't put in there. I would have to put then. I didn't uncover a financial motive. I didn't uncover this motive. I didn't uncover that motive. So I can't list every motive that I didn't uncover.
But that's often a primary factor in a homicide, is it not?
Well, you don't have to prove motive, but yes, if you have one, it would be a primary factor.
And in your investigation, you discovered that the body had been dead through your correspondence and with other witnesses for several months to years, correct?
I believe that is what the K-Phil lab said.
Okay. So we've heard testimony in this case about people getting emails on this date and the last time Michael Shaver showing up at work on this date or that date.
Mm-hmm.
Those don't suggest homicide, do they?
I mean, well, his cause and manner of death is what suggests homicide.
I mean, the fact somebody doesn't show up for work is not an element suggesting that Laurie Shaver murdered him on any particular day, correct?
No.
Now, you understood, pursuant to the requirements, that the death had to have been the criminal act of Laurie Shaver, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Or somebody acting on her behalf, correct?
Correct.
Now, you weren't present during the death of Michael Shaver, correct?
No, I was not.
You can't testify what happened during that incident, can you?
No, sir.
Can't testify who was present, correct?
No, sir.
Can't testify who was any aggressor, correct?
No, sir.
Can't testify whether or not somebody was exercising self-defense, correct?
No, sir.
Neither can you testify as to who, if anybody, shot a gun.
I wasn't there, so no, sir, if that's what you mean.
And yet such facts are imperative as essential elements to the crime of homicide, correct? That the criminal death occurred by a particular individual. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those are essential elements that are not revealed in any report, correct?
Well, I never witnessed any homicide. I've never witnessed a homicide.
But those facts are not gleaned by other evidence within this investigation, correct?
I believe that they are.
Okay. Now, there was a point in time in which law enforcement responded to the residents in reference to a well-being check, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you there for that?
No, I was not.
Okay. Do you know how many officers were there?
I don't. I think at least 2, but there may have been more. I don't know.
Now, when law enforcement went there for a well-being check, you can't make any declaration they were hot on the trail and were making headway on that case, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, they went to the residence as a consequence of a call from a Scott Amatuccio, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Amatuccio never indicated he had witnessed a crime, correct?
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he was working on a suspicion, correct? That something may have happened at that house.
I guess you could call it that, yes, sir.
Yeah, because he hadn't seen his friend in some time, correct?
He had other suspicions, but yes, including that.
And Mr. Amatuccio stated he hadn't seen his dear friend for some years, correct?
Since the end of 2015.
Did your ears go up when you heard that he hadn't seen his friend for several years? What his relationship was with Mr. Shaver? Did that spark your suspicion at all?
I wasn't involved in the case at that time.
Okay.
Oh.
If you were involved in the case?
You're like trying to blame the friend now. Just blame everyone. This is exhausting. Oh my goodness.
At that time, would that raise some suspicion in your mind?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, but it quickly went from one person hadn't seen him to several people hadn't seen him.
Okay. So it became a numbers game?
Your words, not mine, but one person hadn't seen him, and then his family hadn't seen him, and then we couldn't find anyone who had seen him.
Do you know what his relationship was with the family?
Specifically, no.
Okay.
But I know the point is, people he worked with, absolutely no one had seen him. No one. People who saw him at work, no one. Since the end of 2015.
Okay. My understanding was your position that Laurie was arrested because it was your feeling she was key in covering up the body that was found on the property, correct?
That's part of it.
Okay. When you made that conclusion, did you reach any particular conclusion based on any physical evidence that Laurie knew he was buried there?
I'm sorry, you say that Laurie knew he was buried there?
Right.
Physical evidence, no, sir.
Pardon me?
No, sir. Physical evidence, no.
Okay. So you had no evidence to suggest that Laurie knew his body was there, but basically she was just the closest one to the body, correct?
Despite the concrete with the little heart and the little initials, her initials and her new man, the depression in the concrete, a fire pit right there where there was going to be a duck pond. Wow, where she was celebrating birthdays and having family over. Right there on a 5-acre property. That's where her husband's body was buried. Interesting.
That's part of it, but not all of it.
Okay. So she's closest to the body. She gets arrested.
No, sir.
Okay. Well, you say that's part of it.
Well, that is part of it. It was on her property and his property under a fire pit that she built, but that's not the only reason she was arrested.
Well, what was it? What else am I missing that you can fill me in on that factored into?
I like that laugh from the lieutenant. She's like, what other evidence is there, huh?
That decision.
Well, she was the last person seen with him alive.
Does that mean she murdered him? Let's stop there.
We are taking each thing I'm going to say and ask, does that mean she murdered him? Yeah. Each thing, no, by itself, no. I would never have arrested her for any one thing I'm going to say, no, sir.
Okay,
no.
So she's the last to see him. Does that mean she murdered him?
By itself, no.
Okay, let's go to the next issue. What's the next issue that factored into that conclusion?
So she was the last person, she left with him, the two of them left together, last person to see him that we know of on planet Earth, alive. She immediately started lying about his whereabouts.
Okay, stop. Right there. Is Laurie sitting here today charged with lying?
No.
Okay. Is that an element to the crime of murder?
No.
What other factor did you rely upon?
She immediately started lying about his whereabouts to everyone. She took 2.5 years lying about to everyone his whereabouts, which delayed his friends and family reporting him missing, which delayed discovering his body, which delayed discovering his homicide and investigating his homicide. I don't know who that would benefit other than the person who killed him and put him in the ground.
Okay, let's stop a second. You initially began your testimony and stated you were aware there were issues in the Shaver family, correct?
Yes.
That there were tensions within that family, correct?
Yes.
Did it enter your mind, considering those facts, that maybe Miss Shaver was happy he was gone?
Well, that could be, except that he wasn't gone. He was dead and buried under her fire pit.
Well, he wasn't there bothering her?
But he wasn't gone. He was murdered under her fire pit.
Do you have evidence that Laurie Shaver placed Mr. Shaver under that fire pit?
Well, everything I'm listening to you is what led me to conclude that no one else did. And
I'm sorry. I'll let you finish.
No, just everything I'm listening.
Everything you're listening to. Okay. And as one of the agents on this case, you reviewed what was gathered from that fire pit, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have personal knowledge that not one single item in that fire pit linked Laurie Shaver
to that pit?
Physical evidence, you're correct, yes.
Okay, there's no forensics, correct?
Correct.
That factor into your decision to charge Ms. Shaver with homicide?
Correct, yes.
The fact there was no connective link?
Yes, but by that logic, then we can never charge anyone.
You think?
Well, by that logic, yes. There's no evidence against anyone. There's no forensic evidence. There's no anyone DNA in there.
For instance, do homicides occur where people leave knives with fingerprints on them?
Yes.
Okay. Do they leave a gun registered in their name where ballistics link up to that gun?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Were those present in this case?
No.
So when you say you could never charge somebody with such an offense, okay, that's not an accurate statement, is it?
Well, you're making it sound as if there's no DNA in that pit with his body, which there wasn't,
Okay.
then we can't charge anyone.
Let me ask you, was there any DNA on his physical body?
No.
Any hairs from her? Within
From no one, though.
Okay. There were hairs found in the pit, correct?
Not foreign to him.
You don't know about that?
Not that we could test on anyone else, that could compare to anyone else.
So Laurie's closest, so Laurie gets charged, correct?
All I'm saying is, by your logic, if we find no physical evidence in with his body, we can't charge anyone, which would mean we could never charge anyone. So, I mean, I think you would agree that with his body being on their property, it would have to be someone who knows him. He wasn't robbed on I Drive and by a stranger and they brought him back to his property and buried him.
You don't know who was residing in that residence, do you?
Oh, well, I wasn't there, but
Okay.
I know who says.
You don't know how the altercation occurred, correct?
I wasn't there.
Correct.
Correct.
Did you see or uncover any photographs of Laurie Shaver having anything to do with the patio itself?
The fire pit or the concrete, because those were built at separate times.
Did you see anything, any images or photographs of Laurie pouring the patio?
Not pouring the patio.
Anything to do with the patio?
I think she had some photographs of bags of cement on her Facebook, yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. And where did you see those images?
On her Facebook?
So, Laurie Shaver is going to pour a patio, and she's got on Facebook photos of the concrete she's going to do it with, correct?
I saw photos of bags of concrete on her Facebook, yes.
Did you make a note of that, put it in your incident report? This may constitute exculpatory evidence, suggests that this person didn't know the body was in there?
I don't know what you mean.
You don't usually go about advertising that they're going to put a patio over a body, do they?
Some people do. Some people do. Things like that. The obvious, because no one would expect it. Right? I'm going to fill this duck pond here and just make a fire pit. And I'm going to just make a concrete patio, which is just a load of crap, really. It looked so terrible. So badly done. Yeah, right. Yeah, people like Laurie, red flag alert, she would do things like that. Yes, she would.
I don't know. This is my first case with a patio over a body. It was in my report, so whether you call it exculpatory or inculpatory, I don't know.
In my opinion.
In fact, you would acknowledge that that doesn't suggest guilt.
What doesn't suggest guilt?
The fact that she had anything to do with the patio and that the concrete had been posted.
Here's what I find out about that is she had a 5-acre property and she put it over his body. So that would...
Do you know what the ground looked like before?
Before what?
The concrete was laid?
No.
Do you know what was going in on that spot possibly before?
I was told a duck pond.
Okay. Did you put that in the report as potential exculpatory evidence?
It's in the report about the duck pond. It's not in my part of the report.
Do you make any notations that that would be evidence potentially for consideration?
That what would be evidence?
Pardon me?
That what would be evidence? I'm sorry.
That this patio was put there for a reason specific, not necessarily to cover up a crime.
I don't know her reason for putting it there.
Correct, correct. But you made the decision, one of the people made the decision to arrest Laurie Shaver.
Yes.
Implicating she had knowledge of the body being there, correct?
Well, yes.
Yes. Knowledgeable, in fact, of the fact that there was another ulterior purpose for the existence of the ground prior, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again, I apologize.
And at the same time, you knew that the ground had another purpose, intended purpose, correct?
We were told that Mike was making a duck pond.
Correct.
Yes, we were told that.
Now, it's my understanding, or that you have a belief that the crime can't be committed just on a bare suspicion, correct? Of guilt.
Right. Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's your feeling, correct? Some bare inference, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yet, when you arrested Ms. Shaver, there was no evidence that you held establishing any knowledge on her part that the body was under the patio, correct?
Well, to me, her building the patio over the body was what did it for me. If you call that exculpatory, that's our agree to disagree moment, I guess.
Okay. You disagree with that statement?
That her building the patio over his body means she did not know it was there, is what you're saying?
Okay. Have you made a statement inconsistent with that in the past, is what I'm asking you?
Inconsistent with what?
What you just stated. I'm referring you to your deposition. I'm going to refer you to page 30, line 14 through 16. You'll read that.
Why can't Wiggy let her read the whole PCA? Yeah, we're here for it. Let the jury hear that, the whole thing.
14?
14 through 16.
Question, but how do you know that Miss Shaver, back to my question, had anything to do with filling in that pit? Answer, with actually putting the dirt in. Question, correct. Answer, I don't.
So you don't know whether or not she had any knowledge of anybody in the ground, or had any partaking in the placing of the body in the ground, correct?
That's why it's called probable cause, and she is presumed innocent until proven guilty. It's like, dude, the trial is happening right now. You know how you said to that witness earlier? Well, we're here today, okay? We're here right now. Yeah, we're here right now. It's the trial, okay?
Correct? By your prior statement.
What, with filling the pit?
Or you had any knowledge that the body was in the pit or partaked and placing the body in the pit?
Can I see that again? I don't think that's what that said. I just want to see it again. I apologize. May I?
That's okay.
Because I was reading rather than paying attention.
No, that's okay. Tell me.
My brain will only do one thing at a time.
No, that's fine. It's late in the afternoon. Okay.
And, I mean, without reading the rest for context, it says had anything to do with filling in that pit.
Yeah.
And I said with actually putting the dirt in.
Question was, but how do you know that Ms. Shaver, back to my question, had anything to do with filling in that pit?
It doesn't sound like you're asking, did she know the body was there?
Further.
Okay.
With actually putting the dirt in there, you asked me? And I say correct. And your answer? I don't. Correct? So
Yes.
it's not a matter that the pit is in her yard. You know there's got to be some evidence to establish that Miss Shaver had knowledge of the body and the ground, correct?
It doesn't sound like that's what you're asking me there without reading more context. I apologize.
All right.
But you're asking about filling in the pit?
Now, Mr. Amatuccio was asking you about information gleaned from myself or anybody else. Did Mr. Amatuccio relay to you any conversations and facts I had relayed to him about the minor child?
Just general facts of her story, yes.
Okay. And a revelation of what had come forward?
Yes, sir.
For that minor? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And when you met the child at Child Services?
Children's Advocacy Center?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't that the child misrepresented anything. The child didn't want to speak to you, correct?
I didn't speak to her at the Children's Advocacy Center. She was interviewed by the professional interviewers.
And no information was gained from that child, correct?
About?
Anything. Did she relate to them one story that changed from another?
I mean, that's a broad statement. She didn't say anything about shooting Mike.
Right. She didn't say anything about anything, did she?
Okay. What do you mean she didn't say anything about anything?
Do you know anything that the child did?
Yes, but...
Sidebar, please.
Yes, oh my goodness, shame. She needs lots of coffee. I wish she had a buy me a coffee link. We would all buy a lot of coffee after this. Oh my goodness.
Any statement, correct? This minor child didn't fail to provide a statement. The child didn't give you any statement, correct?
It sounds like you're saying... She gave a statement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the statement materially different, or did the child just say she didn't? It was personal.
Materially different than what?
What was later revealed?
It was materially different in that she did not say at the Children's Advocacy Center that she shot her dad, if that's what you mean.
She didn't want to talk about it, correct?
About?
The event.
About shooting her dad? I mean, they didn't ask her, did you shoot your dad?
She was 7 years old. 7. Like, what? Wiggy. Just have a seat, sir. Coffee's for everyone.
Did the child indicate in any form or manner she didn't want to talk?
About some things, yes.
Right. Did the state converse with you at any point in time about any conversations that I may have communicated to the state from that child?
Not in detail, just generally what she said. Yes, sir.
And whatever the state revealed to you, did you follow up on whatever was communicated to you by the state?
No, by that time, Laurie had been arrested and charged, and the state would be responsible for. If they wanted me to interview her, I would have, but it's my understanding they deposed her.
In this case, there was we've covered the grave, but there was no evidence that you're aware of that was unturned from the residence implicating Laurie Shaver.
No.
And you've testified previously that you take the position that there must be some evidence, not simply a bare suspicion.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you understand there was no linked ballistics, correct?
No ballistics, you said?
Correct?
Yes, sir, I understand.
You were aware of that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Her face is already like, and what else do you have?
Was there
to
any
ask me?"
DNA within the residence that linked Laurie Shaver
No, sir.
to this crime?
No, sir.
Right. There was no digital device recovered in this case, was there?
No, sir.
You would agree with me that creates, to a degree, a lack of evidence.
Oh, physical evidence.
No physical evidence,
Yes,
correct?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Did you learn?
Sorry, pause. KPT, you are right. You said in 2015 she was 7. What year was the interview? This witness initially said 2018 and then corrected herself to 2020, and she said that she was 12. Okay, good point. Thank you.
In this investigation, how Facebook maintains or takes care of their IP information?
No, I didn't do anything with IP.
Okay. Did anybody supply you information about the IP information from Facebook?
I don't remember learning anything about IP.
Okay. All right. Had Laurie Shaver posed as Michael Shaver on Facebook, you would agree that doesn't mean Laurie Shaver murdered Michael Shaver?
By itself, no.
No. Okay. Do you know whether or not anybody in the house could have posed as Michael Shaver?
Well, it only benefited Laurie.
Did it?
Correct.
Okay. You were supplied information about Jeremy Townsend, correct?
Correct.
And you were aware that Jeremy Townsend was in a relationship for some term with Laurie, correct?
Correct.
And if Jeremy Townsend was in the residence, did it enter your mind that possibly Jeremy Townsend had been on the router and the computer?
Well, why would Jeremy Townsend try to break up his own relationship with his wife?
Okay, let me ask you. You can't segregate some emails to the exclusion of all the emails. For instance, you can't say, this is from Jeremy, this is from Laurie, this may be from Jeremy, this may be from Laurie, correct?
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, so it was Jeremy for a time, pretending to be Michael, and then after that it was someone else. Never Laurie, okay? Over 2 years of the accounts being active, the bank accounts being used, yeah. It was just all these other guys. It was never Laurie. Jeremy, oh my goodness.
You know whether or not you have evidence that every single email document that's been moved into evidence came from Laurie Shaver exclusively?
Do you mean Facebook?
Facebook, excuse me.
That every single one came from Laurie exclusively. So I guess if I say no, then by what you're suggesting, both Laurie and someone else, potentially Jeremy, was pretending to be Mike, then sure, two people could be pretending to be Mike.
You would agree with me, that's a reasonable inference, correct?
I don't think so, but...
Probably not.
Okay.
The other individual was involved in the homicide.
I don't know. I don't know.
And you never looked at anything, any accounts of Jeremy Townsend, correct?
I didn't, no.
Did anybody?
I don't think so.
Did you meet with anybody from Facebook or CenturyLink?
No, sir.
Do you have a degree in IT?
Do you know whether any of these records are linkable, connected to one particular person, location, or device?
No, I don't know.
Do you know how long Facebook saves IP addresses?
I didn't deal with IP addresses at all, sir.
Pardon me?
I did not deal with IP addresses at all.
Is there any information in your report dealing with that?
I don't think in my report I didn't deal with IP addresses.
Let's see if it's in there. I don't know if this is going to be numbered. Did you talk to,
Who was the IP investigator? What's his name?
that just testified? Do you know?
Detective Strickland, Corporal now Strickland? Yeah.
Did you talk to Strickland about his findings?
I'm sure we talked, yes, sir.
Kathleen said, is he trying to get a false confession? Because at this point, I'll admit I did it. He feels just shut up.
About revolving IPs?
We talked, yes, sir, but I didn't deal with it. I didn't research that at all.
Probable cause?
Yes, I signed the probable cause.
Okay, and you factor in other people's findings as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified on behalf of the state about, and I think I covered this, but about utilities being listed in Laurie's name, correct?
The cell phone bill?
Well, utilities, I think, on the residence, correct? And other information?
Earlier today?
Correct. Do you know how long they've been listed in Laurie's name?
Earlier today I talked about the cell phone bill.
Okay. Do you know how long that's been in her name, or if it was ever in Michael Shaver's name?
If I had the records, I might.
Okay. Did you, in your investigation, go back to discern if they were ever in Michael's name?
We asked for, I think we got from whatever date we got from. I don't have it in front of me, but from the dates that I had, it was not in Michael's name.
Okay. So you just assumed because they were in Laurie's name, something happened.
No.
Okay.
I don't see what you're saying there. No, sir, I didn't.
She's starting to laugh at his questions like we are.
A lot of husbands and wives have their cell phones in one person's name.
Now, you didn't look into the history of Mr. Townsend, my understanding, because you felt it was years later and a lot of the records had been gone or were gone in that time frame, correct?
Are you talking about Facebook or?
Facebook records.
I don't know why they didn't.
Pardon me?
I don't know why they didn't.
Okay.
I didn't deal with Jeremy.
45 of your deposition. Line 15.
Okay. Sorry, page 45?
Just look at page 45. The question was asked of you, did you ever look into the history of Mr. Townsend? Page 45, line 13
okay.
14. In your response?
Okay, yeah, you also have to remember that a lot of what we were doing was years after, a lot of records that we requested were gone because of the time frame.
Okay, so Laurie Shaver's records were reliable, could be looked at, and could be brought before the court in your mind, but Mr. Townsend's were unreliable, correct?
I didn't say unreliable, but
is that what you said?
It said we're gone, didn't it say?
Unreliable?
Oh,
gone?
I'm sorry. My memory's unreliable, sir.
Well, it's afternoon. I'm tired too.
He keeps saying it's afternoon, but I'm just sorry, this is a random vent, okay? If someone says, my brain can only focus on one thing at a time, it's not like, who else afternoon? It's not about the afternoon. It's like literally saying how you wired, how you function, what's best for you, you know what I mean? this guy. He's always like, well, it's late in the afternoon. Me too. No. She's just laughing at this like, oh, dude.
I'm sorry. I know I just read it.
Page 45, line 15 through 18.
It says,
You want to read that aloud?
I will. You also have to remember that a lot of what we were doing was years after, a lot of records that we requested were gone because of the time frame.
Okay. So Mr. Townsend's records were not available. They were gone for events occurring within the same time frame, correct?
I don't know. I didn't deal with Mr. Townsend at all.
That was the answer you supplied, correct?
Okay. Yes, sir. I did.
And did you speak to Kendall Davidowski?
Yes.
Okay. And who was she?
She, at one time, dated Mike Shaver.
Okay. Did you look at her computer?
No.
Her digital data?
No.
And that, again, was because years had gone by?
No.
And hers wasn't available?
I don't think that's why.
Okay. I'll refer you to page 61.
Okay, so gonna move to page 61. Do you have an IT agree? Did you witness a homicide? Riet Rousseau said, Oomie, jy krap die verkeerde leeu se bal, which means, Oomie, okay, like uncle, you're scratching the wrong lion's balls. Riet, I love your... Are you South African, Riet? Right? Jy krap die verkeerde leeu se bal. Oh, bal, yeah, exactly. Okay. Poking the bear, basically. Poking the bear. Like, oh my word, this is... Should I speed him up a little bit, hey? Maybe I should speed him up a little bit. 1.1 speed, how about that? Okay, we had 1.1 speed.
10 through 12.
Again, this is a couple years afterwards, so a lot of things are lost, but I felt like we were comprehensive in what we did.
Okay. So you didn't look at Miss Davidowski's because of age, correct?
Assuming that's what we're talking about.
That was your answer, correct?
I don't know what you asked me there, but yes, okay.
You answered it as such, correct?
If that's the question you asked me, you just had me read the answer. But yes, okay.
Give the jurors a comfort break at this time.
Very well, Judge.
So we're in recess for 10 minutes. Please take the jurors out. Thank you.
Oh yes, comfort break time. Everybody needs it. It's more like a Red Bull break at this point. Oh my goodness, it's not even just like, let's have a coffee. Let's have Red Bull. Anything for stamina, for whatever else is next, right? This is really, it's really bad. Wendy's like, please do, G. Yeah, okay, he's at 1.1 speed. Okay, so we're gonna go forward now. Here we go. And we are back from that comfort break. They needed that comfort break. They need comfort, hugs, coffee, Red Bulls, and just like, whew, that's time in their life they'll never get back. Us too.
I'm more okay, noted.
Yes, sir.
Having brought Jeremy Townsend to your attention, you were advised, I believe, that this man had been in the military, correct?
I'm aware that he was.
Okay, in Special Forces?
That's what I heard.
Okay. And yet, still that didn't trigger anything in your mind as to maybe the dispositional attitude or mindset of Jeremy Townsend to look into, correct?
We did look into him.
Okay. You can't say you looked into this man in depth, did you?
We did look into him, yes, sir.
Ma'am?
We did look into him, yes, sir.
Did you look into him in depth?
I believe so.
You believe so?
Yes, sir.
You never went through any financial records of Mr. Townsend, did you?
No.
And we just heard your testimony a moment ago that his Facebook data was not looked into because you perceived it as too age old and insufficient to be able to evaluate, correct?
We didn't look at his Facebook data.
Right. Yeah, Ms. Shaver's was, correct?
We looked at hers, yes, sir.
Right. Now, let's talk about the fire pit in the house. You are aware that there's considerable distance between the house and that fire pit, correct?
I don't know what you call a considerable distance, but yeah.
From the pit to the house?
We did. I don't know the distance, but yes.
Okay. Did it factor into your mind before you signed that probable cause affidavit that somebody had to get the body to the grave?
Yes.
Did you factor in the physical strength of any and all possible suspects?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the physical abilities of Miss Shaver at that date and time?
Meaning what?
Her physical abilities.
I know her approximate weight. I know that everyone said she was athletic. She went to the gym. Muscular is how she was described to me.
Did you look at the gravesite, evaluate the depth, and think about the height of the individual and anybody that may be standing in there and digging it?
I was told it was about 3 feet deep. I never saw it.
Okay. Did you link that up in your mind possibly with Mr. Townsend versus Miss Shaver?
Yes, and I fully believe Miss Shaver could have drug a body, presumably on a tarp, across grass, that distance to the grave.
Okay.
Yes.
And reaching that conclusion that you just did you ask for any specific analysis on the tarp to see if there was any chlorophyll or any ingrained soil within the tarp that would suggest movement by Miss Shaver?
Chlorophyll, you mean from grass?
From grass?
No, sir.
Yes.
No.
Did you do that?
No.
Did you point that out in your probable cause affidavit?
No.
But you did sign it, didn't you? You signed that probable cause, didn't you? Yes. Okay, and so why did you sign it? My goodness, I can just see it's going to go like that, isn't it? Oh my goodness. Steel Guitar says, oh my word. I walked away for a bit and just got back. He's still antagonizing that poor witness. Still. Look at her. She's just like, oh my goodness. Like, am I ever going to get out of this? Never. This will go on forever, is what it feels like.
And I believe when we discussed this, it was your position that really this case could be evaluated just based on common sense.
I don't know if those were my words. I don't recall.
Okay. I'll refer you to your deposition.
Okay.
Direct you to line 50, bottom, page 5, line 1, I think it is.
Page 50, line 1?
I think it's page 50, I think it's, and carrying on to page 51. So we begin on the bottom.
Oh, okay. I think at some point common sense has to come into play.
Yeah, okay. So that was really the factor you relied upon in signing that affidavit, correct?
I mean, again, this is one line in an entire depot. Can we...
Go ahead and read it.
How much of it do you want me to read?
Well, was that a factor that you relied upon in signing that probable cause affidavit?
I mean, yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, because we know there was no digital data in the house. We know there was no DNA in the gravesite, correct?
Correct.
There were no forensic. We know there was no ballistics, correct?
Correct.
We know there was no eyewitnesses, correct?
Correct.
So in your conclusion, absent all that evidence, it was your position, just rely on your common sense, correct?
In so many words, I guess so. According to my depot, yes, sir.
Again, I want you to tell me, when was the last date that a call went into Epcot from Michael Shaver's phone?
November 7th, 2015.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
You also made the decision to charge Laurie Shaver with the accessory after the fact, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's on the problem, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your investigation, did you ever determine who the primary offender was that she was assessing?
I believe it was Laurie.
So Laurie committed the crime and Laurie's assessing herself?
Sidebar, please. Thank you.
Oh man, the state is like, no, enough of this now. Charge.
With the crime of accessory after the fact, would you tell us what the elements of that crime are?
Helping essentially clean up the crime or cover up the crime afterwards.
Covering up the crime. Okay. For another individual?
Could be.
Okay. And you're assuming Laurie, is my understanding, was covering up the crime for herself?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay. So, what was the aid or assistance that she was offering herself that you uncovered?
Well, covering up the crime for 2.5 years and disposing of the body.
I don't know why the camera is like this now, but okay.
So you assume that she disposed of the body, and you've offered no evidence in support of that, correct?
I believe she did.
Okay. And in all the digital data we see messages from Laurie Shaver to Laurie Shaver offering to cover up a crime for herself.
No. No,
Do
sir.
we see any communications from Laurie Shaver or presumably Michael Shaver offering any evidence to cover up any crime for anybody?
No.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Wiggs?
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Redirect.
Lieutenant Dale, when you refer to totality of the circumstances, what are you talking about?
Well, the entire case, everything in the probable cause affidavit. In other words, as I pointed out, if you take any one line in the affidavit or any one thing, no, I wouldn't have arrested Laurie for any one thing, for her phone bill, for any one thing. But you have to look at the case as a whole and put all those elements together.
And then when pushing this case together as a whole, is that where the common sense analysis that you were talking about?
And that's what I meant by that. You have to look at it globally, not microscopically at one thing, because even I would agree, no, you wouldn't arrest someone on one thing, on any case.
There was discussions about why you didn't look at this as a self-defense case.
Yes.
And when you are investigating self-defense cases, are you generally dealing with someone that is shot in the back?
In the back of the head, no, sir. No, sir.
Are you dealing with individuals whose body has been hidden for over 2 years?
Never.
When you're dealing with self-defense types of allegations, are they normally reported to law enforcement?
In my experience, they've always been reported.
And so once again, going to the totality of the circumstances and all the evidence from all the various sources that you reviewed, is that why that you excluded self-defense as a potential issue in this case?
Yes, sir.
Now, as it relates to getting records for individuals, the Facebook records and other records obtained in this case, were many of those obtained by search warrant?
Yes.
And when we talk about a search warrant, what has to go into a search warrant?
Probable cause.
Meaning what?
We have to have a reason, a probable cause reason, to look into that person's personal stuff, their Facebook records, their phone records, whatever.
And so there are prohibitions from law enforcement just getting records from anybody that they might want to get records from.
Correct.
Do you have to then, when you're talking about probable cause, does that have to go to a judge and be approved?
Yes, it does.
And all of that was done for the records, the Facebook records in this case?
Correct, yes, sir.
But at the time of the investigation, did you have any probable cause to obtain records for any other individual?
We did not.
And is simply Mr. Wiggs...
Joanna, thank you so much. And someone, Natalie says, why is he looking so smug? You really think it went well? Two delusional birds of a feather there. Oh, man.
Telling you, hey, you need to look into Jeremy Townsend, probable cause in order to get his Facebook records?
No.
Is Mr. Wiggs telling you, hey, you need to look into James Blue, probable cause to get any records from him?
No.
And also, going back to common sense, if they now have a single source as the potential person involved in this, why would he give you 2 names?
In my honest opinion, a wild goose chase.
Okay. Now, when you are looking at evidence of someone actively covering up a crime, is that evidence that they were involved in the crime itself?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, briefly. Ma'am, when the state just asking you some questions here, talking about common sense and having to procure warrants and the need to get a judicial order, you told me you looked insufficiently to Jeremy Townsend, correct?
Yes, sir.
I had advised the state attorney's office and law enforcement some information regarding him, correct?
You gave us his name. Is that what you mean?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Right. And in the investigation that y'all were doing, you did come up with an unknown male contributor at the scene with regards to DNA, correct?
In the house.
Right. So did that trigger your mind? Hey, maybe what Mr. Wiggs is saying, we need to look into this guy, Jeremy Townsend?
No, because we know Jeremy was in the house.
Okay. So we get a DNA report indicating Laurie's presence is on the ground in a track, and there's another individual that's a male that we can't account for. Don't take any effort relying on this common sense principle to see who that was.
Well, first of all, I think the DNA wasn't able to be compared, if I remember. I'd have to look at a report. Second of all, if it turned out to be Jeremy's or anyone's, it would just show they were in the house, which we know he was in the house.
At the location potentially of a conflict, correct?
In the house?
Correct. Or in the house?
In the house.
Okay. You don't know where any conflict occurred, correct?
No, but it would show he was in the house.
Okay. But you don't know what's going on in the house, correct?
Okay, well, you're telling me we have her DNA in the house, so that doesn't mean she did it.
Providing information to the state, correct?
Which I'm finding out months after I arrest her.
Through the state, correct?
Okay, yes, sir.
Did you ask Jeremy Townsend for a swab?
You had nothing to compare it to.
See if he'd send it off to FDLE and see if they could get a match?
We had nothing to compare it to.
Did you try?
We had nothing to compare it to.
Ma'am, did you try?
We had nothing to compare it to, so no.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. State?
Was there any DNA to compare to the tarp?
No, sir.
The strap?
No, sir.
Anything in the grave?
No, sir.
The home, when that DNA swab would have happened, would have been at least 2 years since the fire pit and cement slab was installed.
Yes, sir.
And so we are talking about 2 years worth of people going in and out of that sliding glass door.
That's correct.
And in that house, we know that she had a commitment ceremony to Travis Filmer, so he's been in that house.
Yes.
We know her son Aiden's been in that house since then.
Speed on the scope across, or redirect, Judge, excuse me.
Overruled. You may proceed.
We know that she has her son Aiden that's been in there.
Yes.
There on Facebook, there's pictures of parties and things like that going on in that house.
Yes, sir.
There's countless people going through that slide glass.
Yes, sir.
So would there be any evidentiary benefit to comparing anything to that DNA?
No, sir.
Even if you got DNA, which there was nothing to compare to on the tarp, would that tell you when that DNA got there?
No, sir.
All right. There's also been an assertion that the arrest was made based upon proximity to the grave, because Laurie was the closest person to where the body was found. When was the body found?
March 9th, 2018.
When was she arrested?
September 17th, 2020.
So there was a lot of other stuff that went into it, more than just proximity.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
And just real briefly, you find the body at what time?
Time of day or date?
What year?
2018.
When did you get the Facebook records?
I think also 2018, I think. Okay.
So you have these records, you have a bond. Obviously, the records aren't very much of a telltale sign if you wait 2 more years to arrest Laurie Shaver, correct?
Well, it wasn't just the records either.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, sir.
May the witness be released from her subpoena.
I believe that she may be called in rebuttal, but she can be released today.
All right. Thank you for appearing today. You're subject to recall. Have a good day.
Applause. Oh my word. Shame what she was just put through. Oh my goodness. Bold and Snarky, you said check your coffee jar. Thank you, Bold and Snarky, for the 5 coffees. I really appreciate that. Thank you to everyone. I still have to reply to lots and lots of people. I really appreciate it. I can see Bold and Snarky, Anita, Marta, KDT, and someone. Ooh, someone being sneaky. Thank you so much for the coffees and the PayPals and all the ways that you guys support the work that I do. Okay, wow. I'm so relieved for that witness. Oh my goodness. Okay, bye lady. I hope that you have a nice day. I hope that you can have a nice chilled evening, because that was very exhausting.
All right, your next witness.
The state calls James Blue.
Okay. All right, sir, please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable.
James, this will be witness number 30.
Let me know when you're ready to proceed. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Jimmy Lee Blue, Jimmy, Lee, Lee, Blue, Ballew.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
Do you know Laurie Shaver?
Yes. Yes.
When did you first meet Laurie?
Oh my word. Hey, I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing? Sweet.
It was in the summer of 14.
And where did you meet her?
Don Mealy Chevrolet.
And where were you working at the time?
There, Don Mealy.
What was your position there?
Salesman.
And what was the context of the meeting that you had at the Chevrolet dealership with Laurie Shaver?
They were buying a truck.
When you say they, who are you referring to?
Her and her old man.
Do you remember his name?
It's Mr. Shaver.
Michael Shaver?
Michael Shaver, yeah.
And what kind of truck was she looking at that?
I think it was Silverado, Chevy.
Did they end up purchasing a vehicle that first time that they went to the dealership?
No.
Did there come a time that she returned to the dealership?
Yes.
And when she returned to the dealership, do you remember how she was dressed?
Short shorts, cowboy boots on.
Okay. And was her husband with her?
No.
And what was the purpose of her coming that second time?
I really don't remember, to be honest with you. It was something to do with we owed them something or something for the truck, I believe.
Did they end up purchasing a vehicle?
Yeah, they did. They did, yeah.
Interesting. He's like, okay, I remember. You remember that outfit? It was so memorable, hey? Short shorts and cowboy boots. Okay.
After that purchase had been completed, did you end up texting with Laurie Shaver back and forth?
Yeah, about the truck and all.
And at some point, did those text messages move on to something other than just the truck purchase?
Yeah.
Did you end up having a physical relationship with the defendant?
Yeah, me and my girlfriend split up. Yeah.
Sidebar, please.
Oh boy. So she goes after everyone. Just like, hey, let's go buy a truck. Wearing short shorts and cowboy boots and be like, hey, truck salesman. I'm just gonna come back by myself and visit you. And he's like, okay, yeah. Oh, he's looking at her. Right? I think he's looking at her. Oh my goodness. The one that got away. Run, sir, run! Wow, he's really staring at her. I just want to, so you can see. That was intense. I do love how animated this guy is. They said something about the gun and he's like... Schmoopy says Jimmy fell under the spell. I think he's still a little mesmerized. And his body language just changed. Be like, I'm demanding answers. What is going on here, Laurie?
Please proceed.
Ended up having a physical relationship with Laurie Shaver.
Yes, after me and my old lady split up. Yeah.
And you had mentioned something about split up. You were still married at that time.
No, we wasn't married at that time. No.
What was the relationship status?
We've been together for, well, me and my wife has been together since 2001.
Okay.
So, yeah.
At the time you started the physical relationship with Laurie Shaver, what was your relationship?
It was girlfriend and boyfriend, I reckon.
I'm sorry, what was your relationship with your wife?
It was girlfriend and boyfriend, I reckon you'd say, before you get married, I mean.
All right. Now, the relationship that you had with Miss Shaver, how long did that last?
Not long at all. Not long at all.
And who ended it?
I did.
Did she want more out of the relationship than you did?
Yeah.
Mr. Roberts? Excuse me.
Sidebar, please. Come on up.
He ended it. Oh my word. This is just the best day. Goodness. So he says he broke up with, sorry, Laurie. Yeah, let's see Laurie. Let me take the sound off. He says he broke up with Laurie because she wanted more. Sorry, now skipped again. Don't worry, we're going to get there now. He wanted more than she did. Okay, wait, we were about 15 minutes behind. Somewhere here.
This is in the summer of 14.
And where did you meet her?
Don Mealy Chevrolet.
Please proceed.
Ended up having a physical relationship with Laurie.
Here. Okay, here's where we are. Wow, 12 minutes or so left of this trial day. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Buster's daddy said, wonder if she got a weird tattoo for him as well. I also wonder.
Did she want more out of this relationship than you did?
Yeah.
And where would the physical acts between you and Laurie Shaver occur?
At her house.
And what time of day would they occur?
Oh, I don't know. It's just been years, man.
Do you remember she was working in an office or remotely at that time?
She wasn't working in no office. She's just working at home.
And when was the last time that you had any contact with either Laurie Shaver or Michael Shaver?
It was before the summer was up, so it was. I only was probably a month and a half. Probably, I'd say June, July. I guess July or August would have been in 2014 was the last contact.
After the relationship between you and Laurie Shaver ended in 2014,
yeah.
Was there a time frame that Michael Shaver actually reached out to you to ask for help with something?
Probably about a month later, if not right close to it, he called me and said, Laurie's trying to kill herself or she's trying to do something like that. And I said...
All right. Sustained.
Without getting into anything.
Okay.
He reached out and asked for help.
Yeah, and I told him that's between y'all. And
did you have any contact with either of them after that?
No.
Have you ever gone back over to the Shaver residence after that?
No.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Judge, please.
Sidebar, please. Come on up.
This witness is a classic. Yeah, he's probably watching the sidebar. You guys are right. Someone said earlier, he's probably watching it. I don't know. Could be.
Right. Is that satisfactory?
Yep. Susie, you naughty. You said I've made it through another all-nighter here in Australia, signing off. Rest well, Susie. Don't worry, I understand. Sometimes I also am up all hours, even after these, because I'm so like, after the trial day, I'm still like so happy to have spent the day with all of you that I struggle to just like calm down and go to sleep. So I understand, but please get some rest and we'll see you back again tomorrow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court would instruct the jurors to disregard any testimony dealing with violence as testified to by Mr. Ballou. All right, is that satisfactory to the parties?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
I've already said no further.
Yes, sir. Mr. Wiggs?
No, I don't have anything. Thank you, Judge.
All right, may the witness be excused from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you. You as well.
You got our can we approach?
Yes, sir. Come on up.
I'll sign
Bye, Jimmy. Oh man, that was quite something. And again, Laurie, she's looking a little unfazed. I know we can only see the back of her head. I just don't want to miss something here. What? There's 4 minutes left of this feed. Wow, I think they're just going to end it like that. Here we go, let's see.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to conclude for the day at this point, and I would advise you again to please do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Should you see the attorneys out and about, please do not speak with them. If they ignore you, they are following the law and doing as they are instructed. Please do not research the case. Please do not view any media or read any articles about the case. And we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock at Jury Assembly Room. Have a nice night. Thank you.
Oh, we're doing hugs now. Okay. Alrighty then. What a day.
All right, the jury has exited the courtroom. Is there anything further before we adjourn for the day?
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you, everyone. See you at 8:30 in the morning.
Okay. All right, everyone. Well, that was quite the day. My goodness. I mean, the case is obviously devastating for Michael Shaver and his family, right? So never take, us laughing or me laughing as not taking the case seriously. Just some things, wow, it's quite ridiculous, right? Especially Laurie. Whoa, I can't wait to see what the jury decides. And if the jury decides that she's guilty, whoa, that's going to be a shock for her and her defense attorney. I think they think they're doing very, very well. My goodness. Barbara says, what time is it there where you are? A lot of people ask me that every single stream. So just remember, Uncle Google's your friend. You could say time in Switzerland. It'll tell you every time, okay? So it's now 11:05 at night. And yeah, Mr. Grizzly is actually making dinner. Can you believe it? It's very late. We don't normally have dinner this late. But he's also been working like a workaholic today, and me too. So I'm going to have a very late meal. Anywho, so thank you so much, everyone, for being here with me today on day 3. That was very eventful. My goodness. So now the state has had 30 witnesses in total. So they should have 3 more or so tomorrow, because they said it should be about 33 witnesses based on what they said yesterday at the end of day 2. So 3 more, and then they're actually going to recall maybe 2 of them. But at the speed at which they go, my goodness. They said by Thursday morning they do expect to rest, and that would be tomorrow, of course, which will be September 12th. And then the defense has to present their case, which means, oh man, is Laurie going to take the stand? Is she going to take the stand? And then, are they really going to make her daughter take the stand? Like, what is going on? Probably. Grizzly Cat says, thank you, Grizzly to Crime. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, everyone, so rest well, and I will see you again tomorrow for day 4 of this trial. It's really going fast, so who knows what will happen. Are we going to be on Verdict Watch on Friday night? Or probably on Monday, I would assume. But we shall see, okay? Thank you so much, and I'll keep you posted on all the cases we're following and everything we're doing, as I always try to, and I will see you very soon. Bye, everyone. Thank you, mods.